Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The US economy shrinks in the first quarter of 2025 as President Trump implores America to be patient. The UK join the US as they strike Houthi targets in Yemen. And Vietnam celebrates 50 years since the end of the war with the United States. Now to our top story, and the US economy shrunk during the first quarter of 2025 as GDP slipped 0.3%. It's a big blow to the Trump administration and is the weakest economic growth for the US since the first quarter of 2022. However, taking to Truth Social, the US president responded. This is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. I didn't take over until January the 20th. Tariffs will soon start to kick in and companies are starting to move into the US in record numbers. Our country will boom, but we have to get rid of the Biden overhang. This will take a while. Has nothing to do with tariffs, only that he left us with bad numbers. But when the boom begins, it will be like no other. Be patient. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by former U.S. Deputy Special Envoy Ellie Cohanen. Ellie, great to have you on the show again. Thank you for joining me. I just talked about the GDP numbers there. A recession is now predicted by most economists as U.S. GDP drops for the first time in 3 years. So far, tariffs appear to be having the opposite effect to what was actually intended.
Leanne, it's great to be with you. The president campaigned here in the United States on bringing dramatic change to the country from what we were experiencing under the Biden administration. And so the American people have given him a huge mandate. And the administration was understanding, and I think they were expecting that the economic policy, that the tariff policy that President Trump would institute would, perhaps have some moments of choppy waters for the American economy. But you have to understand that the president is trying to correct almost 60 years of economic policy, which has left middle-class Americans really suffering for the decisions of previous administrations. And so whatever temporary unease there might be in markets and other economic indicators right now, the expectation is that, again, we are resetting 60 years of failed policy, and the president is trying to create a stronger economic future for American children and grandchildren, and really for all of us as we head into a new economy with AI and other very highly unpredictable factors. So I think his call for patience is exactly right. And I know that the American people, again, have given him a strong mandate. So patience is in order. I think he will get slack from the American people as he tries to lead us to what will be the prosperity that he believes is waiting for the economy.
Ellie, yes, indeed. And he reiterated that in his cabinet meeting that he's been holding today. Donald Trump did say during his rally last night that an agreement with China is going to happen. Today, Al Arabiya is reporting prices for goods from Chinese companies like Shein and Temu are soaring for U.S. customers. So Trump is saying, please be patient, White House, to take some action as people are really feeling it when they go to pay for things.
Leanne, it's a balancing effect because on the other hand, since President Trump came into office, we've also seen in the United States lower inflation. Under Biden, there was record high inflation. We have lower energy costs, and we also have trillions of dollars of incoming investment into the United States. In that same cabinet meeting that you just referred to, there was also conversation about the fact that the United States is changing some of its postal policies that were giving the Chinese tremendous benefits and discounts on their goods. And the expectation is that small American business owners will benefit, right? So the idea was that China, by flooding the US market with their cheap goods, aided by cheap US postage rates, they were beating out local small American businesses. And now we're giving American businesses a chance back. And I would say that altogether, the president's economic policy is intended to strengthen the middle class, which for 60 years has really taken a tremendous beating. America was famous historically for having a strong middle class. And with the loss of manufacturing, with NAFTA and other treaties that the United States signed on to, it was really the American middle class that has suffered the most for it. And so these policies, again, are intended to re-strengthen the middle class and build the middle class back, something that America historically is known for. That is really the American dream.
So Trump also talked about his success in stopping illegal immigration. The images of arrested gang members being shipped to El Salvador were shown during that Trump 100 rally last night. But really, Ellie, it has drawn criticism worldwide and also within the US. But why do you think it has been his greatest success so far?
Well, we just celebrated the first 100 days of the Trump administration. And truly, I think for many, it has been a celebration because there was a lot of polling that showed, and I think you can see that in the loss of the Democrats in this election. The country felt that the U.S. was heading in the wrong direction under the Democrat previous administration. And one of the biggest issues was the open border and unbridled illegal immigration. So it's certainly considered a huge success that Donald Trump has been able to close the U.S. border in such a dramatic way. We're seeing illegal entry numbers down dramatically. And in fact, those images that you discussed about this Tren de Aragua and other illegal immigrants that are being shipped on military planes to this high-level security prison in El Salvador, I think those images did exactly what they were intended to do, which was to stop the flow of illegal immigrants, to let the most violent criminals know that they were not going to be safe here and they might as well not come. So this is the president really delivering on his promises to the American people. It was one of his biggest campaign messages. And it's definitely considered his most successful policy in his first 100 days.
Ellie, Ukraine's Prime Minister says the minerals deal should be signed in the next 24 hours. Reports are suggesting the deal has hit a last-minute hurdle. How close are we to a ceasefire? And is the president succeeding when it comes to foreign policy?
Well, I would argue that the president is succeeding. You know, he handed Joe Biden a world at peace, and Biden handed him back a world on fire with two wars waging on two continents. And the president and his administration have invested hundreds of man hours in de-escalating both of these wars. When it comes to Russia, Ukraine, we know that Putin has offered a short ceasefire. The president is demanding a 30-day full ceasefire. He's not happy with a 3-day ceasefire. You know, there's negotiations and term papers that have been submitted to the Ukrainians, and the belief is that the Ukrainians have more or less accepted the American proposal with some caveats, and now the ball seems to be in Putin's court. Regarding the minerals deal, certainly from the American side, this was a very important and big part of the overall situation. The overall agreement was trying to help the American taxpayer recoup some of the economic and financial investment that was made to Ukraine, the billions of dollars that America gave to Ukraine in this war. And so I know that they are very close on the minerals deal in particular. I think there's a technicality with the Ukrainian parliament needing to ratify. And so perhaps it will take them a little bit more time. But it seems on principle there is an agreement between the United States and Ukraine. And again, right now, in terms of the Ukraine-Russia negotiations, it seems the ball is in Putin's court. President Trump has both been very friendly with Putin in these negotiations and conciliatory, but at the same time, we are hearing most recently a sense of his patience running out and letting Putin know that secondary sanctions could be levied on Russia if Putin is not willing to really look at bringing this war to an end.
Ellie Cohanan, former US Deputy Special Envoy, always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, the UK has joined US forces and attacked a Houthi target in Yemen for the first time since Donald Trump was re-elected. The Ministry of Defence confirmed the strikes were responding to Houthi attacks on international shipping in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. Earlier today, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer thanked the RAF for protecting both the US and the UK.
Today evening, Royal Air Force Typhoons successfully conducted strikes against Houthi military targets in Yemen in a joint operation with our US allies. This action was in line with long-standing policy of the UK government to defend freedom of navigation in the Red Sea after Houthi attacks fuel regional instability and risk economic security for families in the UK. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that all UK aircraft and personnel returned safely, and I pay tribute to the professionalism and bravery of all our servicemen and servicewomen.
I'm now joined by former Air Vice Marshal and military analyst Sean Abell. Sean, great to have you on the show. These are the first UK strikes on Houthis in Yemen under Donald Trump. How significant is this joint military operation?
Yeah, good afternoon, Leigh Ann. I think it's very significant, not only because, as you say, it's been some time since the Royal Air Force has been involved in these missions. We understand the Typhoon aircraft, they didn't say how many, but last time it was a 4-ship of Typhoons. That gives you some cross cover. It means it's the safest way of getting across Houthi territory and also provides you some redundancy. We understand they were using Paveway 4, which are guided munitions. They will have been guided, GPS guided or laser guided to the targets to try and make sure they're hit literally within meters of the correct target. And they were supported by Royal Air Force Voyager aircraft as well, which almost certainly would have provided some support to our US colleagues. And of course, our Royal Air Force assets would have been operating from either Cyprus, Poland, or potentially even UK. But it is significant, I think, particularly, Leigh Ann, because the last time we spoke about these attacks, it had been because the Houthis have been very active in the Red Sea. Or more recently, we've not seen quite so much action, and that implies that there's much more proactive work being done by the US and the UK Ministry of Defence than previously.
Why did these attacks appear to happen overnight, Sean? Was this significant?
One of the things that the Americans and the British are very, very aware of is the risk of collateral damage and also damaging civilians, killing civilians on the ground. Now, of course, inevitably in these sorts of conflicts, the Houthis will have their own messaging and will be trying to paint this as a very different picture. But by attacking a facility that's actually making drones, that's what the Ministry of Defence said, that this was a manufacturing facility for the sort of missiles and drones that were being used to attack merchant shipping and also military shipping. By attacking those facilities at night, pretty much as you'd expect in any factory, it's not going to have anybody working in it, maybe a night shift guard, but otherwise you're going to minimize civilian casualties. And I think that's why this was done at night. It also means that any air defense systems that Houthi has, however rudimentary, they're a lot more difficult to operate at night. So it would have guaranteed the safety of Allied forces as they made this raid across Yemen.
In response, the Houthis said Britain should anticipate the consequences of its aggression. How concerning is this threat, and what actions could the Houthis take?
Yes, I mean, I think what's interesting across the Arab world, whenever there are threats like this, certainly their first reaction is threatening rhetoric. The harsh reality is the Houthis do not have the military capability to present a threat to Western assets in the region. What they are being used, the Houthis quite overtly are being used by Iran as a proxy force. And all of this, unfortunately, is all linked to the conflict in between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. The Houthis came out in support of Hamas. It's no coincidence that at the moment, the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas has broken down. The Hamas are now beleaguered. They're under attack again. And the Israelis have actually cut off all aid into Gaza as well. So I suspect what's happening behind the scenes is Iran is fueling the fire, trying to get the Houthis to react. And this time, rather than waiting for them to attack shipping, the West is doing an intelligence-led operation. In other words, it's intercepting communications, it's watching the movement of missiles from Iran, and it's hitting the Houthis before they can mount any devastating attack on shipping. So yes, there'll always be a bit of rhetoric, Leigh Ann, but the hard reality is until the Gaza conflict is resolved, I suspect we're going to see the Houthis continuing to do all they can to harass shipping into the Red Sea.
Sean, that leads me on to my next question to you. How do these strikes on the Houthis in Yemen impact the wider unrest in the Middle East?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because the West, frankly, has no interest in getting involved in the war in Yemen. We don't have time for the history lesson there, but Saudi Arabia has been involved in a long conflict there, but we're starting to come to some sort of peaceful accord. But it is Iran that's fanning the flames of this. And of course, the West, ultimately, they didn't want to get involved, but they tried to deter the Houthis with threatening rhetoric. You know, if you start to attack shipping, we will attack you. That didn't work. So if deterrence doesn't work, the next thing you try to do is degrade the Houthis' capability. And that's what we've been seeing over the last few months. The ultimate is if they don't stop, you have to destroy them. And unfortunately, that means a massive escalation in the campaign. And I see no appetite from the West to do that. What we are seeing, though, as I say, is an escalation in as much that rather than waiting for the Houthis to act and then punish them, now this is an intelligence-led operation, I have no doubt, watching the movement of supplies from Iran and proactively protecting shipping. And let's face it, even though it's quieting down in the Red Sea, I understand over 50% of the normal shipping that goes through the Red Sea is now going round, I think it's the Horn of Africa. It takes longer. If it takes longer, it's more expensive. That has consequences for the prices of food around the world, particularly difficult for those poor countries that are starving.
Yes, absolutely. Sean, so just from what you're saying, do you anticipate more strikes from the UK and the US?
I think the strikes will continue, providing Iran continues to try to back the Houthis. But I re-emphasize, I'm as a former military guy, you know, I'm always looking beyond the symptoms to the disease. You know, the attacks by the Houthis are purely a symptom. The disease is the failure to resolve the conflict in Gaza. And whilst that continues, Iran is supporting the Hamas fighters, and therefore we're going to see a continuation of Hezbollah fighting from the north, the Houthis attacking and presenting a threat to the Red Sea. So although I dare say there will be a continuation of attacks if this continues, the real issue is getting the conflict between Israel and Hamas resolved and getting the Gaza back onto a normal footing again.
Always fascinating talking to you, Sean Bell, former Air Vice Marshal and military analyst. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Maria.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Russian President Vladimir Putin says he is open to peace with Ukraine. On Monday, Putin declared a 3-day ceasefire to take place in May, marking the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Soviet Union. President Trump has previously expressed his disappointment that a deal had not been agreed between both Russia and Ukraine. North Korea has conducted its first test firing of its new Choyong-class warship missiles. They were launched and artillery fired as part of a test intended by the country's leader, Kim Jong-un. Last week, North Korea unveiled the 5,000-ton destroyer equipped with what it called the most powerful weapon systems built for a Navy vessel. An Australian woman charged with cooking with fatal mushrooms has admitted picking wild fungi, lying to the police and disposing of the evidence. Erin Patterson is accused of murdering 3 of her estranged husband's elderly relatives by poisoning their food and faking a cancer diagnosis to lure her victims to a meal. Speaking in court, Patterson argued that her actions were a terrible accident. And a historic church in Memphis, Tennessee, caught fire and suffered significant damage on Monday. The Claiborne Temple was the staging point for the marches to City Hall, including one led by Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968. Before the fire, the church was undergoing a $25 million restoration, previously expected to be completed in 2026. The fire is now still under investigation. Now, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has chaired a meeting of the top security officials in the country as tensions between New Delhi and Islamabad show no signs of abating. For the 6th consecutive day, the two sides exchanged gunfire along their de facto border. Now, that's according to the Indian Army. Analysts warn an escalation does remain on the cards. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
Senior military officials of India and Pakistan have discussed cross-border fighting. The Indian Army says it has cautioned Pakistan Army officials over what it calls unprovoked gunfire. Meanwhile, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has held back-to-back meetings in New Delhi with top officials in the country as the situation on the border remains tense. He is believed to have reviewed the overall security situation in the Jammu and Kashmir region. Now, this Cabinet Committee on Security has met for the second time since a terrorist attack claimed 26 lives in Kashmir. And many in New Delhi are seeing this as a sign of how severely volatile things are at the border. New Delhi blames Islamabad for backing the attackers who killed civilians in Kashmir's tourist town of Pahalgam. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi says that India will hunt the perpetrators and their backers down. Now, amid this sharp rhetoric from both sides of the border, Pakistan's information minister said on Wednesday that New Delhi could carry out a military strike by Thursday evening. Indian officials have not responded to these claims. The Prime Minister on Tuesday, however, had held a meeting with the chiefs of the 3 branches of the armed forces. And reports say that he has given the army full operational freedom to respond to the Kashmir attack. Security forces are in the meantime conducting raids in the Restive Valley to apprehend the perpetrators, but the attack has already dramatically worsened India-Pakistan ties. Both sides have downgraded their diplomatic ties and cancelled travellers' visas. New Delhi has also closed its only functional border with Pakistan and has threatened to hold back crucial river water that could strain supply for nearly all of Pakistan's population. Calling it an act of war, Islamabad says it will withdraw from the Simla Agreement. The pact, signed after a deadly war in 1972, is the basis of the de facto border between two countries. And analysts say that with tensions now rising once again, the possibility of New Delhi carrying out military strikes on Pakistani soil is more a question of when, not if. Pakistani media says Islamabad scrambled fighter jets on Wednesday to ward off Indian planes flying close to its airspace, but Indian officials have not confirmed these reports. Experts say a conflict between the nuclear neighbors could plunge the whole region into chaos. The two countries have already fought 4 wars since 1947 when they became independent. And though relations between them were never normal for a sustained period, they argue the brutality of the 22 April Pahalgam attack has worsened the situation. All eyes are now on India's next move as the international community, including the United Nations, is urging restraint. Ishan Garg, Al Arabiya News, New Delhi.
Let's take another look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A 16-year-old suspect has been detained on suspicion of shooting and killing 3 people in Sweden. The incident took place at a hair salon in the city of Uppsala. Swedish police say the teenager is one of several people being interrogated as part of the investigation. A Chinese student has been rescued from Japan's Mount Fuji for the second time this week. The 27-year-old was airlifted from the mountain after feeling unwell with altitude sickness. He later returned to the trail to look for his phone and also his belongings, making a second call to emergency services, who did have to rescue him again. Starbucks will hire more baristas and scale back automation plans. The move is intended to win back customers after the coffee shop company announced disappointing financial results amid falling sales. CEO Brian Nichols says taking on more staff will mean higher costs, but he says he's banking on some growth to come with that investment. And footballer Cristiano Ronaldo is the most popular person on Instagram with 652 million followers. The Portuguese striker, who plays for Saudi Arabia's Al Nassr, regularly shares moments with his family and also his friends, as well as training clips with his teammates. It's believed that the player also earns over $43 million for each sponsored post on Instagram. Vietnam's communist leader, General Secretary To Lam, says his country is ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's greatest powers. The Southeast nation is marking 50 years since the end of its war with the US. Thousands took to the streets to celebrate, but also to reflect on a conflict that killed millions of people. Patrick Falk reports.
Loud cheers accompanied by flag waving and patriotic songs to mark half a century since the end of the Vietnam War. Since the fall of Saigon, this country has transformed itself from a poverty-stricken backwater to a fast-growing and enterprising economy.
The atmosphere here today made not only me, but all the Vietnamese feel proud because we get to live in a peaceful country that is independent, free, and happy.
The celebrations commemorate the first act of the country's reunification on April 30th, 1975, when the communist-controlled North Vietnam seized the capital of the US-backed South, now renamed Ho Chi Minh in honor of the North's founding father. At the showpiece military parade in the city, Chinese troops marched alongside Vietnamese forces, underlining warming relations between the communist country and Beijing.
In a world of increasingly complex and unpredictable developments, and as a nation having suffered so much losses and pain from past wars, we are deeply aware of the value of peace, independence and freedom.
The 20-year conflict is estimated to have killed around 3 million Vietnamese and around 60,000 Americans. Since then, the country has developed strong economic and diplomatic ties with its former foe. Relations were normalized in 1995. Trade between the two has more than tripled in the past decade to about $150 billion in 2024. The memories of war now behind them both.
The Vietnamese people and the American people will always be friends.
Fears are, though, that their bonds could now be tested by the threat of crippling tariffs announced by US President Donald Trump earlier this month. Negotiations are underway between Hanoi and Washington, but pressure on Vietnam's export-led growth could reopen old wounds. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya News.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Donald Trump says China will likely bear the brunt of his 145% tariff on the world's second largest economy. However, prices of Chinese goods are suggesting US shoppers will be paying a major portion of the bill. A swathe of products on e-commerce giants like Temu and Shein have seen prices soar, with a set of kitchen towels jumping 377%. The German economy grew in the first quarter of the year thanks to consumption and investment. Preliminary data from the Statistics Office show Europe's biggest economy will escape a recession after contracting in the last quarter of last year. Gross domestic product rose in line with forecasts by 0.2% compared with the previous three-month period. Turning to all the sports news now, Paris Saint-Germain took a big step towards reaching the Champions League final after beating Arsenal 1-0 in a tense first leg of the semi-final on Tuesday. Ousmane Dembele's early goal sealed the win. Meanwhile, Arsenal's Mikel Merino had a goal ruled out for offside. And Novak Djokovic's shock withdrawal from the Italian Open should be a huge worry for the champion's fans as he heads to the French Open without winning a match on clay this season. That's according to former Roland Garros winner Jim Courier. Djokovic has been woefully out of form and was beaten in his opening matches in Monte Carlo and Madrid this month. A reminder of our top stories. The US economy shrinks in the first quarter of 2025 as President Trump implores America to be patient. The UK joined the US as they strike Houthi targets in Yemen. And Vietnam celebrates 50 years since the end of the war with the United States. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up. And of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami, and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers continue to focus today on President Trump's first 100 days in office, publishing numerous analysis and articles and reports on what has been achieved so far and what to expect going forward. The New York Times published a special piece on its front page about how President Trump's second term is changing almost everything about America. It lists the different areas that experience change in more detail, saying that there have been or have never been 100 days like this. Changes in foreign policy and also immigration, federal government, tariffs and trade, economy, diversity and equity, social media, and the very culture of the United States are examples, according to this New York Times analysis, of what Trump's presidency has meant so far and what it could mean in its remaining 1,361 days. The article provides a sweeping review of President Trump's first 100 days in his second term, marked by chaos and radical policy shifts. Trump has dismantled established norms, moving away from alliances and international law towards a style of raw power politics, most notably with his confrontation and treatment of Ukraine and openness to Russia. Excuse me. His administration has enacted aggressive immigration crackdowns, targeted critics and opponents with retribution, and launched a costly trade war with China, causing economic turmoil and uncertainty. Trump's partnership with Elon Musk has also led to deep cuts in federal workforce and bureaucracy. And culturally, Trump has sought to reshape arts and diversity programs to fit his conservative agenda, while his team uses social media and spectacle to control public perception. The article portrays a presidency defined by relentless disruption and transactional approach to power, and growing concerns about the resilience of American democracy. President Trump's policies have not affected the U.S. alone, but its influence touched the entire world through economy and foreign policy, causing political change in other countries as well. That is what E.J. Dion Jr. tried to say in his opinion article in the Washington Post today, especially in the case of Canada. He says that Trump brought about a turnaround in Canada's Liberals' fortunes, referencing Prime Minister Mark Carney's triumph in Canada's election this week, and calling it one of the most astonishing comebacks in the history of any democracy. The article analyzes the stunning turnaround in Canada's 2025 federal election, where Mark Carney's Liberal Party, once trailing badly in polls, surged to victory, largely because of U.S. President Donald Trump's aggressive rhetoric and trade policy. Trump's threats to annex Canada as the 51st state and also his imposition of steep tariffs provoked a wave of Canadian patriotism and anxiety about national sovereignty. Carney, a technocrat and former central banker, capitalized on this by positioning himself as the steady hand to defend Canada's interests, adopting the campaign slogan, Canada Strong. The article highlights how Trump's actions not only united left-leaning and centrist voters behind the Liberals, but also squeezed the opposition, leading to historic polarization and a collapse of third-party support. Carney's victory speech underscored a new era of Canadian self-reliance and wariness towards U.S. intentions, marking a dramatic shift in the country's political landscape. The Wall Street Journal has a similar evaluation of Trump's first 100 days. In its editorial today, it warned that the tariff shock he'd unleashed could sink his second term. The editorial starts by saying that presidential second terms are rarely successful. And on the evidence of his first 100 days, Donald Trump's won't be different. Also, the president's needs a major reset if he wants to rescue his final years from the economic and foreign policy shocks he has unleashed. The article, as you can see, argues that Trump's presidency is repeating the struggles typical of second terms marked by overreach, economic shocks, and foreign policy turmoil. It elaborates by saying that Trump's administration has moved aggressively, expanding energy production, sealing the border, and rolling back progressive policies on climate and diversity. However, his sweeping tariffs have triggered global trade wars, market volatility, and are projected to shrink GDP and wages for American households. Now, the editorial points out that allies are alarmed by Trump's unpredictable foreign policy, especially his pressure on Ukraine to accept a peace deal favoring Russia, which could destabilize Europe and embolden adversaries like China. Domestically, Trump's attempts to reshape government and culture have sparked legal and political backlash, while his focus on retribution and spectacle has deepened divisions. The article concludes that Trump needs a major reset to avoid repeating the failures that often define presidential second terms. Andrei Yermak, the head of the Ukrainian presidential office, wrote in The Guardian today, highlighting what President Putin really wants by offering a short ceasefire in Ukraine. He says that while Russia has offered a 3-day pause in fighting in Ukraine to coincide with its World War II celebrations, Ukraine and the U.S. remain skeptical. Ukraine is demanding an immediate, unconditional 30-day ceasefire, while the U.S. wants a permanent end to the hostilities. Moscow, however, insists on concessions, especially lifting aviation sanctions, before agreeing to any lasting peace. The article also warns that accepting a short pause or easing sanctions would only help Russia's war effort, as its civil aviation sector is deeply tied to military logistics, and sanctions are effectively restricting its capabilities. Now, lifting these restrictions would relieve pressure on Russia's economy and population, undermining leverage for a fair peace. The author argues that sanctions should remain until Russia commits to genuine peace, as relaxing them now would strengthen its ability to continue the war. The Telegraph published a report highlighting the extreme vulnerability of Western society when it comes to power. The article explores the severe risks and cascading effects of a nationwide power outage, using the recent collapse of Spain and Portugal's electricity grids as a warning for the UK. While the official chance of such a disaster is low, the consequences would be immediate and dire. Loss of electricity would quickly disrupt water and fuel, communications, transport, hospitals, and food supply chains. The first hours might feel like an adventure, but within days, lack of water, food, and working toilets would turn cities unlivable. Also, hospitals and critical services could fail after backup generators run out of fuel. Government contingency plans exist, but recent incidents show many vital systems remain vulnerable. The article urges citizens to prepare with basic supplies and highlights the need for updated emergency plans, warning that even after power returns, instability and shortages could persist for weeks. And we'll end with Le Monde, which published an op-ed piece signed by 121 academics and intellectuals, calling on the European Union to endorse a confederation model as a bold solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The proposal, rooted in a land for all movement, envisions two sovereign states, Israel and Palestine, sharing one homeland with full political equality, mutual recognition, freedom of movement, and a shared Jerusalem, as well as a cooperative refugee return process. Now, the authors argue that current cycle of war, occupation and displacement has reached a breaking point, and that abstract support for a two-state solution is no longer enough. They urge the EU to use its moral and political influence to support the pragmatic, rights-based framework, promote binational cooperation, and take concrete steps to end violence, occupation, and annexation, insisting the time for European leadership and action is now. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Michael Saylor, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
I want you to walk me through how you see the global economy today.
Well, I think the economy's more intertwined than ever before, financially and operationally. And for the past few months, it's caught in a bit of chaos due to the uncertainty of how all trade flows will move forward. I think that there's a change in status quo that's destined. It's not clear exactly how that will settle. All the financial markets are reacting in a sort of manic fashion as they attempt to adjust. I tend to think that it's a mistake to extrapolate linearly based upon everybody's nominal pronunciations, because it's not likely that what we think will happen, but on the other hand, definitely there's change afoot.
Yeah. As an investor, is this the time to hold back and wait or make money?
My view on investments is I'm extraordinarily enthusiastic about digital capital. That is, Bitcoin is digital capital. I think that's the no-brainer because it has all of the appeal of a digital monopoly, a monetary network. So if you imagine a Facebook for money or a Google for money, it has the technology trend on its side, and it also represents digital gold, and there's an extraordinary enthusiasm for non-sovereign store of value assets right now. So if you're looking for a way to avoid counterparty risk, to avoid a currency risk, and to tap into a global technology phenomena, then that makes sense.
Is it a safe haven?
I think it is. I think
on par
Bitcoin,
with gold?
Much better than gold. I think that Bitcoin will be 10x, an order of magnitude more valuable than gold, and it will grow 20% a year. Beyond, when it's 10 times bigger than gold, it'll be growing 20% a year. So, yeah, it's I think the best investment idea in the world. I don't think there's a second best investment idea. I think that there's $450 trillion of wealth in the global economy that's sitting in store of value assets. You could call it long-term capital. Like, people just want to keep their money. And right now, if you have a lot of capital, you would buy real estate, you would buy private equity, you would buy public equity, you would buy collectibles, you might buy trophy assets. All of those things were pioneered in the 20th century. I don't have to tell you about the reason people buy them. I could write you an encyclopedia on the risk factors, right? Your buildings burn, hurricanes, flood you out. There are rent controls on your property. There are tariffs. Everybody in the world is in a tariff tantrum right now. Every single, what they say, the best laid plans of mice and men, they're dashed, given a change in the political wind. So I think There's profound conventional risk in private equity and public equity. Bonds all have massive risk because they're all currency derivatives. Trophy assets and collectibles like art, they have cultural risk. If you collect Picassos and the culture decides they don't value Picassos anymore, then your wealth is devalued. So I think when you look at the 21st century, the question is, how do I keep my money? Right? If I gave you $1 billion and I dropped you in Africa and I said, go ahead and buy anything you want, you can buy a diversified portfolio of real estate or equity or currency or bonds or anything at all in any country in Africa, or you can buy digital property that sits in cyberspace worth the same $1 billion, and you can move it on a thumb drive, or you can zap it from point A to point B on your phone, and you can custody it anywhere in the world on an hour's notice. I think you would choose for option B, and option B is what Bitcoin represents. So what I see today is increasing uncertainty. People are losing confidence in governments. They lose confidence in currencies. They lose confidence in business models. Right? You got a great company of 1 million employees, but I'm about to automate out 957,000 of those employees with robots. Is that good for you or is that bad for you? Lots of risk in the world due to technology, due to politics, due to monetary policy. So what do people with wealth want to do? They want to run from the risk. Okay, I give you $1 billion of Siberian real estate, you can trade it for Bitcoin, would you? Of course you would. I give you $1 billion of Africa, you can trade it for Bitcoin, would you? Of course you would. I give you $1 billion of anything in Brazil, Mexico, Russia, pick any country. The general dynamic in the world's macroeconomy is this. People all want to move to the United States. People want to buy United States assets. People want United States currency. They want the most secure, the S&P index is up 10% a year in the US. The European equivalent, 1%, 2%. So what is the world trying to say? It says that the dominant network is the one we want. We don't want the second best or the third best. In the crypto industry, there are stable coins. There's the digital dollar and there's the digital euro. If you sit with the people in the industry and you say, well, what's the demand for the digital euro in Europe? The answer is 1%. 99% of the demand for digital currency in Europe is for the dollar, not for the euro. The euro is the second best. Yeah. If the second best is 1% of the best, what's the third best? The third best is 0.1%. So the big picture here is, in a world where people with wealth, with capital, are looking to preserve their money, how do you save it? And it's very simple. I convert my money from 20th century assets to 21st century assets. I convert from analog assets to digital assets. I convert from assets that are subject to nation-state risk in Ukraine or Russia or Brazil or
perhaps
Africa.
Right here in America.
Or in America. And when you lose confidence in your government, and I can find a large plurality of investors in every country on earth that have lost confidence and faith in governments, banks, industries, etc. When you lose that confidence, you run for a safe haven. Yes. What do you want to do? Put your money in orbit, right? In this case, there's no hurricanes in cyberspace. There's no tariffs in cyberspace. There's no monetary debasement in cyberspace. There's no bank to steal your money in cyberspace. There's no wars in cyberspace, right? So what's driving Bitcoin? It's not speculation. It's not accidental. It's the relentless passage of time that's causing intelligent, informed capitalists to strip risk from their portfolio by converting a 20th century asset into a digital asset. It's like water flows downhill when you're staring at a waterfall. It's not accidental that the water went downhill. It's not accidental that time moves forward. It's actually the relentless passage of entropy. It's the relentless act of informed people that want to keep their money acting rationally.
Is Bitcoin a hedge?
Over the long term, it is, yeah. And really what it is just the future. right? If Bitcoin's growing 55% a year, it's going from what was a few million to a few billion to 100 billion to a trillion to 2 trillion. It's 2 trillion now.
Yeah.
It's going to 20 trillion over the next 4 years to 8 years, and it'll be $200 trillion in 20 years. My forecast is for it to be about $280 trillion by the year 2045. You could call that a hedge, but it's kind of like a hedge in the way that the United States of America was a hedge for Europeans when they were fleeing Europe for 200 years.
Yeah.
It's just the next frontier of economic development.
Yeah. Tell me this. Gold, physical asset, Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies generally, people say we can't hold it, we can't see it. Is that a psychological shift in your mind? Because it's essentially just assigning value to something perhaps they cannot see.
You know, the classic idea of money is the most liquid, fungible, saleable commodity asset in the world. And so for thousands of years it was gold. Gold was the best idea for sound money in the 19th century. In the 20th century, gold wasn't fast enough. You can't move gold back and forth across the Atlantic an hour. You can't settle with it. There's no way. There's 400 million companies in the world. There's no way for 400 million companies to settle with each other with gold. Right? Just not happening. It takes a decade to settle $10 billion of gold across the Atlantic. You know, a year would be fast. Bitcoin represents digital gold. It's the best idea for money in the 21st century. It is the world's most liquid, most fungible commodity asset. It's, you know, it is saleable, so, and it's better than gold, because no way you're going to teleport $10 billion of gold in a couple of seconds. No way you're going to put gold on 5 billion smartphones. No way that the computers are going to vibrate or program the gold to transform itself 1 million times a second. And gold, like it or not, is inflating at 2% a year. 2% a year inflation means that the half-life of your wealth is 35 years. Bitcoin is 0%. 0% inflation means the half-life of your wealth is forever. It's the difference between economic immortality and a useful life of 70 years, maybe. So gold was a good idea. It was never a perfect idea. You know, if you read the history of the Rothschilds and go back to the 19th century, the Rothschilds traded sovereign debt. They traded credit instruments issued by governments, and that was the high-frequency money, that sovereign debt. And then when they had a cash settlement referred to, we actually swap gold bullion or gold coin, but we don't do it often because it's very difficult and dangerous, and sometimes you lose the gold. So cash settlement was always difficult hundreds of years ago. 1,000 years ago it was difficult. With Bitcoin, it's different. You can now settle. I can trade $100 million a day with you, and we can settle every 4 hours.
Yeah.
Right? And so Bitcoin represents perfect money. It represents perfect capital as digital capital, and it's a basis to rebuild the entire digital economic system. So yeah, it's the promise of gold, but it's 100x better.
So if it's the perfect capital, why aren't we using it to pay for things?
Yeah, because you don't pay for things in capital. If you roll the clock back 200 years, the Rothschilds didn't pay for things in gold either. It turns out
why am I not using it on my phone? And why am I not using it to purchase something at, you know, the ice cream that we were seeing this penetration happening, and it's slowed down?
Because money has two aspects. One aspect of money is high-frequency money or payments. That's currency. When I actually buy a coffee, I'm buying a coffee with currency. I'm using the peso in Argentina. I'm using the dollar in the US. I'm using the euro in France. Nobody holds the currency for more than 4 years. If you're in a hyperinflating economy, you wouldn't hold the currency 4 months. Typically, the way the world works is you have local currency, which you would hold for weeks to months, like the peso or the Egyptian currency or the Lebanese currency, but no one's stupid enough to hold it for a decade.
I don't know if anybody would be holding the Lebanese currency.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. But the point is, by law, you have to use it for legal debts, and so they do exist. The world's got 100 local currencies. Most of them are very weak. The world reserve currency is the dollar. You would hold that for 4 years. But there's no rich person on earth that'll brag to you that 90% of their net worth is in dollars. You won't find a single billionaire that has the majority of the net worth in dollars. Nobody saves in dollars. They save in capital. So there's another aspect of money. It's long-term, low-frequency money. It's the money I'm going to hold for between 4 years and 400 years. What is that? It's land. It's a sports team. It's private equity. It's the Mars Corporation. It's public equity. It's my Magnificent Seven stocks. It's a diversified portfolio of stocks. It might be gold. So if something is perfect capital, that means you can buy it, keep it for 100 years, and your great-grandchildren will be rich.
Yeah.
I have a house in Miami Beach. It cost $100,000 in 1930. Mm-hmm. It's worth $100 million right now. 99.9% collapse in the value of the dollar. If you'd taken the $100,000 and you put it in a safe deposit box in the basement, you'd have $100,000. That would pay about 3 months. It would pay about 6 weeks of property tax on that house. Nothing. You couldn't even run it's a month of fees. If you took the same $100,000 and you swapped it into real estate, it'd be worth $100 million. Why? Well, because the government can't print more beachfront property. They can print more currency. So the bottom line is, if you're going to pay for something, a cup of coffee, you want to pay for it with a weak currency, which is a legal tender. They're all collapsing. The dollar is losing 7 to 10% of its value a year. But the weaker currencies, the risk-free rate in Brazil is like 15%. What that is telling you is the government is increasing the supply of real by more than 15% a year. The risk-free rate in Turkey is like 45%. Okay, so you definitely want to pay for stuff with the collapsing currency. And the smartest trade imaginable is you borrow a lot of money in a fiat currency, which is losing value, and then you buy a capital asset. Like the richest families in New York, they borrowed money, they bought real estate, right? Real estate's getting more valuable over time. The dollar is getting less value, but the peso has collapsed to zero 5 times in 100 years. You don't have to explain it to an Argentinian why they wouldn't save in pesos.
Yeah. Tell me this, how quickly, in your mind, will the U.S. dollar cease to be the world's reserve currency?
It's going to be the world's reserve currency for the rest of our life, certainly for the next generation, maybe for 100 years. It's actually shows every indication of getting stronger, not weaker. If you look, for example, at
So you're not worried about what President Trump is doing at this point? Because we hear this every day on Bloomberg and on CNBC and elsewhere, a lot of fear about the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, well, if you look, take the example of Tether again, the demand for U.S. dollar as a digital asset is 100x greater than the demand for the euro. So if we're not going to use the dollar as the euro, the Europeans won't use the euro, CNY, the CNY would collapse if the Chinese didn't have capital controls on it. So I just named the second and the third best currency, JPY. You think the world's going to adopt the Japanese yen? I don't think so. I think that the world reserve currency, right, it's based upon having the strongest defense network. As long as you're a nuclear superpower, that's part of it. And the other part is hundreds of millions of companies that have priced everything in U.S. dollars, and then all of the accounting systems that are wired for U.S. dollars. That's incredible inertia. So that currency is a protocol similar to the English language, and we're speaking English. And so I think it's similar to you asking me, when will all of the capitalists in the world stop using English? It's like, if the United States does a string of super intelligent things, that probably is good for the English language. And if we do a string of super not intelligent things, it's probably a bit weaker for the English language. But the English language, the dollar protocol, those things have incredible power. Not in the next 30 years will there be a difference. And so that's what I think about that. I think that Bitcoin, to make the point, is a monetary protocol, but it's a protocol for capital, not for currency, right? And once you understand that, it's a protocol for keeping your money for 100 years.
Yeah.
So if you took all the smart money in the world, if you took every intelligent person with money in the world, you said, would you like to keep your money for the next 100 years? Yeah. Do you trust any government, bank, or corporation to protect it for you? No. Well, how do I keep my money without trusting a government, a currency, a corporation, or a collectible? And the answer is Bitcoin.
The president has launched his own coin. Do you see that as a contradiction? Because we're talking about, you know, we don't trust the government, but now the president of the United States is saying, trust me.
No, I don't. I think if you think about digital assets, there are 4 classes of digital assets. There are digital commodities, there are digital currencies, there are digital securities, and there are digital tokens.
Yes.
Bitcoin is a digital commodity. It's an asset without an issuer. It is the king of them. It's 100 times more powerful than the next digital commodity. The best use case for a digital commodity is long-term capital, store of value asset, long-term money, low-frequency money. Put that aside, right? And that, by the way, that's a big deal. That's worth $400 trillion, right? Yeah. That's the most valuable thing in the world. There's nothing more valuable than we all get to keep our money, right? Digital currency, right? That's a stable coin. That's like the U.S. Tether or Circle. What's the use of it? It's like medium of exchange. How big is that? $10 trillion. It's not small. I mean, 10 trillion is a lot. And right now, there's probably $250 billion of stable coins. So if the U.S. government regulates that, you'll see that go to $1 trillion, $2 trillion, $4 trillion, $10 trillion. What's it competing against? Every other currency.
Yes.
Who's the loser? Every weak currency. Nobody's going to want to. Every currency in Africa will collapse, right? No one's going to use any of them.
Yes.
Right? Digital securities, that's just tokenized stocks and bonds, right? And you're going to see those circulate. What is Trump coin? It's a digital token. How many are there? There's 37 million tokens. You know, are they valuable? Well, it depends upon whether the issuer imbues them with value. Trump coin may be valuable because Trump's a celebrity. Katy Perry token could be valuable. Tom Brady coin could be valuable. On the other hand, some of them won't be valuable. There's 400 million companies in the world. I can imagine every company issuing their own digital token.
Yeah.
And can I imagine them being valuable? Sure, I give you a token that gets you a seat in my restaurant on Friday night. I tokenize my fan club and you get front row tickets.
Right.
Like the latest thing was Trump saying, you know, the token providers will get invited to dinner at the White House. You can create a fan club or a country club, you know, and you're a country club member, I tokenize it, you can trade it. Tokenized country club membership would be more valuable than non-tradable, non-fungible. So the point is, you can tokenize a lot of things. It's not a threat to the dollar. It's not a threat to Bitcoin. The reason Bitcoin works is 100 rich families get together and don't trust anybody or any company or any bank or any currency, and they don't trust each other, but they want to keep their money forever. So they have to create this decentralized program in cyberspace run by incorruptible software, and then they have to all run a version of it, and that way it's like a monetary virus.
Yeah.
It works because it's so diffuse. And like, why does English work?
Yeah.
Because all the rich, powerful people speak English. You see, how do I, you know, what if I change the meaning of the word for to 3?
Yeah.
Well, I don't get away with it. Even I could be a mega billionaire, but I can't change the meaning from 4 to 3 because all the other rich, powerful people think that 4 means 4. So when you have a protocol that diffuses like that, its staying power is a function of how much power and how much wealth has adopted and is committed to the protocol.
So right now the ECB and the European Commission are tying themselves in knots over stablecoin, over digital currencies generally, and what that will mean for the euro. Are their fears overblown in your mind? Or is this just another symptom of Europe really staying on the back foot?
I think that the future is digital, and it's pretty clear. We're going to tokenize your country club membership. We're going to tokenize the fan club. We're going to tokenize the euro. We're going to tokenize a bar of gold. We're going to tokenize the dollar. We're going to tokenize capital. And if you fight it, if you resist it, then...
Which is what they're doing, essentially.
Yeah, then the future passes you by, right? You're going to manage to block yourself from the digital economy. Like, take these AIs. You may be afraid of them, but they're going to be 1 billion times smarter than us and think 1 billion times faster than us. You know, so when you go to bed and you tell the AI, take care of my money, the AI is going to want to move it 18 million times an hour. And so if you have a banking system that requires that you wait till Monday morning and take a phone call from your local banker to approve the first transaction, the AI is going to bypass that, right? So the intelligent economy is going to bypass the manual economy. It's going to bypass the regulated economy. My advice to the White House here is you need to have clear regulated frameworks. You need to have a taxonomy for tokens, currencies, digital securities, and digital commodities. You need to let issuers issue digital currencies. They need to issue digital securities. They need to issue digital tokens. They should be responsible for not lying, cheating, and stealing. They should have ethical, economic, criminal, and civil responsibility for them. But once you issue them, they need to circulate friction-free at the speed of light and as fast as the computer can think.
Yeah.
And so if the regulators come in and they cripple the ability of the computer to think, it's like, you know, we would like to pass a law making light not move through Europe, or we would like to make people stupid.
Yeah.
You can pass the law, but you can't stop the passage of time. What will happen is all of the money will flow out of Europe, and all of the commerce will leave. And it's like, you know, it's like those maps of North Korea at night where you look down and they realize they have no light. It's good for you. You cut off electricity in your country. We're talking about digital energy, and I don't think you want to cut off digital energy because the entire 21st century economy is going to run on digital energy.
Talk to me about that energy dynamic, because obviously the Trump administration has pushed U.S. energy dominance. How important in your mind is this for crypto generally? Because it's a lot of energy that's necessary, and the president has said, let's turn on the taps, let's do everything we can to produce more.
Energy is an important input to the Bitcoin network because Bitcoin uses electrical power and computer power to secure the network. But at this point, that network is 100x to 1,000x better than the next best thing. So for the next decade, whether or not you have plus or minus 20% energy doesn't make a difference to Bitcoin. It probably doesn't make that much difference to the crypto industry. It makes a huge difference to the future of the entire economy. I would say it's pretty obvious, for example, that the AI economy needs massive, 400 gigawatts of electrical power to move forward. So massive amounts of energy. So I think it's pretty clear that the cars are going to drive themselves, the robots are going to think for themselves, the AIs are going to do the work of 1 billion people. They're going to do it with very sophisticated silicon as manufactured by NVIDIA and TSMC, MC, etc. And they're going to do it with massive amounts of electrical power. If the economy doesn't have the electricity, you can't think. And so I think it's inevitable we need to produce a lot more electrical power. We're going to have to do it with technologies like nuclear, because you need to be able to generate a base load, not intermittent. You're not going to power up the intelligent economy with wind and solar. You can't afford to have your car be stupid at night, or you can't afford to stop thinking when the wind stops blowing, right?
Yes.
You need the power. I think that it is a critical input to any economy to have massive amounts of cheap electrical power, and the demand for this stuff is exploding. Like at this point, I use AI, and I find myself, first I used AI, and then I found myself putting it in deep research mode, and now I make it grind, and I think I must be using something on the order of millions, if not tens of millions or hundreds of millions of times as much electricity for this stuff as I used to use for simple search.
Do you anticipate that oil prices are going to go back up simply because of this energy demand?
I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think it'll be a function of the balance between energy produced by oil, energy produced by natural gas, energy produced by nuclear and by coal, and how fast they manage to grow each of those sources. There's going to be a righteous, competition, a market competition. But if you were to ask me in general what the trend is, I think the trend is anybody that can produce energy, or any commodity that produces energy, is going to be in higher demand, and the demand's going to keep growing for the next decade. I think there's no doubt about that. So I would be more bullish than bearish in oil right now.
Speaking of bull versus bear, I've heard the bull case for Bitcoin. What is the bear case?
The only real threats for Bitcoin are just ignorant regulators at this point, and it doesn't stop Bitcoin, it just cripples Bitcoin in a certain country for a certain period of time. So most of the FUD tends to be some regulator that's worried that it's too good. And we saw that in China about 3 years ago, where they banned Bitcoin mining because it was too good, primarily because Bitcoin is a way to evade a capital control. So I think wherever you see capital controls implemented and currency collapses, you'll see a bit of FUD, because regimes that have their banking system failing and their currencies failing will look for somebody to blame. And, for how long? During the U.S. Civil War, they blamed all their problems on gold smugglers and speculators.
Yeah.
So I think that you'll see a little bit of that noise on the periphery, but at this point, Bitcoin's reached escape velocity. I think it's pretty unstoppable. The White House has anointed it as the one sole digital commodity in the world that they recognize. That makes it digital gold, that makes it ethical. And so if the most powerful man in the world says it's digital gold and says don't sell your Bitcoin and we're going to buy more, I think that the last hurdle has been leaped in terms of on the path to legitimacy.
So tell me, if you're a sovereign wealth fund, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, how would you be diversifying that portfolio? How much Bitcoin would you own?
All of it. To tell you the truth, I think it's kind of an IQ test. It's like if you had $1 billion and you wanted to double it, you would buy the $1 billion of Bitcoin and put out a press release. But if you wanted to make $1 trillion, you would try to buy as much as my company has right now. You go buy $50 billion worth of Bitcoin and just keep buying, and it'll be $1 trillion to you. So you ought to buy as much as you want money, right?
Yeah.
I think that my forecast for Bitcoin is it goes up 29% a year compounded for 21 years, which is going to be 3-4 times better than the next best thing. So yeah, I could tell you, put 5% of your portfolio in it, but smarter would be to put 150% of your portfolio in it. If you want 10 extra money, you buy Bitcoin. If you want 100 extra money, you buy Bitcoin with somebody else's money. And if you want 1,000 extra money, you use somebody else's money, buy Bitcoin, and you lever it, right? The simplest thing going is borrow money at 3, 4, 5%, invest it at 30 to 60%, keep the difference. My company went from a $600 million enterprise value to $108 billion enterprise value in 4.5 years, and we just did that formula. We're just levering it. So I think as much as you can get is the right answer.
Tell me this. So the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all of these countries that are rich in commodities, in oil wealth, gas wealth, in Qatar, these are countries that are right now under discussion as preferred partners when it comes to data centers, when it comes to their ability to have that cheaper energy and to fuel sort of the energy that we need for AI. And they're also crypto mining countries as well. What's the opportunity there in your mind?
It's like being the Switzerland of the 21st century. There's trillions of dollars of digital capital right now, but it's going to $200 trillion. So it's going to want to find a home. And so what are you looking for? You're looking for a favorable tax regime where it will be most favorably taxed. Second, you're looking for favorable regulation. Do they recognize the primacy of is Bitcoin a digital commodity? Is it recognized? The third thing you're looking for is institutional grade custodians. So is there a bank, right, in Emirates? Is there a bank in Kuwait? Is there a bank in Qatar? Is there a bank in the kingdom that will custody my Bitcoin that I trust, right? That has got a license from the government, that has the support of the government. I think you've got a world full of people. Say you're someone with money in Nigeria or Egypt or Brazil, and you don't trust your own government. You're going to convert your wealth to Bitcoin, and then the issue is what custodian you're going to send it to. You're going to want to send it to and bank with a bank where. So we have yet to see who will emerge as the digital Switzerland.
But you think it could be in the Middle East?
It could.
In the Gulf?
Yeah, it definitely could be.
Yeah.
It would be logical for them to do it.
Yeah.
If you have $100 billion, you can buy $100 billion of oil and bury it in the ground, or you could buy $100 billion of gold, or you could buy $100 billion of Bitcoin. But the $100 billion of Bitcoin is going to move at the speed of light and think at the speed of the most intelligent AI, and it's going to be a global asset, and you're going to be locked into the entire global economy. It's the most interesting, useful thing in the world. Why wouldn't you want to be the center of that economy?
What is the thing that keeps you up at night? What are you most concerned about?
I think about ways to get more Bitcoin. How do I buy more Bitcoin? We just announced this morning we bought $1.5 billion last week, and so at this point, our company has acquired $30 billion in the last 5 months or 4 months. So we're buying billions a week as fast as we can. So our corporate mission is we're securitizing the Bitcoin. What we're doing is we're issuing Bitcoin-backed equity, Bitcoin-backed convertible bonds, Bitcoin-backed preferred stocks, and we're bridging the traditional capital markets with the crypto economy. There's just a lot of work to be done there, a lot of investors to speak to, IPOs to be done, securities to be created, etc. So that's my primary focus day and night.
When you think about what happens next, and I'm talking about the long haul, in 100 years, in 150 years, when people look back, who do you think will be the most, or seen as the most influential figure or narrative? Is it Jesus Christ or Satoshi?
No, I think Satoshi marks the inflection point or the singularity where economics went from being an art to being a science. What Satoshi gave us was the theory of perfect money. And if you look at all economic writing and all monetary theory and all banking before Satoshi, we were all crippled by an imperfect commodity, gold. It was never perfect. It was always expensive. It was always inflationary. The 49ers crashed the gold market. Julius Caesar crashed the gold market. The Spanish, Armada crashed the gold market. So we've always had that problem, and then currencies have been collapsing 1,000 times. There's 1,000 examples of hyperinflation in history. So it wasn't until Satoshi that you had a perfect theory of money. And then we didn't know it would work, and then over the course of the next decade, Bitcoin spontaneously monetized. And so if you actually have perfect digital money or digital capital, you actually can form a theory of the economy that's scientific, that's based on mathematics and based on engineering principles. And you realize that everything before was just, superstitious garbage.
Yeah, so we're talking about Jesus Christ as something that is based on faith.
Yeah, well, the difference is, here are the similarities. The similarities are, religions or ideologies, and Christianity or Islam, they're both an ideology in search of economic immortality. An ideology in search of spiritual immortality is what I meant to say. Bitcoin is an ideology, but the objective is economic immortality.
Yeah.
So one of them is, how will my spirit go on forever? The other is, how will my economic energy, my money, go on forever? And they are protocols, there is ritual, but there's nothing faith. You don't have to take anything on faith. The truth is, you can see the cryptography, you can see the network running, you can test it, you can try to break it, you can use it. It is more akin to base 10 math, the English language, electricity, fire. It's a technology, the internet, it's a technology protocol. Or I tell you, we figured out how to send, radio waves, and we can speak to each other from thousands of miles away, and you think that's magic. But the point is, you don't have to take it on faith. It is technology. It will change the world. And Bitcoin is a monetary technology. It's an ideology that spawns a protocol that creates an asset that is circulating on a network, and everybody can choose to interact with it, as they wish. But I'll give you this one observation, which is, it's the closest thing to a monetary union. As the rich and the powerful join the union, they get more powerful and they get richer. And so the more people that join the network, the more powerful the network becomes, and the more people in the network become. And you can see how this builds up force, and it's a self-perpetuating viral phenomena. So it's kind of, at this point, I believe, unstoppable. And I would invite people to study it and figure out how they can best benefit from that phenomena.
How do you defend yourself from those who would say that MicroStrategies is a Ponzi scheme?
Well, we're a company that's acquiring an asset in the same way that a real estate development company, a REIT, is acquiring an asset. So we can point to the 500,000 Bitcoin we own. It's verifiable. You can see it. It's about 2.6% of the network, in the same way that a REIT would point to owning 2.6% of Manhattan, right? The asset is there. What we're doing is we're issuing securities to buy more of it. So the REIT issues equity or debt instruments to buy more land. We issue debt instruments or equity to buy more Bitcoin.
Bother you, that narrative?
I think there's a lot of people struggling to figure out what is Bitcoin, and then what is a Bitcoin treasury company, what is a public company that buys it. But I imagine 100 years ago, if you're building a company based on electricity, people would wonder, is it real or not real? I think the internet companies had the same thing. It's like, what's there? Yeah. It's an explosive new technology. It's a paradigm shift. Generally, with paradigm shifts, it takes an entire generation. The old guard has to die. The youth, the new generation, adopts the paradigm. It becomes very natural for them. But it's criticized by the old guard. Like rock and roll was criticized by classical musicians. Electricity was criticized by the people with the steam engines. The automobile industry was criticized by the horse and buggy people. As like aircraft industry was criticized. All of those industries are always criticized. You have to fight through the criticism by being cheerful and constructive and educating the market. And over time, over a 10 to 30 year time frame, what seemed to be scary and dangerous and spooky just becomes normal. In the English language, we have the word shock. It means getting too close to electricity. We have the word burned. It means getting too close to fire. And yet we have the General Electric Corporation in New York City is based on electricity. Turn the electricity off, the city dies. And Henry Ford took the fire, put it into an engine, put it in a car, created the entire automobile industry. So engineers are harnessing something that's explosive, dangerous, incendiary, nitro, crypto. But at the end of the day, if you want your company to live forever, you need to put a crypto engine in it. If you want your car to drive forever, you need to put an atomic motor into it. And of course, there are going to be people that are going to be afraid of both. but it is the future. I'm optimistic over time that people will embrace it because for the most part, people want to keep their money and they want to be rich and they want to be powerful. Why wouldn't you want to be rich and powerful? There are nations that didn't embrace nuclear power. They don't embrace nuclear weapons, but they're not the ones that win the wars.
So you've been in trouble with the SEC before. You had to pay a fine. What do you say to people who say, why should we trust him now?
There's 100,000 pages of SEC filings that they can look at if they want to understand what the company does. You know, we're a public company.
So you make no apologies.
For what?
Do you think that there is, as you say, a misperception of Bitcoin, a misperception of what digital currencies are, that frankly is holding back the industry, is holding back people from coming to a point where they are using them more?
Well, I think the conventional financial establishment doesn't really appreciate the power of digital capital. But But it doesn't matter because you don't need to convince everybody, you just need to convince anybody. So, no, I wouldn't say it's being held back. It's the fastest growing thing in the world for the past 15 years. Like Bitcoin is up 55% a year for the past 5 years, and the S&P is up 10. So if growing 5 times faster than the S&P index is failing, then we just keep failing up, right? I would say it's more like an economic shockwave. It's moving so fast that people can barely get out of the way.
How much do you sleep at night?
I sleep normal, just like everybody
Just normal,
else.
but you're not checking your Bitcoin?
No.
No.
Actually, it's not very... Once you get on the Bitcoin standard, you don't have to worry about these things. You realize there's 100,000 things you worry about if you own real estate or if you own equity, if you own stocks, if you own bonds, if you own currencies. I don't worry about any of those things. I don't have counterparty risk to a country, a currency, a company, a competitor, a culture, a creditor. None of those things exist for me. They just don't matter, right?
When they attack you, when you see these articles in the Financial Times, I mean, do they call you? Do they ask you for comment to counter the narrative? Does it upset you?
No, first of all, I don't even read the Times. Second of all, most mainstream media has missed out on this trend. And let me just give you some simple facts. The most successful stock in the S&P 500 universe is my stock, which is up 3x to 4x more than NVIDIA. Yeah. So NVIDIA is the most successful S&P company, but my company's 3x, 2,700% over 4 years or more. The most valuable options in the market are my options. It's like a $70 billion open interest. They're the most valuable stock options in the world. The company with the greatest open interest to market cap in the SP universe is my company. The company with the highest volatility in the S&P 500 universe is my company. The most successful convertible bonds in the market are my convertible bonds. The biggest convertible bond market issuer in the world is my company. The most valuable and the best performing bonds in the world are my bonds. The most successful preferred stock issued is my preferred. The most liquid one is my preferred. And the most successful commodity in the world is Bitcoin, the company that we're built on. So right now, the story is there's a new technology and there's a new financial paradigm. We have pioneered the idea of recapitalizing a publicly traded company on digital capital. If Bitcoin's going up 50% a year and the S&P is going up 10% a year and the after-tax return of a short-dated bond portfolio is 3%, then that means that someone capitalized on sovereign debt's losing 7 to 10% of their capital every year. Someone capitalized on Bitcoin is generating 40% more capital every single year. This is the story hasn't been told by the mainstream media. All they will do is look at this and say, oh, they're taking undue risk. Well, you know what? We have the highest Sharpe ratio. Our returns on a volatility adjusted basis are better. We're really not taking risk. That's the great irony of all of this. So I don't bother worrying about the critics. There are some people, like the S&P is up 10% a year. The entire endowment industry, managing every Ivy League endowment, generates 8% a year. That is, collectively, every money manager running every Ivy League portfolio is destroying 2% of their capital versus doing nothing and buying the S&P index. That's the conventional market. The number of hedge fund managers that beat the S&P last year, 4. The number that beat Bitcoin, 0. So, what are we worried about? We're not really worried about the criticism from the conventional business. The truth is, I don't know why anybody buys any of that stuff, right?
So when Jamie Dimon pushes back and says, you know, I don't like Bitcoin, I don't want to talk about crypto anymore, what's your reaction?
100 years ago, people didn't want to install electricity in their factory. 100 years ago, there were people afraid to fly, right? And so 70-year-old executives afraid to get in an airplane, and the year is 1930. What is your reaction? Okay, that's reasonable. His generation is afraid of airplanes. It's 1905, and you know, the manufacturing magnate with steam power in the middle of the factory is afraid to install electricity. Well, what's your reaction? Well, his generation didn't grow up with electricity.
So you're saying these folks are limited?
I'm just saying it's a generational thing. Warren Buffett grew up in a world of a set of assumptions. The dollar was reigning supreme, and U.S. equities were a reasonable bet, and his worldview consists of picking a bunch of equities in the United States, and that's a totally fine worldview as long as your portfolio isn't in Argentina. If you had diversified a portfolio of the best equities in Argentina, you would have lost 100% of all your money 3 times in his career. So the point really is, the world's full of people. They have a certain world that they live in. They think relative to that world, and if you think about their views make sense after 40 years or 50 years of success in that environment. I guess what I'm saying to you is, when you're on the Titanic and you've been on the Titanic for your entire career, and then it starts sinking, you have to abandon the Titanic, right? And a lot of people just want to shuffle deck chairs on the Titanic, but that's their view. They can't imagine a different world. For me, it's not that different. It's not that hard, because I can imagine relative frames of reference, right? We're not in flatland. We're on Earth. It's spinning while it's rotating around the sun, while the sun is transiting through the Milky Way, while the Milky Way is moving, you know, through the universe, right? And when you understand that, and you can see all the various relative motions, then it seems fairly straightforward. I think that most of the world is coming to grips with this new idea, and let me apologize for them. For 100 years, the only capital asset that a publicly traded company could legally hold on its balance sheet was sovereign debt.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much 50,000 public companies are all capitalized on sovereign debt, short-dated treasuries. And that's because the SEC 40 Act says you have to use a commodity. You cannot capitalize on securities. So that being the case, every commodity in the world before Bitcoin was garbage. Gold's an awful asset, but it's the best of the awful. The rest are worse, right? You wouldn't want to capitalize a company on soybeans or natural gas or barrels of oil for 100 years. And gold is not very easy. It's just too slow. You know, you can't easily trade it and move it around. So nobody really did. And so now we're waiting for one commodity that competes with currency, with fiat currency as a capital asset. You just got one. It's only been, institutionally adoptable for the past few years. It was really only in January of 2024 the SEC approved the spot ETFs, and before that point, a lot of people were worried that it would not be designated a commodity by the SEC. And it's only since the beginning of 2025 that the accounting industry has designated fair value accounting for it. So the regulatory treatment and the accounting treatment were keeping back a well-managed organization from capitalizing on it or using it. And even today, no major bank in the world will take $1 billion of your cash, buy $1 billion of Bitcoin, and hold it for you. And so the banking industry has been kept from banking this asset. And so if the regulators don't like it, if the accountants don't like it, if the banks don't like it, every successful, responsible businessman running a responsible institution would be afraid to endorse it because those three things are like third rails. But what happened is the SEC did make it a commodity. The White House reaffirmed that a few weeks ago when David Sachs said this is digital gold. The president told you. And the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, said, we believe in digital assets, and they've explicitly begun to give guidance to the FDIC, the OCC, and the Federal Reserve that they should encourage banks to handle Bitcoin. You saw those memos go out just last week. So we are in a sea change where something that was toxic and scary and incendiary to the world is now transitioning to being an institutional grade asset. I don't expect 60-something, 70-something executives that spent 40 years of their career learning a different thing in a different world to immediately embrace it, nor should you. But that doesn't change the truth of the matter, which is the White House has endorsed this as a commodity. They've endorsed it as the most valuable asset in the entire ecosystem. You know, the only thing the U.S. government won't sell are its nuclear weapons, its national parks, and its Bitcoin, right? Think about that for a second. That's the President of the United States saying, don't sell your Bitcoin, right? That's David Sachs saying, this is the only asset without an issuer that we recognize. And between them and the Secretary of Treasury saying it's okay for banks to custody this stuff, it's pretty clear that we've moved into year one of institutional adoption. These banks are bureaucratic institutions and they're conservative, and if they weren't conservative and careful, they would have got blown up by now. So they will take their time, and over 4 years, you'll start to see them embrace it. But, you know, it's what I said today online. I said, look, when the banks bless Bitcoin and when the experts tell you it's a good idea, everybody will want to buy it, nobody will need to sell it, and you won't be able to afford it. So if you're waiting for the risk all to be stripped away and for someone richer and powerfuler and stupider than you to tell you it's okay, you'll wait, you'll pay $10 million of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right now, you get a 99% discount because you have to do a little bit of research and come to your own conclusion.
So what is your outlook? 6 months, where will Bitcoin be?
Higher.
Higher? How much higher? Give me a number.
I don't have, look, I don't have short-term forecasts, and I think that anybody that's holding it for 6 months is thinking wrong. I think the shortest time frame that you should have for buying and holding Bitcoin is 4 years. 10 years is more reasonable. Forever is the best time frame. My forecast is, and I gave this last July, and I've been pretty consistent here, is Bitcoin's been about a 60% ARR asset with a 60 vol for the past 4 years. It has consistently over its life, it has decelerated in growth and it has become less volatile. And if you look at the S&P as like a 15 ARR, 15 vol, like the VIX is 15 vol to 15 ARR, you have conventional equity here, which is 100x as much, and then you have Bitcoin. Bitcoin is going to decelerate from 60 to 55 to 50 to 45 to 40 to 35 to 30 to 25 to 20 over 20 years. And 20 years out, in the year 2045, it'll be about 20% growing. And the volatility will come in from 60 vol to 20 vol the same way as the structures develop and as liquidity develops. And When we get to the back end of that, I think that the equity portfolios will probably be like 12 ARR, 12 vol, or 15. Bitcoin's always going to be a bit more volatile, and it's always going to be higher performance because it's more useful, because it has all of the guardrails stripped off it. Because on Saturday morning, if there's news in Singapore, someone can go long 50x and cross-collateralize it with their yo-yo coin. And there's no one to say you can't do it. And if they turn out to be wrong, somebody goes short 25x and they wipe them out. But the point of that is that generates volatility. That volatility creates a natural interest and a natural interest rate. Like you can hold a share of my stock, MSTR, and you can generate 100 to 150% interest just selling that volatility. If that's what you want, think of that as the magnetic field for capital. It attracts capital into the network. And as we attract that capital, that drives up the price of the asset because there's only 21 million Bitcoin. So the network is growing because it's interesting, because it's useful, because it's global, because in theory 400 million companies can all trade and settle with each other peer-to-peer with no intermediary, because there's nobody to tell the entrepreneur in Nigeria, don't do that. Everybody can do that. And so I think that we can expect high performance, high volatility, but it will mature. And you know, if you have long-term capital, if you have a portfolio of long-term capital, stuff you're going to hold for 4 years or longer, probably a lot of it is private equity, public equity, or real estate or collectibles right now. What I would say to the normal investor is take some portion of that long-term capital portfolio and allocate that to digital capital. You're buying the world's premier global monetary asset.
Michael Saylor, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Chaotic or commanding, reprehensible or revolutionary. Love him or hate him, Donald Trump has had a very consequential 3 months in office. From domestic departments to international partnerships and trade, nothing has been off limits. We'll ask our panel to assess President Trump's first 100 days here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. If there's one thing the 47th president loves more than tariffs, it's making bold statements.
The golden age of America begins right now.
I love you. I respect you. There's nobody I respect more. You're going to do a fantastic job.
I call it a lot of different names, but it's really, in a sense, it's a rebirth of a country. It's great. It's going to be legendary. You watch. Legendary in a positive way, I have to say.
America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before.
Easy to say, but harder to execute and even more difficult to measure. One major opinion poll has his approval rating at just 40%, down 7 percentage points from February and the lowest of any recent president. And another has him averaging about 45%, a historic presidential low, second only to his first term in office. However, his supporters are adamant he's on track to reshape America. During his first 100 days in office, he's threatened to take Greenland by force, seize control of the Panama Canal, annex Canada. He's gutted the civil service and shuttered government departments, pardoned or commuted the sentence of convicted January 6 rioters. He's conducted mass deportations, upended US foreign policy, and taken a blowtorch to the global trading system. Oh, and let's not forget this big one, making America's showers great again.
In my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous.
The president has certainly been busy. Today on Counterpoints, we'll ask if America is better today than it was 100 days ago, and how the president has reshaped America's image on the world stage. Stay with us. Today on Counterpoints, we have a special one-on-one interview for you to discuss President Trump's remarkably high-paced first 100 days in office and to analyse his administration's impact both at home and abroad. I'm joined by Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism. Thanks for being with us here on Counterpoints. Dr. Gorka, first of all, I want to start with your assessment of President Trump's first 100 days. Give us a sense of what you feel are the direct, tangible improvements Americans should be feeling to their lives after this first period in government.
Well, there's so many things to discuss, Melinda, in general that affect all Americans positively. I think the most obvious one is the reassertion of national sovereignty. After 4 years of the Biden-Harris regime, we simply did not have national borders. We had between 12 and 20 million illegals let into this country, which was a threat to the survival of the nation. That ended at 1201 with the likes of Tom Homan coming in as the border czar, Stephen Miller as the Homeland Security Advisor, Governor Noem as the Secretary of Homeland Security. You've seen the incredible results. We have a more than 95% diminution of illegal traffic across the border, and we have deported hundreds of thousands of rapists, murderers, fentanyl smugglers back to the countries they came from after we designated 6 cartels and 2 gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. So the first things first, we have a country again and we're exercising sovereignty. On top of that, after decades and decades of being treated like the world's piggy bank, with the tariff regime the president launched just a few weeks ago, we are resetting the global economy so that we will not be exploited and we will not countenance punitive tariffs against U.S. products or countries like China exploiting and perverting the international trading system. I could go on and on and on with various broader issues, but if it comes to my portfolio in the National Security Council, working for Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor and in charge of counterterrorism, there as well, we have seen a 180-degree turnaround. For 4 years, Our enemies were coddled. Billions of dollars were given to Iran. Jihadis were allowed to plot against U.S. citizens and our friends and allies. That's all changed.
Okay.
I can report to you that in the last 100 days, we have terminated the lives of more than 70 high-value jihadi targets around the globe, including from Al-Qaeda and ISIS. So if you are planning to do harm to Americans, or if you have the blood of Americans on your hands, we will find you, we will kill you, or we will bring you to justice in a court here in the United States.
So people obviously, as you say, are feeling more secure in their homeland. How do you explain then the poor polling numbers that the president has been receiving in a variety of different surveys with regards to his first 100 days?
I don't respond to them because they're garbage. These are the same pollsters that told us Hillary Clinton was going to win in 2016 and that Kamala Harris was going to win in November. I couldn't care less what the cretins who gave us the lies about the general election polling during those elections are saying now. I live in the real world, and when 80% of Americans want illegals deported, that's why we're here in the White House. So I'm not interested in fake news polling from left-wing organizations who hate the president.
Well, one thing that is real news, according to the president, is the number of countries that are now lining up to make a deal with the US about tariffs. The president has promised to make America wealthy again and bring manufacturing back home. But despite all this tough talk, especially towards China, the White House has announced further tariff relief exemptions. So are the tariffs working, and has China come knocking? Is it one of the countries lining up to do a deal?
Well, I think you answered your own question. Look, I work on the National Security Council, but I pity my colleagues on the National Economics Council because now they are having to manage this massive Excel spreadsheet, as you mentioned, over 100 heads of state, over 100 governments who are saying, oops, sorry, we penalized American manufacturing for decades. We don't want to be tariffed at 20% or 30%. Can we come to some agreement? So, yes, at the end of the day, President Trump is finally resetting the balance for the global economy. And if you are a wise nation, you will ask for a negotiated settlement when it comes to your tariff.
But the country at the top of the president's list was China. It's the big concern he has. Has China come knocking for a deal?
Look, I'm not going to get into the inside communications between the National Economics Council and Beijing, but let me guarantee for you one thing. Sooner or later, China will have to come knocking. Why? Because we are their greatest customer and their economy cannot survive with us. It's really that simple.
Sounds like they haven't come knocking yet then.
As I said once more, I am not going to divulge the internal communications of the National Economics Council.
Amazon has denied plans that they intended to display the additional costs of tariffs on the products on their site. Something the White House has called a hostile act. If the president is so pro-transparency and is so convinced that tariffs are a good idea, then wouldn't this have been a welcome move?
We know what Amazon is doing. We know the real political proclivities of the owners of Amazon. So we're not interested in stunts. We're interested in protecting the interests of the American customer. But more importantly than the American customer, we are here to protect the American worker, the individual whose jobs have been outsourced to China, to Mexico, to all over the planet in an incredibly reckless fashion by both political parties. So we're not playing silly games on the internet. We are here to bring manufacturing back to the United States.
We're about to come to security shortly, but I just want to press you on one thing. You said we know what Amazon was trying to do. What were they trying to do?
So what's the question?
What was Amazon trying to do? You said we know what Amazon was trying to do. I just would like you to clarify that.
Acting as a political actor. Look, can we stick to national security? I'm not really here to answer questions about Amazon.com. I'm in charge of counterterrorism. So if you want to talk about national security, foreign policy, then you've got the right guest. Otherwise, get somebody from another part of government.
Okay, well, I guess security all relies on borders. Canada's Conservatives just across the border have lost a federal election despite being considered a shoo-in just months ago. And they're blaming the surprise success of the Liberals on President Trump's threats and pressure to annex Canada, saying that that felt like a security threat to them. What do you make of the election result and of Mr. Carney's victory?
I think it's a really poor show when somebody fails in their country politically and then points to somebody else in another country. We don't do that here in America. You are measured by whether or not you were convincing to the constituents of your country. So I would suggest one thing: look in the mirror.
President Trump, let's go to security now. President Trump had promised that he could end the war in Ukraine in one day. But 100 days later, the fighting continues and Ukraine has just rejected the latest US ceasefire proposal. Do you think that Kyiv is going to have to accept certain concessions if it wants these peace talks to continue?
Both sides will. That's the nature of the beast. And I think we've made it very clear from the White House, as has not just the president, but the national security advisor, Mike Waltz, that we are at a level of frustration when it comes to both Moscow and Kiev, and they need to come back to the negotiating table. That's why we saw that epochal photograph from the Vatican with the president and with Zelensky. There's only one question. Do you want what Mike Waltz correctly has called the meat grinder to stop? If you want to stop thousands of Russians and Ukrainians being killed every single week, then the only option is a deal brokered by President Trump. And I think we're closer to that than we've ever been.
What concessions does Russia need to make, though? Because even though publicly they're saying they're interested in negotiating, they continue to bomb Kyiv just as the US is trying to get everyone back to the table. So is Putin really playing the US for a bit of a fool here?
The same Putin whose troops we killed in mass numbers in Syria in the first Trump administration. I think you need to re-examine your recent history. President Trump is feared by leaders across the planet who do not act in ways that comport with representative government. He is a man not to be trifled with. Ask General Soleimani today if you could. You can't, because he's dead, because President Trump killed him on his way to meet the then Prime Minister of Iraq. So, no, there's only one man who's in control of those negotiations, and it's President Trump.
With respect to the command that President Trump has with regards to these negotiations, it doesn't seem like Russia fears the US because they haven't given any ground on the negotiating table. What would you like to see Russia accept?
I'm not going to undermine the president and the negotiations by giving you my expectations or what I'd like to see. That's not how it works. Behind closed doors, the representative of Kiev and the representative of Moscow will sit down with President Trump. And if you're interested in the bloodshed ending, then that's what you should be supporting. So I'm not going to second guess the president or talk about any of the stipulations that may or may not be happening behind closed doors, because that would be the height of irresponsibility.
All right, let's stay with Russia. Russia's SVR intelligence service a few weeks ago published an official statement saying Eurofascism is a common enemy of Moscow and Washington. What do you make of this push by Russia? Is it trying to form an anti-European alliance of some kind with the US?
I'm really not interested in threat assessments from what is the inheritor organization to the KGB. If you know my family background, my parents were persecuted under a communist regime before they managed to escape to the West. So whether it's the SVR or whether it's the FSB, I'm interested in what the American intelligence services, our friends and our allies see as the threats to Western civilization, not some descendant of the KGB.
Back home, President Trump is facing some legal hurdles to enact his agenda and his policies. But recently, the FBI arrested Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Hannah Duggan for allegedly helping an undocumented migrant avoid federal immigration enforcement. What kind of message do you think or do you hope that this is sending?
Well, we've heard from the other side of the aisle for nigh on 8 years now that no one is above the law. Well, we actually believe in that. No one is above the law, whether you're an elected official or whether you're a black-robed judge in a court. If you are aiding and abetting an illegal immigrant, according to U.S. statute, that is a felony crime, and you will be adjudicated as such. You will be arrested, you will be arraigned, and you will be judged in front of a jury of your peers if you are committing a felony that is in contravention of federal code. And it really is that simple.
Donald Trump has demonstrated that he can't be underestimated, despite all the challenges and the hurdles that may have been thrown his way. What are your thoughts on what we can expect from him and his administration in just the next year ahead? Let's focus specifically on that. 2025, what are the headlines that he wants to achieve?
In the next 12 months, there will be a cessation of hostilities on the Eurasian continent. The fighting will end in Ukraine, God willing. There will be a continuation, round 2 of the Abraham Accords in the Middle East. Beyond that, we will see the revivification of everything that we did during the first Trump administration, and add to that a complete reordering of the global trade system, in addition to or including freedom of maritime transit off the coast of Yemen through the Red Sea into the Suez Canal, which is essential for the economies of all the world's leading nations. So those are the big muscle movements. Beyond that, we will see such a prosperity and period of growth for the United States and her friends and allies, the likes of which we've never seen before. So as the president said, it's a dawn of a golden new era. It is the renaissance of America. And if you're a friend of America, you will enjoy that along with us.
You mentioned the Abraham Accords, so I just want to ask you a quick question on that. Has there been any expression of interest from other parties across the region to renew, to boost, to expand this? Anything bubbling on the horizon?
There are. They're not ones I can talk at liberty, but
give us a tidbit. Come on, Dr. Gorka, give us something.
Sorry, I can't. That's Mr. Witkoff's mandate, our special envoy. Now we have the incredible Governor Huckabee as our newly installed ambassador in Jerusalem. So together, along with Secretary Rubio and the president himself, you will see new nations added to the Abraham Accords. It is a very, very exciting time for the Middle East.
We know, well, we believe that President Trump may be visiting the region in a couple of weeks, mid-May. Could we be getting an announcement at that time, do you think?
There are multiple announcements that we are preparing to make, especially with regards to the nations that the president will be visiting. But again, do not expect me, a deputy to the president, to tell you what the president will be announcing during his historic return to the Middle East.
All right, I understand your point on that one. One final question before we let you go, Dr. Gorka. Huge potential for devastating conflict between India and Pakistan as we see tensions flare again along that Kashmir border. Your concerns directly about that conflict, and how do you think it can be brought back down to a more reasonable situation?
Yeah, sadly, this is a region of tension and conflict for some time now. We hope cooler heads will prevail. We had an amazing visit by the Vice President recently to India. I'm very grateful myself, along with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, for what Pakistan did to help us detain and bring back to America Shadi Fuller, the architect of the Abbey Gate mass murder of U.S. servicemen and women in Kabul. So we would like to see that the good relations between Washington and India and Washington and Islamabad translate into healthier relations between the two nations themselves. We are working on that, because I do think on the serious big issues, we have values, we have common interests, and so we will be working to help those countries de-escalate the tensions along that region.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Deputy Assistant to the US President and the Senior Director for Counterterrorism. Thanks for joining us on Counterpoints.
Thank you. God bless.
Well, let's bring in our panel now. Joining us to evaluate the President's first 100 days is Greg Swenson, Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK and co-founder of the Hamilton Society, and David K. Johnston, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and author of The Big Cheat: How Donald Trump Fleeced America and Enriched Himself and His Family. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us on Counterpoints. President Trump was elected on a promise to radically reshape America. We've seen a record number of executive orders signed in his first 100 days, and his supporters say he's done more to fix the country's problems than any other leader. David Kay, let me ask you first. Is America better today than it was 100 days ago?
Oh, no, we are much, much worse off. And I don't accept the premise you articulated about radical change to the country. He ran on promising lower food prices, lower gasoline prices, lower egg prices, lower housing prices, and he would solve the war in Ukraine in a single day. He would also shut down the border. On that, he's been quite successful. We just had the smallest number of unauthorized border crossings ever recorded, about 7,200 people at the southern border. But on the other things, no. Stock market is down. We have thrown large numbers of people out of work. The government is radically cutting back on food safety inspection. The U.S. has much higher foodborne illness rates than other well-developed countries. We have reduced our efforts to fend off cybersecurity attacks by hostile powers like the Iranians and the Russians. And we have turned Canada, a pretty much lapdog ally of the U.S., into a country led by a man just elected as prime minister who says that the U.S. is now a hostile power.
Inflation, though, has started to fall. That was a big issue. The latest reading from the Consumer Price Index shows it's cooling to about 2.4% in March from 2.8%. So that's a good sign?
Yes, but that inherently can't last if we have the tariffs. A tariff is essentially a protectionist measure that operates like a sales tax, a national retail sales tax. And the estimates are that new car prices will go up about $6,000 a car. And many other products, because of the flat 10% rates, are going to go up. So I think you're going to see inflation rise going forward. And by the way, the big Wall Street firms are all saying there's a very high chance of a recession going forward. The academic economists are saying similar things. So I think there's fairly broad agreement that Trump's approach in terms of the economy is not working, and in terms of geopolitical strategy, it's not working. And by the way, one more element in this, we've stopped almost all humanitarian aid. We were giving antiviral drugs to people to control the MERS virus, which killed every third person infected, the Marburg virus, which is almost as lethal, HIV or AIDS viruses. Sooner or later, probably sooner, those pernicious viruses will get onto jetliners and begin hopscotching around the planet. So that will impose further costs.
Greg, let me ask you to respond to what David Kay has been saying. Not a great picture painted by David Kay of his assessment of the first 100 days. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see some pushback from the left or from media as well as from the university crowd. I mean, those are institutions that have been really crowded with progressive left, philosophy. And so, the rest of the country is looking at, or much of the country is looking at, the great success at the border. The deportations are polling around 70. The economy, of course, will take some time. I don't really give President Trump credit for the lower inflation numbers because he's only been in office for 3 months. Typically, economic policy takes 10 or 12 months to really flow through to the economic outcomes. But it's looking at his first term, where his economic outcomes were phenomenal. I'm quite confident that the combination of fixing what's wrong with free and unfair trade, making it free, making it fair, combined with tax reform and deregulation, which works so well in his first term, you'll see some fantastic economic outcomes. I think that the trend right now is to worry about tariffs as inflationary. Well, a few things. One is, if they were so inflationary, why do the other countries that we trade with use tariffs? I don't see a rampant inflation problem in Germany or in China. In fact, China is suffering from deflation. You'll also see a liberation. We've already seen it just in the first 100 days, a liberation of the energy sector. That flows through to just about every part of the economy. Right now, Europeans are paying 4 or 5 times more for energy to run their businesses than American businesses do. But you'll see that improve even more for us and for the world as prices come down because of U.S. production. And of course, the Biden administration was so hostile to the energy sector. That was another cause of the inflation during the Biden years. And then, of course, you have the defense, the Pentagon returning to lethality and meritocracy. You've seen the Europeans step up in terms of their commitment to defense spending. And then, of course, you have the cultural issues, which poll really well. So Americans, the Democrats and the left are really dying on the Hill for these so-called 80-20 issues. And the president has been very, very clear about ending DEI and returning to meritocracy. It's kind of a cultural, and a common sense revolution in many ways. So far, so good on those topics and those issues. And you'll see the economic policies really take effect over the next 6 or 12 months.
David Kay, what do you make of that? Is Democrats or the left dying on a hill of issues that are insignificant?
Well, and I'm not a Democrat. I think the Democrats have never learned how to market and how to reach out to people in a visceral way. Donald is the greatest con artist by far in the history of the world. And in the whole 37 years I've covered him, one of the things I've always been impressed by is his ability to capture visceral issues and connect with people. I mean, he's really good at that. And I admire his skill at that. But on some of the other points, this isn't ending DEI, which, by the way, stood for equality. It is removing people. They have removed, for example, all the images on the internet at the Pentagon that have to do with black and women soldiers, Asian soldiers, indigenous soldiers. Even the picture of the Enola Gay, the bomber that dropped the atom bomb on Hiroshima, was removed from the Pentagon website as part of this anti-DEI movement. Enola Gay was the name of the pilot Paul Tibbetts' mother. We have seen in this administration a serious attack on the universities. Keep this in mind. More than half the growth in the American economy since World War II is the result of taxpayer investments in the kind of basic science done at universities, like the one that I teach at. The administration has shut down, in the middle of the research, huge cancer studies that were very promising. Alzheimer's and other studies, just shut them down. And DOGE, a non-government agency, a fictional agency that's been allowed to rummage around in government computer systems, said they were going to cut spending by $2 trillion. Well, by their own account, it's $150 billion, nowhere close to the higher number. And the New York Times, by examining how much will have to be paid to settle with people being discharged in contracts, points out the savings so far come to about $15 billion, which is quite literally the proverbial drop in the bucket. And the cost that will be imposed by what DOGE has done through people who will lose their Medicaid, that's the federal Poor People's Health Care Program, the veterans who are going to be turned away or unable to get the drugs that they need and the services they need, those costs are going to far exceed the damage done by Elon Musk and his bros.
Greg, is Donald Trump the greatest con artist that we've seen in modern times?
I know David's been through that before on this program. Look, there's obviously people who don't like the president, people who, and even those who don't like him, miss the peace and prosperity of the first term. And I have every confidence that that will return. But again, this is a common sense revolution. I mean, I don't know that a lot of people would disagree with fixing the border. I don't know that people would disagree with improving government efficiency. The same people that complain about DOGE also complain that they've only got $150 billion in savings so far. It's going to be a long process. This is a bureaucracy that has grown for the last 100 years, or at least 90 since FDR, to unsustainable levels. We have $36 trillion in debt. 11 or 12 trillion of that came just in the last 4 years of the Biden administration. So, the president just didn't necessarily run as a spending cutter, but I think it's absolutely necessary in order to someday get to a balanced budget. But more importantly, the current debt trajectory is unsustainable. We're paying $1 trillion just in debt service. That's more than we spend on defense. It's more than we spend on Medicare. This is, or Medicaid, sorry. This is a really difficult time. So, you might like all these government programs that feel good, that look good, but they're unsustainable. So they're cutting out a lot of waste and fraud. They're cutting out things that are unnecessary. They're keeping the things that are necessary. They're moving some of these aid programs, from AID to other departments if it's critical. But they're cutting out the really obscene waste of taxpayer money. People are frustrated with it, and they've had enough. So I think that this is long overdue. It will actually help with the economy by stopping the crowding out of taxpayer money going into government spending, and put it back in the private sector where it belongs.
David Kay, I can see you grinning there. What would you like to remark?
Well, this goes into my principal area of expertise, which is taxation, for which I've known all over the world. First of all, if you're concerned about the debt, and we all should be, why would you want to increase tax cuts for the wealthiest people in America who now pay lower tax rates? Billionaires in America pay lower tax rates than I do as an author and university professor. Why would you want to eliminate those programs in scientific research that extend and improve the quality of lives and make the economy more efficient? Now, Donald and his minions have repeatedly said they've uncovered all this fraud, waste, and abuse. Really? Where are the indictments? Where are the investigations going on into this supposed fraud, waste, and abuse? Donald, immediately when he came in, got rid of almost all the inspectors general. Those are internal watchdogs created by Congress about 50 years ago. In the case of AID, the U.S. humanitarian foreign aid program, it's been 20 years since they found anything significant. And that's a very good inspector general. I read lots of inspector general reports, and many of the inspector general's reports now, we have cleaned up the government so well that they're like reading an investigation in a Norwegian newspaper. There's almost no corruption in Norway, and so little things get blown up. But most importantly, if our problem is one of debt, then we should be lifting taxes on people at my level and above. And that's not what is being planned. It's cuts. And why would you cut health care for the poor? Because it's been the long-term goal of the Republicans they've argued for years, just what Greg said. There isn't enough private capital. People aren't investing enough. How are they going to get that money? Well, they take it from children, the disabled, the elderly, people who can't fight back. And we are not lacking for capital in this country to invest. And by the way, the economy under Donald Trump was not as Greg describes it. You can go look at the data. Under Joe Biden, we had 16 million jobs in 4 years. The economy's GDP growth was greater, and significantly, the pay data that Social Security counts up to the penny for every American, the lower half of workers, the bottom 50%, for the first time in more than 30 years, their pay grew faster than the pay of people at the very top. Under Biden, the number of workers paid $100 million, $50 million a year or more fell by about half. But workers making below the median pay of about $40,000, their pay grew 20% faster than the top group. So Biden really improved the economy for working people. Trump's economy has been great for the very wealthiest, a handful of whom have more wealth now than the bottom 50% of Americans.
Mm-hmm. Greg, before we move on to international issues, let me give you the right of reply on that.
Yeah, look, the Trump economy in 2019, after the tax cuts and deregulation took effect, was not only fantastic for wage growth for Main Street, it was better for the lower decile, the lower quartile, the lower half of earners. So this is a myth that this was tax cuts for the rich. The U.S. tax system is one of the most progressive in the world. The wealthiest people pay the majority, the great majority of the taxes. And so this is Trump, let's face it, he's working for the bottom half of the country. 10% of the people own 88% of the equities. He's not worried about the stock market. He's worried about Main Street. And so what you saw in the Biden years, there was top line wage growth. It was net, but in real terms, in inflation adjusted terms, wages were down 3% in the Biden years. They were up 8% in real terms in the Trump years. In the Obama years prior to Trump, they were up 4% in 8 years. So 4 times the rate, 2% a year versus 0.5% a year for Obama. And then, of course, with Biden, it was negative. So this idea that Biden passed along a great economy is a complete myth. It was entirely subsidized by the government. It was a sugar high from ridiculous and reckless government spending. 63% of the jobs created were government and healthcare is essentially government. So this argument that Biden, passed along a great economy is even worse than the argument that Obama passed along a great economy. It was great for the stock market, yes. It was horrendous for working people.
Let's move on to more broader perspective and onto foreign affairs. President Trump said he would resolve the war in Ukraine on day one. That hasn't happened, but he says he has done more than his predecessor to reach a peace deal. So, Greg, let me ask you, has President Trump delivered on his promise to be a global peacemaker?
Well, he's delivered on the promise of being a global peacemaker. He's an anti-war president. He's very much a supporter of peace through strength and deterrence, and he used deterrence quite well in his first term. The problem is right now, the wild card here is Putin and Russia. So was the president a bit too optimistic about 24 hours? Of course, he's an optimist, but that we don't have that outcome yet. We'll see. It's very important for the president to cut back on the spending, make sure there's no risk of boots on the ground. He's actually done a great job in getting the Europeans to step up. He tried that in his first term. It didn't really work, but he's trying it again. And I think you're seeing a more serious commitment from the Europeans to increase defense and security spending. So from a long-term perspective, this is so far so good. Unfortunately, he inherited a really difficult conflict in Ukraine. But remember, in his first term, he sent lethal weapons to Kyiv. He called out Putin for the 1999 killings of his own people. Both, Bush, Obama, and Clinton all knew that. They had the same information, but they thought it would be offensive to challenge Putin on that. He had 300 Russian mercenaries killed in Syria in that conflict. You know, he was very aggressive against Putin in his first term, but he's inheriting a different situation right now. And I think he's got to, you know, at least consider that that the best outcome here is to stop the killing and end this conflict. I don't think everyone's going to be happy at whatever that resolution is. I don't think both sides are going to be happy here, but I think it's important for this president to end the war as quickly as possible.
David Kay, let me ask you. I mean, we have heard just almost in the past week the president say that he's willing to authorise military action against Iran if it doesn't come back to the table for a nuclear deal. So what do you make of what Greg says, that this is an anti-war president?
Donald's not an anti-war president. He's just spent $500 million dropping bombs on the Houthis that's had no measurable effect on what they're up to. Donald has proposed peace entirely on the terms of the Kremlin. He gave a tongue lashing to Zelensky. He's repeatedly spoken Kremlin talking points, especially that Zelensky and the Ukrainians started the war, which is obviously ridiculous. Even more important, under Donald, we have stopped interdicting cybersecurity attacks. I mean, every day, tens of thousands of efforts are made by Iran, Russia, North Korea, China to get into our national security computers, our Pentagon computers, and we've stopped our efforts to contradict that, which is putting the entire U.S. in danger. Proposing to bomb Iran, which has apparently, by every account I've read, done a terrific job from its perspective of locating its nuclear research deep underground where even bunker buster bombs would not be effective, is not getting peace here. You want peace with the Iranians, who were our allies until 1954 when we overthrew the democratically elected government in Iran, then you undertake a serious diplomacy effort in which you may well have to back away from the Saudis. The Saudis are very afraid of the Iranians. It reflects the basic fundamental split between Shias and Sunnis. Mm-hmm. Donald has no understanding of that. If we could sit Donald down and say, would you tell us as President of the United States the difference between I'm sorry, I'm being tongue-tied, a Sunni and a Shia and why it's important? Donald couldn't tell you that. He has not a clue. This is a man who didn't know what happened at Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, who thought Finland was an oblast, a state, essentially, or province of Russia, who thought Frederick Douglass, who's buried a few miles from my house, was still alive 130 years after he was put in the ground.
Right.
I mean, Donald is appallingly ignorant.
We're almost out of time, so Greg, let me throw it back to you and ask, America's standing on the world stage, how does it compare now than 100 days ago?
Oh, absolutely better. I mean, look at what poor President Biden was able to do. You know, he inherited peace and prosperity in early 21. First thing he did was try to crush the energy sector in the United States, which only helped Putin. It helped the mullahs, the regime in Iran. It helped Venezuela export oil at higher prices. And then he lifted the embargo that Trump had put on Iran, and that helped fund the proxies. It helped fund the Houthis, which have been marginalized by President Trump and the Defense Department. So contrary to David's comments. And so, you know, the Hamas and Hezbollah, all funded by Iran, all thanks to Joe Biden cutting back on the sanctions. It emboldened Putin. We were essentially funding both sides of the Ukraine war by sending money to the mullahs who were sending drones to Russia. This is something that, you know, in many respects, self-inflicted wounds. Again, President Trump was very hostile, using deterrence and emphasizing peace through strength in his first term. He does use military action, but he does it deliberately and quickly and effectively, not getting into, you know, long ground games and forever wars. So, you know, good for him. Right now, Europe is going to look stronger. It might not look strong right now, but it will as they increase defense and security, and as the U.S. pivots to Asia and to focus on our really only notable adversary, which is China.
David Kay, wrap us up. America's standing. Go ahead.
Well, I think America's standing has gone down in the world, and you can see that in surveys and polls all over the world. You can see it in the election results in Canada. And under Biden, and I was no big fan of Joe Biden, the U.S. became the world's leading oil producer. For every 5 barrels the Saudis produced, America produced 6. So the suggestion that Biden was hostile to the fossil fuel industry is just nonsense. Donald
fake news.
is hostile.
Absolutely fake news. It is true he was hostile to the energy sector. Absolutely was true. He only
That's why we became the biggest oil producer in the world, Greg.
Right after he drained the petroleum, after he drained the petroleum reserve to perform better in the midterms.
He didn't drain it. He took a little bit off, which caused prices to go down, and he bought it back at a profit. He bought it back at a profit of billions of dollars.
After 2 years of hostility, he finally capitulated. We'd be producing 3 million more barrels a day than we did under Biden. If he had not been hostile to the energy sector, he wouldn't do new leases. He wouldn't allow construction of LNG facilities. He shut down Keystone Pipeline. He shut down the sanctions on Nord Stream 2. So after Trump put the sanctions on,
the pipeline Donald shut down, by the way, he was saying would create thousands of jobs. Greg, the whole point of the pipeline is there are almost no jobs. There are almost no jobs. That's why we want pipelines. They're efficient.
Gentlemen, I would love for us to be able to continue because I appreciate how enthusiastic you both are about our topic today, but unfortunately we have to leave it there. We're out of time. I really appreciate your expertise and your analysis here on Counterpoints. We're joined there by David K. Johnston, journalist and author, and Greg Swenson, chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Thanks for joining us. And of course, thanks to you at home. You can catch all our Counterpoints debates by subscribing to the Al Arabiya English YouTube channel and following us on X and TikTok. I'm Melinda Nucifora. See you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Did you ever wonder what space travel does to the human body? I'm Joanne Soria, and I'm going to walk you through the answer to that question and what risks astronauts face, as well as the challenges that come with long-term missions beyond Earth's orbit.
2, 1, ignition, and liftoff. Go SpaceX, go NASA crew 10.
Our bodies evolved over millions of years to function perfectly on Earth. with its gravity, breathable air, and protection from cosmic radiation. Space, however, is a completely different environment, and changes begin to happen as soon as a person arrives in outer space. Here's what a lead flight surgeon has to say about this.
There's an adaptation phase that happens right away when you get up to space. The components of that are some motion disturbances that can lead to basically a kind of motion sickness in some people. And then the other factor is after that, or the process that your body undergoes to adapt to this new environment that doesn't have gravity in it.
Without gravity, radiation, protection, and natural environmental cues, astronauts experience a range of physiological and psychological changes that can impact their health. Unlike on Earth, where our atmosphere and magnetic field shield us from space radiation, astronauts are exposed to high-energy cosmic rays. This exposure can damage DNA, increase cancer risk, and affect the nervous and cardiovascular systems. In low Earth orbit, the Earth's magnetosphere provides some protection, but astronauts traveling beyond, say to the Moon or Mars, face much higher radiation doses. Long-term exposure could lead to neurodegenerative effects, immune system suppression, and accelerated aging. Just look at these before and after photos of Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who spent several months in outer space. So if you're worried about aging, I don't recommend a trip outside of planet Earth. And what about gravity? I know it might be cool to float in space, but gravity is crucial for how our bodies function. Gravity pulls fluids downward, and without it, bodily fluids shift toward the head, causing facial swelling and increased pressure inside the skull. This can lead to vision problems, a condition known as spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome, or SANS. Gravity also keeps our muscles and bones strong. Without it, astronauts experience bone density loss and muscle atrophy. Research has shown that astronauts lose about 2.1% of bone mineral density in their lower leg bones after a 6-month mission, and some never fully recover. Even the brain is affected. A 2023 study found that astronauts who spent at least 6 months in space experience expansion of the brain's cerebral ventricles, which could have unknown long-term effects. Then there's a toll on mental health. During long space missions, astronauts live in confined spaces with little social interaction and no exposure to nature, which can really affect their mental health. This isolation can lead to stress, sleep disturbances, mood disorders, and cognitive decline. So the longer the mission, the greater the risk. For example, astronauts traveling to Mars could spend years in deep space, facing extreme isolation and psychological effects of being millions of miles away from home. But the journey doesn't even end when the astronauts return. Recovery depends on how long they've been in space. For short missions, most effects reverse quickly. But the longer missions, some issues persist, and it can take months to regain full strength. According to Dr. Gilmore, most of the body systems recover in about 45 days.
And the body systems, most of them recover back to their baseline in that 45-day period. The one that takes a little bit longer is the bone and reabsorbing calcium that may have been lost. That can take onwards of a year, maybe a little bit longer sometimes, to regain the total amount of calcium back that might have been shed while they were in space.
Research from the 2021 Inspiration 4 mission found changes in brain, heart, muscle, and immune function after just 3 days in orbit. Another study in 2024 revealed that astronauts experience headaches more often than previously thought, with nearly all participants reporting them during long-duration missions. And despite decades of research, there's still so much we don't know about how space affects the human body. We don't fully understand how spaceflight impacts lung function, for example, or cognitive abilities, and long-term mental health. Mitochondrial dysfunction appears to play a key role in space-related health problems, but the exact mechanisms remain unclear. What about pregnancy or giving birth in space? One of the biggest unknowns is how space travel affects human reproduction. So far, most studies have been conducted on animals, like mice, but we have little data on how human fertility and embryonic development would be impacted in microgravity. If humans are to colonize space, we need to understand how spaceflight affects pregnancy and fetal development over generations. We now know about all these challenges that astronauts face in space, but scientists are working on ways to protect them. Scientists are developing mitochondrial-based countermeasures, improved exercise regimens, and enhanced shielding from radiation. And as space agencies and private companies push the boundaries of human spaceflight, understanding and mitigating these health risks will be crucial. Space exploration is one of humanity's greatest frontiers, but to conquer it, we must first learn how to protect the most important part of the mission, and that's the human body.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The US economy shrinks in the first quarter of 2025 as President Trump implores America to be patient and blames Biden. Pakistan says it has credible intelligence India will attack within days as tensions rise over Kashmir. And Vietnam celebrates 50 years since the end of the war with the United States. To our top story, and the US economy shrunk during the first quarter of 2025 as GDP slipped to 0.3%. It's a big blow to the Trump administration and is the weakest economic growth for the US since the first quarter of 2022. In the last few hours, the president has been holding a cabinet meeting with his leadership team. Let's see just what he had to say.
Core GDP, and this is, you probably saw some numbers today. And I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, this is quarterly numbers. And we came in, and I was very against everything that Biden was doing in terms of the economy, destroying our country in so many ways. Not only at the border was more obvious, but we took over his mess in so many different ways.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri-Pickett. Thank you so much for both joining me this evening. We just saw Donald Trump there. You know, is this, Michael, do you think, a beginning of a Trump session, which people are calling it, not a recession, Trump session? Or was the economy always in decline? Some economists are arguing it was overheated.
So I think it is the start of a Trump session, and it's all self-inflicted. You know, JP Morgan has come out and said there's now a 60% chance that there's going to be a recession before January. Those numbers, I think, are as a result 100% because of everything that Donald Trump has done in the first 100 days. The tariffs and the uncertainty that he's caused in the marketplace, this has really created instability. And this is what investors are looking for, and this is what they shy away from, is if there is instability, then they want nothing to do with it.
Market uncertainty is always something that does worry the big stocks. What's your thoughts, Jono?
In saying that there will be market instability, although that is true, we have been told that that's going to be the case. We do know that Trump has said, yes, we'll have a little bit of an unstable time, but it's all for the greater good. And we're seeing something that's now moving towards what he sees as the greater good. Now we're seeing the inward supply, or the inward influx of cash into the US. In fact, more in the first 100 days with $5.3 trillion US dollars versus that is less than what Biden achieved in 4 years. So Trump's press secretary is obviously saying that this is a big success and this is only the tip of the iceberg, as discussed by her. So it seems like we may be on the cusp of, yes, a bit of instability, but it's for the greater good, is what the administration is saying.
But I would say the administration is saying this, so of course, 100%, they can be trusted because there's no ulterior motive here. That's me being 100% sarcastic. I think that they have a real issue with sticking to the facts. And I think we see a lot of that in the first 100 days. And I think the press secretary is fantastic at her job, but she also knows who's paying her salary.
100%. She's a spin doctor. That is her job at the end of the day. But it's undeniable to say that there is still a $5.3 trillion versus Trump's first 100 days versus Biden's entire 4 years. So there's still been an influx of cash.
Yeah, no, there has been. And we have definitely seen that from a lot of global companies, because Trump's saying you've got to build in America. And this is something that he's really pushing. And we've heard this throughout the 100 days. But actually, earlier I spoke to former US Deputy Special Envoy Ellie Cohanen. Here's what she had to say about the impact of tariffs on the US economy.
The president campaigned here in the United States on bringing dramatic change to the country from what we were experiencing under the Biden administration. And so the American people have given him a huge mandate. And the administration was understanding, and I think they were expecting, that the economic policy, that the tariff policy that President Trump would institute would, perhaps have some moments of choppy waters for the American economy. But you have to understand that the president is trying to correct almost 60 years of economic policy, which has left middle-class Americans really suffering for the decisions of previous administrations. And so whatever temporary unease there might be in markets and other economic indicators right now, the expectation is that, again, we are resetting 60 years of failed policy, and the president is trying to create a stronger economic future for American children and grandchildren, and really for all of us as we head into a new economy with AI and other very highly unpredictable factors. So I think his call for patience is exactly right. And I know that the American people, again, have given him a strong mandate. So patience is in order. I think he will get slack from the American people as he tries to lead us to what will be the prosperity that he believes is waiting for the economy.
So there we are, Ellie speaking to me earlier, and she was saying that it's patience. So maybe something's going to change, Michael, and it's not going to take, that long. I don't know, but that's just what they are saying, and they're really making this point very clear.
So I think there would be no issue if there was a clear strategy that had been laid out from the beginning. We know from the campaign trail Donald Trump loves tariffs. He talked about it being one of his favorite words in the English language. Yeah. But there's no strategy. And we can see that during the 100 days, if we were to do a graph that talked about tariffs up and down, what he said, what he's retracted, what he's going to go forward with, what he'll reduce, it would just be, a zigzag line up and down. And that, I think, is what's worrying the market so much, is the lack of strategy. The other issue that I would have is that the United States is the most successful financially country in the world.
Yeah.
So what is it that has had to be corrected that's gone wrong so badly?
No, like you say, it is the biggest economy in the world, obviously China second. But, Jono, let's just move on to one other thing. I was looking at Donald Trump today, and he was sitting in this cabinet meeting. Gosh, it was hours long, And then he did that rally last night, of course, for the Trump 100. And that's what Donald Trump's amazing at, isn't it? It's drawing a crowd. It's just been an absolute show.
And it could go on even longer as well. And I think, and a lot of it, and we said this earlier, Michael, where a lot of it was, it's just the troops bigging up the Trump administration. And I guess that is what they're there to do. That is what they're paid to do in the first place. So a lot of it has been that, the pat yourself on the back, look at the great job that we're doing. But we can expect a lot more of this. And if you're going to take anything from the March 21st, the similar Invest in America sit-in, for want of a better word, that took place then, it could go on right through the night. There may be some positive benefits at the end of it. We saw IBM, Apple, TSMC have all pledging significant investments. The UAE, from the 21st of November, saying $1.4 trillion of an investment is in there as well. So there could be huge beneficial ramifications as a result of the fallout of this. It may go on through the night, but what would a Trump rally be if it didn't go on until the very, very early hours of the morning? I think the team behind there spend a lot of time patting themselves on the shoulders, and then there's a little bit of work that's done in between as well, and plenty of sound bites in the media tomorrow from everything that takes place through his great 100-day speech, which I don't recall there being one when Biden was in power, saying, let's have a party because we've been here for 100 days.
But I must say something, that the whole world has been focused on this 100 days. There's been podcasts about it. I think I've been talking about it a lot too, so I'm sure the audience will know that. But he also said that he had a call with Mark Carney, our resident Canadian here, Michael, and he said that Carney's going to visit the White House, and he said they're going to have a great friendship. So positive movements.
Well, that's what he says today. Let's see what he says tomorrow. But also, let's go back to what he said on Truth Social the day of the Canadian elections, which is it would all be so much better if Canada was the 51st state. So I think his mood, or what he says, changes with what his mood is, and it also changes with what's going on. There's another point that I want to make, which is that within a 24-hour period, there were two different speeches that were given. Mark Carney gave one, accepting victory, where he said that, with great humility, he would govern all Canadians, no matter who they voted for. And yet, in Trump's speech in Michigan, all he did was go after his predecessor. And this is what he's continuing to do, which is he's using the presidency as an opportunity for retribution. He goes after the law firms. He goes after the universities. He goes after immigrants. He goes after students. And it's an opportunity for him to go on the attack. And I think that when you have two diametrically opposed North American leaders who are saying something that's so different, I would love to be a fly on that wall. And I'm sure there will be press in that meeting, so we will see it. But it will, I think, be a true testament to the differences that exist between the Canadian Prime Minister and the American President.
I think, and I've said this yesterday on the show when we discussed, I think that Pierre and Mark will be great friends at the end of this, because Canadians you're the nicest people in the world. You guys don't have the ability, I think, to be stubborn about something. And I think that's why Mark Carney will say, well, you know what? He's reached out, he's extended the olive branch, so to speak, and he'll make that trip to the White House. Interesting to see that Trump is not going to go to Canada, however. He said, Mark Carney, you can come.
So many of them have come to the White House, haven't they? We've seen an influx. But just one other thing, just to wrap it up before we go. Mark Carney, in his election win, was doing a dance. I don't know if you saw it on the dance floor. It was pretty crazy. And then we also saw Donald Trump last night. What's all this dad dancing about with world leaders?
So Mark Carney's only a year older than me, so I'm not going to talk about men at that age dancing. But I do think that they both should not be dancing in public.
Oh, I love it.
I think it gives us great entertainment.
Yeah, it gives us great
joy.
Especially when Donald,
And I think this is and we said this with Mark Carney as well. You're now looking at who's effectively, he's a businessman, he's a banker who's now running Canada. We have a businessman who's running the United States of America and the leader of the free world, so to speak. But I think it seems that businessmen are just a little bit partial to a step or two on the floor for the cameras to play up to it a little bit.
Yeah.
I, for one, enjoyed it. I don't know how Canadians at large felt about Mark Carney taking to the floor.
I think it was a little bit one of those acceptably awkward moments where if your dad were to go out and do it, you go, fine, you roll your eyes, but you don't want to be anywhere near it.
Yeah, I rolled, but I enjoyed it.
I loved it. Yeah, I loved it. I was like, is Donald Trump inspiring the dad dancing? But anyway, we're going to move on, so stay right there and we'll be back with you shortly. Now, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has chaired a meeting of the top security officials in the country as tensions between New Delhi and Islamabad show no signs of abating. For the sixth consecutive day, the two sides exchanged gunfire along their de facto border. That's according to the Indian Army. Analysts warn an escalation does remain on the cards. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
Senior military officials of India and Pakistan have discussed cross-border firing. The Indian Army says it has cautioned Pakistan Army officials over what it calls unprovoked gunfire. Meanwhile, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has held back-to-back meetings in New Delhi with top officials in the country as the situation on the border remains tense. He is believed to have reviewed the overall security situation in the Jammu and Kashmir region. Now, this Cabinet Committee on Security has met for the second time since a terrorist attack claimed 26 lives in Kashmir. And many in New Delhi are seeing this as a sign of how severely volatile things are at the border. New Delhi blames Islamabad for backing the attackers who killed civilians in Kashmir's tourist town of Pahalgam. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi says that India will hunt the perpetrators and their backers down. Now, amid this sharp rhetoric from both sides of the border, Pakistan's information minister said on Wednesday that New Delhi could carry out a military strike by Thursday evening. Indian officials have not responded to these claims. The Prime Minister on Tuesday, however, had held a meeting with the chiefs of the three branches of the armed forces. And reports say that he has given the army full operational freedom to respond to the Kashmir attack. Security forces are in the meantime conducting raids in the Restive Valley to apprehend the perpetrators, but the attack has already dramatically worsened India-Pakistan ties. Both sides have downgraded their diplomatic ties and cancelled travellers' visas. New Delhi has also closed its only functional border with Pakistan and has threatened to hold back crucial river water that could strain supply for nearly all of Pakistan's population. Calling it an act of war, Islamabad says it will withdraw from the Simla Agreement. The pact, signed after a deadly war in 1972, is the basis of the de facto border between two countries. And analysts say that with tensions now rising once again, the possibility of New Delhi carrying out military strikes on Pakistani soil is more a question of when, not if. Pakistani media says Islamabad scrambled fighter jets on Wednesday to ward off Indian planes flying close to its airspace, but Indian officials have not confirmed these reports. Experts say a conflict between the nuclear neighbors could plunge the whole region into chaos. The two countries have already fought 4 wars since 1947 when they became independent. And though relations between them were never normal for a sustained period, they argue the brutality of the 22 April Pahalgam attack has worsened the situation. All eyes are now on India's next move as the international community, including the United Nations, is urging restraint. Ishan Garg, Al Arabiya News, New Delhi.
Now, the trial of a woman accused of murdering 3 of her relatives has begun in Australia. Erin Patterson allegedly served them a meal containing poisonous mushrooms. And while she admits to picking wild fungi, lying to the police and disposing of evidence, she says the tragedy was a terrible accident. Michael, let's start with you. This has absolutely gripped Australia, this story, and it's all around a beef Wellington. It sounds like something out of a film. Can you tell us more?
It does sound like something out of a film. And for me, the first thought was this will be a future CSI episode, if it hasn't already been one. I think every generation or so, there's a court case. We've had them in Canada. And I'm sure that they've happened in many countries around the world, that just grips the nation. And this is one of them. It has, I think, your average Australian family and a meal that's quite popular with in-laws. And there's so much drama that's been involved in it. The in-laws and an aunt show up. The ex-husband doesn't show up. He's the one that, it turns out, is fine. And then the one woman who doesn't get deathly ill is the one that's now accused of having killed 3 of them. It has the ingredients, pardon the pun, for a spectacular court case. And that's what we're seeing.
Oh, absolutely. Jono, you know, she's pleaded not guilty. What's her defence? And also, she was caught picking these death cap mushrooms, they're called?
Yeah, so there's many facets to this story, and like Michael said, there's already podcasts. There's already several podcasts that are out about this. We are, I'd say, months away from a Netflix special about this as well. It's gripped the nation. It's effectively a Typhoid Mary type story. I mean, to draw a parallel to that, it kind of seems a bit like everyone's thought about killing their in-laws. This lady's gone out there and done it, but in the most unusual and bizarre way. Of course, we've heard, as Michael said, there's the concept that she had a different coloured plate compared to the rest of her family, which is how she avoided having the same food as them. But she had denied, despite the fact that they've discovered the forage mushrooms, which she went out and got, which I believe, and you'd said this earlier, Michael, they tracked her phone in order to discover that she'd gone to that forest.
Schoolboy error, though, if you're going to... You know what I mean?
I think we've watched enough true crime drama to know. I don't know if she has.
We all know how to do it.
But we don't act upon it. She dehydrated the mushrooms, then she added that as an ingredient in. I mean, first of all, you need to be a good level of botany knowledge to be able to go out there, know which mushrooms are going to be the ones that are poisonous versus the ones that you can put into your salad. And she's gone out there and intentionally done this. She then disposed of the dehydrator which she used, which has since been discovered with her fingerprints on there as well. That, coupled with the phone evidence that's there as well, coupled with the fact that she's the only person who didn't get sick and had used a separate plate, makes for a pretty damning case. But we're at jury selection at the moment, which means that we've got a solid maybe 6 weeks, maybe more on this one. We've seen cases like this go on a lot longer, which I think could make for some very interesting TV afterwards once we get a full documentary about it.
Absolutely. But also, she did say that she had cancer, and that's why she wanted the family to go round and to have this meal so she could discuss the diagnosis and how to break it to her children. So, as you did say, there's just so many different facets to the story.
I think it's incredibly interesting because what will there be a motive? And I think we've already heard from her lawyer or the prosecution, I'm not sure which one. One of them came out and they said there might not be a motive here. And I think when it gets to that point where that's usually one of the instances where people say this is the reason why so-and-so did something is because we have the motive. And when there is no motive or there's talk of no motive, I think it's going to make for an incredibly interesting and dramatic case.
You have to wonder where was as you said, where was the motive behind this? Where was the logic behind this? Because it is one of those gripping, fascinating crimes as well. The fake cancer diagnosis is, and although it's a shocking element to this, it's one of the least weird elements of this entire case.
Yeah.
So we're going to see this play out now, and with jury selection will be a difficult one because this story has been so heavily publicised that it's going to be almost impossible, I think, to find people who haven't heard about this story or haven't already formed an opinion about it as well. So it's going to play out in the next couple of weeks, and certainly looks like one that we're going to be hearing a lot about in the next weeks, or if not months.
And then I think you could almost take a pool. How many people out of the jury, as well as the prosecution and defence, will end up writing a book?
100%.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I know that's going to be, and it's going to be 12 people that they've got to select. And it's going to be difficult, like you said, because, you know, I'm sure there's been, as we know, there's podcasts around this. There's going to have been loads of conspiracy online in the papers, so people are going to have formed an opinion in many points.
And the motive will be the difference between this being manslaughter and this being murder, because without motive, this may potentially just be a manslaughter case, and with motive, this turns into be a murder case. So we're in a different realm, and this lady's going down for a lot different times, depending on what the outcome of this is.
Yeah, absolutely. What I found quite fascinating is I remember when this story first happened and they interviewed her straight after and she was absolutely distraught. So basically her defence are saying that, you know, she reacted the way she did because she panicked. She didn't realise she was going to, you know, people were going to die. It was going to be a triple murder case almost. So I don't know if there's any sympathy there for her.
I think it's difficult to have sympathy because somebody who had that level of knowledge for foraging in the first place went with intent, you would imagine. She didn't go out there to make sure that, because otherwise she would have consumed the exact same meal. And again, I'm speculating on this one, but you would imagine that there is, unless she was in some way not partial to the mushrooms herself, I can't find any reasoning behind this. And time will tell once we see the court cases. Unfortunately, no cameras allowed inside the court case for this one, so we won't know what's happening inside, and we're just getting loosely diagrammed drawings. So we'll have to wait for the Netflix special, I think, on this one.
Yeah, I'll definitely be tuning into that straight away. I think COVID made me obsessed with true crime along with the rest of the world.
I feel like I could get away with a lot of things.
Yes.
Given the amount of true crime I've watched at this stage. I could not make the rookie mistakes.
And that also, the phone was a schoolboy mistake. But anyway, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Vietnam's communist leader, General Secretary To Lam, says his country is ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's great powers. The Southeast Asian nation is marking 50 years since the end of its war with the US. Thousands took to the streets to celebrate, but also to reflect on a conflict that killed millions of people. Patrick Falk reports.
Loud cheers accompanied by flag waving and patriotic songs to mark half a century since the end of the Vietnam War. Since the fall of Saigon, this country has transformed itself from a poverty-stricken backwater to a fast-growing and enterprising economy.
The atmosphere here today made not only me, but all the Vietnamese feel proud because we get to live in a peaceful country that is independent, free, and happy.
The celebrations commemorate the first act of the country's reunification on April 30th, 1975, when the communist-controlled North Vietnam seized the capital of the US-backed South, now renamed Ho Chi Minh in honor of the North's founding father. At the showpiece military parade in the city, Chinese troops marched alongside Vietnamese forces, underlining warming relations between the communist country and Beijing.
In a world of increasingly complex and unpredictable developments, and as a nation having suffered so much losses and pain from past wars, we are deeply aware of the value of peace, independence and freedom.
The 20-year conflict is estimated to have killed around 3 million Vietnamese and around 60,000 Americans. Since then, the country has developed strong economic and diplomatic ties with its former foe. Relations were normalized in 1995. Trade between the two has more than tripled in the past decade to about $150 billion in 2024. The memories of war now behind them both.
The Vietnamese people and the American people will always be friends.
Fears are, though, that their bond could now be tested by the threat of crippling tariffs announced by US President Donald Trump earlier this month. Negotiations are underway between Hanoi and Washington, but pressure on Vietnam's export-led growth could reopen old wounds. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya News.
Now, the coffee store giant Starbucks has said it's planning on hiring more baristas while scaling back its rollout of automation technology in its shops. The move is part of an overall strategy to win back customers after it announced a fall in sales, which was today. OK, so, Jono, Starbucks, probably the most recognised, arguably, coffee shop around the globe, with so many companies relying more and more on automation and AI. This is really interesting, I think.
Yes, to give you some backstory on how this actually operates, you jump on the app, you order your coffee in advance, and then when you get to the store, you don't have to wait in the line. You walk up and your coffee's already there, having been made by an automated process. Several things are wonderful about this. First of all, if you're having one of those days where you don't want the human interaction, that's no longer an issue. Second of all, the name on it is probably accurate now, and they've not decided to absolutely change your name completely. It's likely to be 24/7 available. And hygiene, the touchless system of AI doing this means that it's going to be a lot easier and a lot cleaner in the first place. It seems the consumer has not agreed, and they're rolling back on it ever so slightly, which is somewhat upsetting, but also good news for baristas who have crafted their expertise, and means that that's not a lost art just yet. So I guess there's mixed reviews on that.
What about you, Michael? Are you someone who likes the AI side, or do you like the human interaction?
I don't like people, so I would prefer the AI side. But I will say that I do think there is a challenge with AI, because when I go into my coffee shop, I like my coffee prepared a specific way. And my wife thinks I'm a little bit too focused on that, but I don't know that I would be able to accurately convey in a message exactly what it is that I want, certainly not to the point where AI would understand it. But I think this brings up a bigger issue, and I think this is a bit of a smokescreen. Brian Nichols is the CEO. He's been in that position since September. He had been at Chipotle for 6 years. Now, when his announcement was made in August, Chipotle shares dropped 7%, and Starbucks sales went up 24%. This man is a bit of a rock star in the food and beverage industry in North America. And I think that when he's talking about the aprons and the baristas wearing black shirts underneath that, and these to me are smokescreens, because there are other issues at play. And I think the biggest issue, something that we're very familiar with in this part of the world, is the protests. The boycotting of Starbucks, which has become a bit of a global phenomenon. And I think it's their resistance to properly address that issue, much like with McDonald's. And I think that this is trying to distract a lot of customers from the bigger issue.
There is the tech cost. Obviously, there's a reduction in cost. If you've got AI doing the work, you now need one barista, so you may have that fail-safe that's in there. But, and from what you're saying, it might be akin to someone who I know whose coffee order is a single shot, no foam, several different syrups and things added in there. And when it becomes a little bit complicated, surely as the AI develops, the issue of your coffee not being exactly how you want it no longer becomes a problem. And now it's a cost factor thing, because you've got one staff member who's just manning the fort, and that makes it a little bit easier. Are you okay if there's a fail-safe person there to take your coffee order, or do you want it to be just people?
So when I order a coffee, what I do is I say that I want...
Come on,
what's the order? I want to know the order.
Tell us your order.
So the easiest way is to say a cafe latte with 4 shots of espresso.
Wow.
But I want only a certain amount of milk. And so when I get the venti size, I say to them, I want the milk only filled up to the bottom of the logo. I don't know that if I can say that in a message, venti size cup, milk, regular milk, filled to the bottom of the logo, not the top, not the bottom line, the bottom of the logo, and then 4 shots of espresso, and the rest ice. I think it would just be faster if I went in.
No, it may be, and I think that's where, when an order is that complicated, you give the fail-safe. But I do think, and to see some of the AI developments that we've had recently, I think if we're not already there, we're very close to AI being able to do your coffee order exactly how you want. And instead of you having to repeat yourself every day, and I'm sure out of 7 or 8 shops that you go to, it's probably wrong 3 or 4 times, because it's just, that's a tricky order to get, and I totally understand that.
So it's not because I watch them do it and then I criticize them when they don't do it politely, but I do criticize them when they don't do it properly.
So but I think if AI can get it nailed and can be bang on, it's learning continuously. Michael goes in, this is his coffee, it learns it once, and then it does it and replicates it. Every Starbucks you go to globally then does the same thing, and I think recipe for success, and we've reduced cost.
And I do think it is something that maybe he's going to slow it down on the process right now, but it is something he's going to bring back. You know, they have been struggling for about a year trying to fight off the idea of unions coming in. Yeah. The baristas have been trying to unionize in North America, at least in the States in particular, and I think this is maybe an opportunity to let the baristas know your job might not be as safe as you think it is because we have other options, and it might be one of those polite negotiating tactics where you let the other side know that there are other things that we're looking at.
And I want to play devil's advocate on that because there is the element of the social going to a coffee shop. And
yes, I was going to say that actually because we talk about all this AI, and I must admit something. I always go for a walk with the dogs in the morning, and I've got a place that I love to get my coffee, and everyone knows the dogs get a treat. I love the staff. That's like part of my daily life.
Yeah,
and it's
I think
really
so.
important to me.
When it comes to cashiers and checkouts, and I know a lot of places are rolling back on the self-service checkout at the cash counter in a grocery store, that's different. That I feel doesn't require a human element, and I'm fine to pack my own bags. But the coffee shop, for a lot of people, that is maybe the only social interaction they have that day. Certainly for some elderly people, and I feel that's important for them. So shoe on the other foot, there's also that element of it that do like to sit down and have a chat with their barista now and again.
That's one of the issues that I struggle with when I go back home to Canada, is that we've been spoiled in Dubai with the size of the coffee shops where you can go in and almost always find a seat. In Canada and in the States, there aren't always those coffee shops that want you to come in with your laptop and spend a couple of hours. Here, of course, it's not a problem. But back home, the coffee shops, because real estate is so expensive, coffee shops are a little bit smaller. They want people, as Mr. Nichols does, people in and out as fast as possible.
Well, that's quite interesting because I think in the UK too, that's a problem. And Starbucks initially said that you couldn't just go into a Starbucks and not buy anything and sit there and use their internet. And that was something that was announced, but they've actually rolled back on that too. So that's been quite interesting because now they're saying, no, you can come in and use the internet and use the shop. You know, we're not going to force you to keep on buying drinks. So that is something they've rolled back on too, which I think is quite interesting because maybe the social element of things is probably bigger than we thought.
And people coming through the door is better than having no people in your coffee shop, and I think that's probably what they've taken on board.
Yeah, I also think that he's done a really good job of trying to bring Starbucks back to its roots, which is a coffee shop. And I think that right now it is seen as a global brand, a global American brand, and with what's going on in Gaza, it doesn't always necessarily work in their favor. So if they can sort of revert to type, something that they were, in the early 70s, it's going to be a long journey, I think. But if he has a strategy, and he, much like Donald Trump, he sort of introduced something and then rolled it back. He's trying to prevent unions. There seems to be an awful lot of plates that he has in the air at this moment. I'd like to see where we are a year from now, though.
I read this really interesting article. I don't know why I'm going to bring it up. But Friends, we all watch Friends, don't we? And was it Cafe Perk?
Yeah, Central Perk.
Central Perk, sorry. How could I ever forget that? But I did read this article, which was fascinating, that was saying Starbucks and those coffee shops really just came to the fore globally because of Friends and because of Central Perk, that basically everyone saw that was happening. And that's how our coffee culture really became what it is today, which I always think is amazing. So we all watch Friends, and then we thought we'd go and replicate it in Starbucks.
Great, giving us insomnia ever since Friends, which is amazing.
As a North American, the only time when I was born in the 60s, when I was growing up, throughout the 70s, the only time you would ever get a cappuccino, you'd have to be in Europe, or you'd have to see it on North America.
Exactly.
You'd have to see it in a film. Because it was always black, maybe a little bit of cream or sugar. That was it. But I do think there's a great academic study to be done on the history of the coffee culture in 2025.
Well, apparently it's all to do with Friends. But I don't know how true that is. But there we are. We are going to move on to something else now. And we finally reached that point in the show where Jono and Michael. So you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Now, Michael, your story is about someone who looks like Elon Musk. What more can you tell us?
It's 2025. It's the age of social media. So you have to find the silver lining when it comes to the amount of traffic that your social media page will receive, even if you look like, as this one gentleman says, he gets told that he is Elon Musk's doppelganger. Now, I would find a little bit of a problem because he's 28, Elon Musk is 53. Maybe Mr. Musk has had some work done. Who's to say?
Bit of Botox.
Perhaps. But I do find it interesting that there is such an age gap, 15 years, and yet people will say that this is, in fact, Elon Musk. Now, he's a disco singer, and he is happy for the traffic that it brings to his social media account, he says.
We're just seeing his picture on screen there. I'm not 100%
I don't see
sure.
it.
I don't see it.
I don't really see it. The hair is different.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the picture that's on screen now, it does not look like him. Also, he's wearing glasses. But there are other pictures with the story that I think makes him look much more like Elon Musk. And I think Elon looking a little bit different than he looks like he just rolled out of bed there.
Yeah. I don't know, it's just a little bit how much money he can make off this, because lookalikes make a lot of money.
I mean, it depends. If you're a Cher lookalike or you're an Elvis lookalike, I think there's a demand for you. I don't know if many people are going to say, hey, I'm having a birthday party, I'm going to get Elon Musk's lookalike.
Singing disco.
Yeah, singing disco. I don't know if that's necessarily where it goes. And it would be great if we had more people who looked like people who are famous, then that's great. I don't know if there's anyone that you look like that you might be able to, we'd mentioned this a while ago, if you could capitalise on that whatsoever. And there's no one I look like except for a little bit loosely like, if I don't shave my beard, the comedian Jack Whitehall.
I think you really look like Jack Whitehall, and you mentioned that, and I can absolutely see it now. I didn't think of it, but you said it, and now I can see it. How about yourself? Who do you look like?
So I pretty much any bald actor.
Yes.
But I get
typecasting.
Yes, exactly.
That's not fair.
I get Jason Statham a little bit.
Yes, we can see. Yeah.
That's a good one.
I like Jason Statham. I think that's a good one. Yeah, definitely.
We never got to your. We didn't. Are we going to gloss over that?
A little bit. For me, I'm a bit like you get bald men. I get any blonde sort of woman that ever did anything, you know, a movie, a film. A lot of people say Rita Ora, the
I
singer.
can see that.
And a lot of people have said Madonna, but I've been a little bit offended by that.
Before
Madonna.
or after the work?
What the work? She's had no work.
She's had no work.
Yeah,
she and Elon.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Madonna, I just want to say I love you, and Like a Prayer was my favourite song ever. But moving on, tell us about this giant cat that you found.
One woman has been very shocked when her relatively small house cat turned into a 28-pound cat. Just for reference, that's about 13 kilos. The size of a small child, actually a medium-sized child. Now the cat has become a viral star thanks to his massive frame, love of raw meat, and the bed that he has, which is actually a bed that's been made for a husky. Zeus, the majestic Maine Coon. I mean, the name, if you look at the size of this cat, this is
amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Ridiculous. Stands at a whopping 4 foot 3 inches tall on its hind legs. Looks a lot like a lion. Look at this. There's another cat beside it for comparison. Look at a regular house cat who's well fed in comparison to this cat.
Any idea why he got that big? But I love his fluffy tail.
So Maine Coons in general are quite a large breed of cat.
Yeah.
This particular Maine Coon, though, has really taken the biscuit and the chicken and the steak and everything else that was in the house, it seems. He's supersized, so although they are normally quite a large cat, they are not supposed to be this size. 4 years old, 13 kgs currently, is gaining a kilogram every year and doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. This woman has a monster in her house. But he's very cute because they are known for their very calm temperament, so they're far from being a predator. And as you can see, gets on well with the other animals in the house as well. I, for one, would be terrified. I wouldn't sleep at night thinking, what if it eats me? Because there is that old adage. No, you've heard this. If you sadly meet your demise in your own house, a dog will not eat you, but a cat might.
Yes, I've heard that. But I always thought a demise would come like if you had a snake. Maybe I'd be more scared to sleep in the house with a snake, not a cat.
But regular people have cats.
No, but you're thinking that the animal would kill you, or the reptile would kill you.
Yeah.
What John was saying is that if you were to just die.
It's going to eat your body.
Natural causes.
And that terrifies me. And this cat, they'd come in and say, there's nothing left. You have a 13 kg Maine Coon. They come into the house and we're like, you must have moved out. Because there's nothing left. There's no bones, there's nothing. The cat has eaten you entirely. That's what
Can I tell you
terrifies me.
something? I was just thinking that I would have liked to like mini pony. But you remember loads of people getting those micro pigs as animals, and they ended up like a pot-bellied pig, didn't they?
I think it's a fabrication.
Yeah.
I think mini ponies are just small baby ponies, and they grow into full-size ponies. Likewise, this cat, she just bought a small kitten. Thought it was going to be tiny, and now, lo and behold,
It might eat her body.
4 foot 3 inches.
But let's move on. Thank you so much for those stories. I really enjoyed them. And thanks to today's guests, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri-Pickett. Here's a reminder of our top stories. The US economy shrinks in the first quarter of 2025 as President Trump implores America to be patient and blames Biden. Pakistan says it has credible intelligence India will attack within days as tensions rise over Kashmir. And Vietnam celebrates 50 years since the end of the war with the United States. That's all from us on W News. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we're going to be taking a look back at President Donald Trump's first 100 days in office, speaking to a panel of well-known figures on the US political landscape and asking them what sort of a report card they'd give the president. Hello and welcome to the programme. Today we are firmly focused on the United States as we assess the first 100 days of President Donald Trump's second term. Well, the president marked this milestone with a rally in Michigan last night, going into full campaign mode, touting his achievements and targeting his political foes. Here's a clip of what he said.
And we're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country, and that's according to many, many people. You know, we had a group of radical left guys who were very smart, and a woman, a particular woman. Very, very smart people. These are not stupid people. These are sick people, but they're not stupid people. We will cut more than $1 trillion in wasteful and unnecessary spending. And in the next fiscal year, it'll all be done. We're going to have something that you won't even believe. We will end inflation, slash prices. We've already ended inflation, raise wages, and give you the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's already happening.
President Trump speaking there in Michigan. Well, there were plenty of celebratory moments at that rally. Let's take a look at some of them. Well, let's hear more now. We can speak to Sarah Palin, the former governor of Alaska. She also ran to be vice president of the United States in 2008 for the Republican Party. She joins us now from Alaska. Sarah, it's a real pleasure to have you back with us here on Al Arabiya News. We had a great conversation about 3 months ago. We've been looking at President Donald Trump there in Michigan, touting what he says were perhaps the most successful 100 first days of a presidency in the history he's had of the United States. And he says a lot of people think that. I want to ask you first, are you one of them?
I am. This is a president who is governing as he campaigned, and that's really rare in a politician that they would fulfill promises. I don't know why anybody's shocked with what he is doing, because he said all along in his campaign, he said for the last 12 years, that he was going to do X, Y, and Z, and that's what he's doing. And the majority of Americans truly are pleased with this stoppage of a fundamental transformation of America that the left wanted to do. Big picture, it's going to take a lot more than 100 days, but Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally restore what is good and prosperous and safe about America.
He chose Detroit, the heart of the auto industry, as his choice of venue for that rally last night. What was the significance of that? What do you think was the reasoning behind that choice?
I love that choice. I was just listening to an interview with Ted Nugent, a rock star over here. You guys should get him on your show. He's from Michigan, and he was talking about Michigan just being the kind of the cornerstone of industry historically in America, and yet it was stripped away. That industry was stripped away from them because of policies of our government. So Donald Trump chose Michigan, Detroit specifically, which was the auto industry capital of the world, and let people know symbolically that we are back. We are going to incentivize industry, manufacturing to come back to America, which will create jobs for Americans. And that, of course, gives purpose to every worker. It gives prosperity collectively to our nation. It makes us safer. It makes us more voluntarily be generous with other countries, within our own country. It's nothing but good stuff.
It's been about 100 days. I mean, no coincidence, since that's what we're talking about, the first 100 days of President Trump's presidency. But it's been about 100 days since we last spoke. And you said to us that if President Trump's administration rang you up and offered you a role, you'd probably take it. Have you had that phone call?
I have not had that phone call. I don't know if I had mentioned back then either, though. The GOP, the machine, the hierarchy of the GOP, they don't look real kindly on me because I duke it out with them. I've held them to account also, as I do to the left, because I'm for the people. So no, they haven't called. But remember, too, I couldn't even get credentialed to go to our GOP convention, nor the inauguration or anything else. So, and that's fine, because I don't let obsessive partisanship get in the way of just doing what's right for the people.
But would you still take a job in the administration were one to be offered to you?
I would, because, I think public service, there's no higher calling other than being a good parent and having, working hard for your family is serving your fellow man. And I would love to do that on a national level. First, let me mention, though, about this whole 100-day thing. Since when has it become such a big, darn holiday-ish deal? Last night, I had 4 of my 5 kids over for dinner with with their spouses and partners. They were just sitting right back there. And I was talking about the first 100 days of Trump because the media is making such a big deal out of it, like it is basically a holiday all of a sudden. And like so much with this starting or standing point of 100 days, so much should have been done is what is kind of the collective narrative out there. And my kids were all saying, so what? It's 100 days. How do you undo decades of this uniparty, this globalism transformation of America application? How do you stop all that in just 100 days? What my kids wanted to talk about, and this is even unprovoked, and I think that they represent a good demographic, which is a good sounding board. They wanted to talk about jobs for Americans. They certainly want to talk about industry coming back to America and what Trump is doing to incentivize that. A lot of that has to do with tariffs. And it was just a really insightful conversation because they didn't care about all the stuff that the media is hyping. They cared about what affects them personally and their own families, and so much of that has to do with jobs.
Well, I'd love to have been a fly on the wall during that conversation, Sarah. But I mean, you're right. 100 days is not very long. It's 3 months. And, you know, a lot of people don't get very much done in 3 months. So perhaps we shouldn't expect it. But then President Trump himself held this big rally to mark the milestone. So here we are talking about it. Let's talk about some of the key issues he's been tackling in these first 100 days. Let's look at immigration first. What's your thinking? How's he been doing with regards to immigration? How's he been doing with regards to border security?
Border security, A+. He's been doing a great job there. He was committed to securing America physically even, and that was closing our borders, and he's done that. We haven't seen the mass deportations that were promised, so, you know, that's interesting, and maybe it's time we can get into talking about what hasn't been done that needs to get done beyond the first 100 days. But with immigration, he's doing exactly what he promised, and I do believe that the vast majority of Americans are pleased with that.
Let me just pick you up on that, because, I mean, I did expect you to say nice things about President Trump, and you've told us before you're quite aligned to his way of thinking and many of his policies. Is there anything you haven't liked so far? And then we'll get back to immigration.
Yeah, he has surrounded himself with a few people who made these overreaching promises about what was going to happen once they were appointed to positions, and they haven't done it, and that's kind of disappointing. And we just need to hold them accountable, too, because they give politicians kind of a bad name by making promises that they have opportunity to fulfill, to keep the promises, and yet they don't. Much of that has to do with corruption, with scandals, where there's proof of scandalous actions taken by individuals. Now, finally, the right side of the aisle, the GOP, they're in a position to do something about it as bureaucrats, as officials, as politicians, and they don't do anything about it. We haven't seen any arrests that were promised. We haven't seen, like, the Epstein files. We haven't seen so much of the scandals kind of being solved and being eradicated from our country. So promises that were made that aren't being kept, that's a bit disappointing. But two, you know, Donald Trump has so many people to appoint and so many people around him that not all of them are 100% trustworthy. And I certainly see that because I know some of them.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah, you're telling us there, I mean, just reading between the lines, there are a couple of people you're a bit worried about in this administration, perhaps in the inner sanctum of the president. Any names spring to mind?
I won't name any names, but the positions that they hold are positions of great authority that can't be abused, but authority that needs to be taken to hold the corrupt people, hold them accountable. And, you know, the left in America, certainly, the left media, they want to make the GOP, the right side, Donald Trump, look so bad. And I think, you know how you can make us look really bad is, why doesn't the left media, why don't they expose so much corruption and scandals and then ask, hey, GOP, hey, Trump administration, why aren't you doing something about that? That's what would make us look bad. I'm just going to give them a little bit of advice on how to be more effective in their agenda. But both the left and the right side of the aisle, when it comes to media, needs to hold politicians and bureaucrats accountable when they make promises to eradicate corruption, scandals, and finally get in a position of power to do so, and yet too often we don't do it.
Okay, let's go back to immigration. Fox News polls suggesting that 55% of people asked do approve of what President Trump is doing on the border. Clearly he's getting that right. We've got US troops there on the US-Mexico border. I mean, what results are we seeing out of all of this?
Well, I think we're going to see safer communities. You know, there's been some high-profile examples of some really bad guys being detained and deported, and that, you know, is indicative of what the agenda is here, and that is to make our country safer. So in that respect, again, and I think 55%, I'd say it's a much higher majority, a much higher percentage of people are certainly pleased with Donald Trump's agenda on that end.
What more would you like to see happen with regards to immigration, border issues?
Well, he's doing exactly what he promised to do. So I'm pleased with that. I think people are pleased with that. There were promises of a lot of deportation of people who are here illegally. And there's this argument, oh, they need greater due process, or even more of a due process, if you will, that sides with the illegal aliens who are here. And I say, hey, if they didn't follow the rules, if they broke the law to get here, then what's the problem with sending them back home, regardless of what this bureaucratic process actually is to get it back home? They purposefully broke the law to come to America. They were enticed, though, by the Biden administration and Obama before that with these incentives of, hey, come on over to America and you're going to get all this free stuff. The people working in America and paying income tax, they're going to pay for all of your stuff, so come on over. Well, a lot of 10 million plus came on over. And now it's time to say, no, you broke the law. You got to go back. If you want to come back into America, right on. We want you here if you're good people who will work hard and assimilate into culture. But if you're intent on continuing to break the law, you're not welcome here. We are a land of law, rule, and order. That's civilization, and that is certainly what we want.
Okay, under the heading of immigration issues, perhaps we could put things like the Alien Enemies Act, perhaps we could put things like birthright citizenship. Do either of those two issues make you feel uncomfortable at all?
No, again, President Trump and his folks around him who are dealing with immigration, they're working on all that. They're dealing with all that. But so much of what's going on is just following existing law, Tom, and that brings us to Congress. The GOP is leading in Congress, and yet they're on vacation quite often, which is unprecedented, the amount of time that they're essentially taking off in a new administration's time in office. And that's unfortunate because, again, the GOP has opportunity to really turn things around. If they're unhappy with the birthright citizenship laws, for instance, or any of the immigration laws, they are the ones. We have three equal branches of government. It is the legislative branch that is supposed to be working on the laws that would allow for a safer country. And yet the GOP, in a myriad of ways, a myriad of issues, they're absent, and they're sitting back, allowing Donald Trump to get the crap beat out of him by the media for doing what he promised to do. It's like a quarterback without having a line of defense helping him out, protecting him so that he can do his job, so that we can win the game. It's really unfortunate that the GOP Congress is sitting back, just watching, going like this, testing the political winds to see which way it's going to blow. And they'll step up and they'll protect and defend Donald Trump if it looks like the political winds are in his favor on something. But man, it just ticks me off, and a whole lot of other Americans, that the GOP Congress is sitting back on its heels watching Donald Trump do what he promised to do, but again, getting the crap beat out of him for doing it.
Let's move on to the economy. Some people worried about a recession in the United States. President Trump pledged to bring down consumer prices and boost the economy. How's he getting on?
Well, first 100 days is impossible to, eradicate inflation that was caused by President Biden's policy. That's another thing that my kids and their friends last night were talking about, was, of course, the economy, because they're talking about jobs. They're talking about the tariffs, why this idea of reciprocal tariffs now that Donald Trump has applied in the economy worldwide, why it's such a negative narrative with the leftist media, when the key word here is reciprocal. We're doing to other countries what they did to us in order to incentivize our manufacturing, our industry overseas to their countries. Now, we're doing that to them to reverse that, to bring back the industry, bring back the manufacturing, to create those jobs. So economically, Donald Trump is doing what he promised to do. It's just going to take a while to get a handle on inflation because of previous policy.
So you support, you would say, continued tariffs in the United States?
Absolutely. The key word, again, is reciprocal. All these other countries, people are not aware, evidently, how they have applied tariffs and levied tariffs on us. And yet we've kind of gotten ripped off, if you will, that we haven't done that to them. Now we are, to bring to light the way that an international economy works, for one, but also to bring to light opportunity that we have now to allow industry to come on back. Tariffs will apply to things like when we're talking about China. Chinese-made items. That's what a tariff note. Amazon now evidently is going to let their customers know what the amount of a tariff is applied to a product that we buy, that we order through Amazon. Mostly China-made items are what we order. And when we note then what the tariff amount is, right there is that red flag that says this item was made in China. And if we are going to be preaching and living out this mantra of American made, we need to support the mom and pop industry of America by buying American products. Well, we're going to know what's made in America, what's made in China, thanks to what the tariff note is going to be applied to the product.
And yet, it seems like a lot of people are worried about this issue of tariffs right across the political spectrum in the United States. I mean, one poll I've got here, a Washington Post, ABC News Ipsos poll, says that 64% of Americans disapprove of President Trump's policies on tariffs, to 34% that approve. And a lot of them are presumably Republicans. I mean, why do you think that is?
Because the media's narrative is so absolutely negative and one-sided when it comes to even educating the public on tariffs. And that is a poll by Washington Post and ABC. Polls they're really good for strippers and they're really good for cross-country skiers. But polls like that, you have to consider what the demographic is, how the question was asked. I think that, no, it's not 64%. A lot of those being Republicans are worried about what the tariffs are actually going to do. But if they do read on into and believe what the narrative is in the media, then perhaps they're more concerned than I give them credit for.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about foreign policy. Gaza and Ukraine wars rumble on, people dying every day. I mean, extremely tragic situations. And President Trump, to be fair, has done a lot. I mean, he's been extremely energized, got a lot of people around a lot of conference tables in a lot of different cities around the world these last 100 days. Why don't you think there's been an outcome or a result? Why haven't these wars been brought to a conclusion?
Okay, well, that brings me back to what hasn't been done, that was promised but hasn't been done. I think President Trump used, well, it was rhetorical, I believe, when he said that within his first 24 hours, he was going to end that Russian-Ukraine war. Well, obviously that hasn't been done, but I think it was kind of a symbolic message that he was giving there. President Trump hates war. I hate war. The GOP should be the party of anti-war. I kind of feel like the Cindy Sheehan of the GOP. She was a woman years ago under the George Bush administration who was known for fighting so hard within her own country, within America, to get people to realize how useless American involvement in foreign wars actually is. And we send our sons and our daughters over to die for causes that we should not be involved in. Well, the Russian-Ukrainian war is one where we're going to get to the point of saying, we're going to wash our hands of this. Russia, Ukraine, you guys duke it out. You guys figure this out. President Trump has been trying to help, not just this 100 days, but for years before this, to try to tamp down, turn down that volume on the conflict over there. We are spending so much money. Look how much money unaccounted for that has gone over to Ukraine. And then we realize too late, though some of us knew from the beginning, Ukraine, that's a corrupt administration wasting our money that we're sending over there. Well, at some point, I think Donald Trump has already said it even. He's like, there's only so much that he can do to get these administrations in both their countries to sit down and figure it out and quit allowing innocent lives to be lost.
Sure. I mean, in the process, President Trump has been quite harsh on quite a lot of America's traditional allies, not least President Zelensky of Ukraine, who had that showdown in the Oval Office. I don't know if that stands out for you as having been one of the most memorable.
Zelensky is corrupt. Zelensky is corrupt. And,
why is he corrupt?
He is corrupt because look at all the dollars. He's in charge of everything. He's the big dog, right? The billions, hundreds of billions of dollars that we are spending on their cause that he has asked for. In fact, he's demanded even more. That money is unaccountable for. Ukraine was considered the third most corrupt administration country in the world before we even got enmeshed in this war, in this skirmish. And I think that it remains the same as absolutely corrupt. And indicative of that is that lack of accountability. Where has all the money gone? Why is there still demand from Zelensky to demand that we give more and more and more? That is a sign of corruption and things that are amiss. Again, our Congress, though, needs to step up and speak more boldly and aggressively about holding to account where American tax dollars are going over there. And yeah, again, Donald Trump, he's committed to seeing the war end. I wonder, too, at this point, though, how much more he can do.
Do you think Ukraine should give up its territory, and Crimea in particular? I mean, it was invaded, to be fair, on the Ukrainians, and now they're going to have to give up territory. What do you think about that?
Well, Putin and Zelensky are going to have to work that out, of course. And much of this, we have to remember, Tom, is not in America's interest. We need to concentrate on what the heck is going on in our own country that is bankrupting America. We are not going to be sovereign. We are not going to be secure if we keep going down the road that the Biden and before that the Obama administration put us on when they wanted to transform America. They didn't mind that we were going to be bankrupt. They did not mind that our unsustainable debt that is incurred every year, that would so adversely affect our economy and our kids' future. Well, the two countries that are fighting over there, overseas, it's horrible. It's bad because innocent lives are being lost. And America is that beacon of hope. We're supposed to be the light. We're supposed to be an example that other countries would wish to emulate. So in that respect, we do have interests over there. But when it comes to America's own economic and security interests, no, we need to concentrate and spend our money here in America and clean it up.
Okay, talking about cleaning up expenditure in the United States, I want to ask you about the cost-cutting efforts by, in particular, the government or the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. How do you rate their successes?
Well, I rate an A+ when it comes to exposure of wasted dollars. I've loved the examples that they've been able to share with Americans so that more Americans are aware of that unaccountability when it comes to where their income tax dollars are going. So much is wasted, and there's so much pay-to-play politics going on in Washington, D.C. That's scandalous. So I love that. But there's also a discrepancy, though, in what Elon Musk has promised and said, you know, that it would be trillions of dollars saved. And then at least the media is reporting, no, it's only been, a couple $100 billion that have been saved. Once all of that is exposed, what the actual outcome is with Doge's, with their attempts to cut the waste and the corruption, then we'll be able to better judge that. It's funny, though, that the left, that the Democrats are freaking out about even exposure of corruption and wasted tax dollars. You'd think that they would, why not join forces on this one issue, left side of the aisle? Come on, who can be against stopping the waste, the fraud that we know that goes on a national level? Hey, another thing that's good about what Doge is doing when they expose where the corruption, where the wasted dollars are, that then trickles on down to a state and a local government. Their ears are open to what's going on a national level, and that should incentivize them and energize them to, on a state and a local level, make sure that their constituents' tax dollars are being spent wisely and not wasted. Because on a local level, a lot of dollars are wasted.
Okay, so it sounds like you think with regards to government reforms, government efficiency, a little too early to judge. We'll ask you for your grade in just a moment. Just like to ask you, when we spoke in January, you told us that woke culture is out of control in the United States. Just wondering how you think President Trump has fared when it comes to tackling this issue.
He's done very well because he's allowed people who are affected by the woke culture to speak up, to expose what the problem is and to do something about it, like take Riley Gaines. She's the famous swimmer who was defeated in a very important race by a male swimmer. She's female, and it was a woman's race. The guy wins, and then she kind of brought to light what part of the woke culture that had embraced such a thing, what the problem is with, in this instance, men competing in women's sports. That's part of the woke culture. And Donald Trump allowed Riley Gaines to get out there and speak about it. Laws then finally were passed, were adhered to. Title IX was addressed, and that has to do with women in sports being able to compete against women. So an issue like that brought to light, that gives Trump an A+ on the wokeism, and that's just one example.
So overall, I mean, the general direction the United States is heading in, and the way the United States is perceived on the world stage, I mean, are you liking everything you've seen and heard these last 101 days?
I love the general direction that we're going in. Absolutely. The trajectory that we were on, Tom, it was downhill. America was going downhill, and the rest of the world can't afford for America to fail. We do need to be the leader, I believe, on the international stage. We are such a blessed country with wonderful resources, a wonderful workforce, geographically, geologically, everything about our country, it's good. It's founded on Judeo-Christian principles. It's supposed to be founded on the 10 Commandments and a promise to do right, so that we could be an example for other countries, and so that we could be prosperous enough where we could voluntarily be generous to help others, help constituents within, but also help others. So the general direction that ended that downhill trajectory, I'm very pleased with.
Okay, let's go to the report card now, Principal Palin. Donald Trump, been in office 101 days. You've said A+ for immigration. What are you giving him on the economy?
Well, I'm giving an A on the direction, but we need to keep in mind how long it's going to take to undo the Biden policies that put us on that downhill trajectory economically.
Okay, foreign policy.
A.
B?
Because he does not want war, and for me personally and politically, I do not want war. So all that he is doing to put America in a position to do whatever we can to stop wars, I'm giving an A.
Okay, it's gone from a B to an A. And lastly, government reform.
Oh, no. We need a smaller, smarter government. We don't see smaller government yet. So, man, that's a tough one. Principal Palin here, I'm not going to give A. That's not Trump, though. We have three branches of government. We have the judicial, and we see a lot of leftist judges that are being activists instead of just ruling according to law. That's one branch of government. We see the legislative branch that's sitting on its butt, not doing enough to reform government. And then we have the administrative branch that's doing a heck of a job trying to reform government. But since the three branches are not working together to abide by our Constitution and rule of law, I can't give it an A or a B or a C, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, it sounds like the average is on the high side anyway. I think you're erring towards an A for the all-round performance of this administration. Am I right?
I am. But, you know, when I say that, too, I'm talking about the direction now of America. I'm not talking about individuals because I'm not, I know that every individual, I will not put my faith in man. Man is fallible. Man makes mistakes. I am not one who is obsessed with a personality, whether it's Trump or anybody else, and that, you know, I'm just going to bow down and praise the person for who they are or for what, because other politicians would do this, for what they want to get out of the opportunity or the person. I'm not one like that. I'm going to judge President Trump and everybody else on their actions and on their character manifested in their actions. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm just obsessed with any one person who's happening to lead the country or anywhere else.
Okay, well, you've been a very objective principal. Sarah Palin, former governor of Alaska, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Always a pleasure talking to us. I hope we'll speak again soon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, let's get more now, and we can speak to someone who knows President Trump very well indeed. Mick Mulvaney is the former chief of staff to President Donald Trump, who served in the first term, joining us now from Washington, D.C. Mick, great to have you with us once again here on Al Arabiya News. President Trump in Michigan last night said that this has been the most successful 100 days of any administration in the history of the United States. And that, he said, was according to many, many people. Are you one of them?
Yeah, no. I'm sure it's not the first time that Trump has engaged in that type of superlative. And I'm sure the people around him are telling him that it's been a fantastic first 100 days. He's had some successes. There's no question about it. But they've had some disappointments and some near failures as well. So it's been a good 100 first days. Not sure it's the greatest ever in history, but I'm not really sure how you would measure that even if you wanted to.
Yeah, and 100 days is not really that long, is it? With pretty ambitious plans, a lot of issues that need addressing, some of them historic, dating back decades, for example, the war in Gaza. But let's perhaps look at approval numbers. What do the approval numbers and the polls tell us about how Americans are feeling about the president?
Trending in the wrong direction right now. Not that approval ratings matter that much for a term-limited president. We can talk later about whether or not he really is considering running for a third term. I assume that he is not. But approval ratings really don't matter if you are term limited and cannot run for office again. But it certainly does give some insight into the sentiment of the country. And right now, those numbers are trending in the wrong way for the Trump administration. The tariffs were not well received either by the markets, by our trading partners overseas, or more importantly, by people who live in this country. So the Trump administration has some work to do there. He just put out a tweet this morning, once again encouraging patience on the economy. But Tom, usually in this country, as with many countries, the sentiment regarding the governmental leadership depends in large part on the economy. And the economy does seem to be trending in the wrong direction right now. It doesn't surprise me that the approval ratings are moving in lockstep with that.
OK, so you're not sounding overwhelmed with these first 100 days. Knowing the internal workings of this administration better than anyone else we could possibly ask, how do you think the internal morale is in the sort of the Trump inner sanctum?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of, I'm neither excited or disappointed because I recognize exactly what you just said. It's 100 days, which is just over a little bit of 3 months into a 48-month presidency. But if your question is what's the attitude in the building, it's probably pretty good. Listen, it's never easy to tell the President of the United States, any president of the United States, bad news. And that's especially true, I think, with Donald Trump. And my guess is the folks that are around him are giving him the good news and probably not giving him the other side of things. That could be dangerous in the long run. It's not necessarily a problem, again, for the first 100 days. Well, but you do hope that the president is getting good and honest information from his inner circle of advisors. Now, that being said, even if Donald Trump was getting all of the news, the good, the bad, and the ugly together, I would still expect him to be publicly very positive, very optimistic. Keep in mind, that's just how Trump is. He believes in the power of positive thinking, and very, very rarely would you hear him speak publicly about things that could go wrong or had gone wrong.
You mentioned that there won't be a third term, but there was a bit of Trump 2028 merchandise doing the rounds in Michigan yesterday. I mean, that idea doesn't seem to be entirely off the table, does it?
You know, from a constitutional standpoint, from a legal standpoint, it is. I think one of the things that's lost overseas, in fact, it's lost here a good bit, is that those hats are being sold by the Trump Organization. That is the private, for-profit family business of the Trump family. It is not the campaign. They're selling the hats to make money. They're selling the merchandise to make money. I think that's probably what's driving this more than anything else. I honestly don't think that Trump is running for a third term. I think he floats the idea because it drives the left in this country absolutely crazy, and he enjoys watching that, as many of us do, as they have this apoplectic response to his possible third term. There are some people, Tom, in his inner circle that I think would probably like to see him run for a third term. Steve Bannon, for example, who I've always considered sort of an anarchist, would love to see the chaos that would come from a floated Trump third term. But I think that's a small minority right now within both the party and even within the Trump circles themselves. So I think it's much ado about nothing for right now. I think it's more making money than anything else.
OK, so he's having a bit of fun, perhaps, keeping everyone guessing as to his intentions for 2028. So we've agreed 100 days isn't a very long period of time. And even President Trump last night alluded to that, saying, we're just getting started. You haven't seen anything yet, he says. But from what we have seen, and you've mentioned one or two things where you think perhaps he's fallen a bit short on expectations, what's he got right?
Oh, immigration. I think first and foremost, and you heard him talk about that a good bit last night, there was a reason for that immigration took so much time and attention during that rally, with that speech last night. He really has changed the attitude, Tom, here in this country almost overnight. It's honestly quite surprising he's been able to do as much as he has on immigration in the first 100 days. And sort of bespeaks the weakness the Biden administration had before, saying they couldn't do anything without legislation from Congress. Well, Trump has proven that wrong in the first 100 days. The border crossing numbers are down. The deportation numbers are fairly up. But more importantly, the attitude has changed. The message has gone out to especially Latin America, that we are no longer going to tolerate this level of illegal immigration. And that has sort of set expectations, and that's what keeps people from trying to cross into the country in the first place. Yes, there have been criticisms, some of them well-founded, around the manner and the method that the Trump administration has been using to get to where we are. And I think that bears further consideration. But generally speaking, immigration has been a huge success here. And if you break down those approval numbers, even people who do not approve of his methods overwhelmingly support the change in attitude of our government towards illegal immigration.
Yeah, indeed. One Fox News poll is 55% in favour, 40% not in favour when it comes to border security and this administration. So he's clearly winning in that respect. There are some controversial issues that sort of come under the umbrella of immigration. I don't know if you agree. I mean, for example, the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 being used to deport suspected gang members. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you know, every time people mention that the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, they put a great deal of reference on 1798. Oh, my goodness gracious, it's more than 200 years ago. Our Constitution is actually from 1789. So just the passage of time doesn't make that law any less relevant. Now, I think there is a good question that's now, I think it's moving towards our Supreme Court as to whether or not that act can be invoked outside of times of war. This, by the way, for those who aren't familiar, this is the act on which President Trump is basing most of his actions to sort of stem illegal immigration. It was last used during World War II for the Japanese internment camps. I don't believe it's ever been used outside of a time of war. So there's a fair constitutional legal question as to whether or not that law is applicable today in a relative time of peace. But just because it's from the late 18th century doesn't mean it's no longer viable. It is is going to be a continued focus, I think, of the Trump administration and of the courts, and to be curious to see how it turns out.
OK, another thing that's in the Constitution is birthright citizenship. President Trump would like to have that curtailed. Federal judges have been getting in the way there. This could end up, couldn't it, in the Supreme Court? And if it does, which way do you think it would go?
Yeah, I got to think this is a tough win for the Trump administration. I cannot imagine that they would be able to change birthright citizenship. They're trying to focus on some ambiguity in the language and so forth as to the rights to citizenship based on birthright, and that's fine. But if I was trying to be objective, I think this is probably one of the weaker cases that the Trump team is bringing to the Supreme Court. I think that, for example, they have much more leverage, much more argument in favor of their position on the Enemies Alien Act of 1789 than they do on unilaterally changing birthright citizenship.
OK, just to wrap up this discussion on immigration before we move on to some other topics. I mean, do you think that given the successes and those border crossings being down, deportations up, arrests up, do you think that perhaps to some extent, this being such an important issue on the campaign trail, President Trump has managed to win over perhaps some of the support of people who didn't vote for him in November last year?
Yes and no. Again, immigration was an important topic in the last election, and that's fine. That's fair, and I think Trump has done an excellent job on that. Again, he's not running for re-election, so how people think about him really isn't as relevant as it would be in a first term. But really, I don't think, Tom, that immigration trumps the economy. You can be really, really happy about illegal immigrants not coming into the country or being deported if they're here, especially violent illegal immigrants, criminals, and so forth. But if your household economy is not doing very well, if you're worried about your job, if you're worried about the cost of things, then no amount of successes in immigration are going to make you feel really, really good about your status in life. So, as is so often the case, and famously quoted in the 1990s by a political analyst here, worked for Bill Clinton, it's the economy, stupid. That really is what drives approval ratings. And my guess is that the sentiment here will rise and fall with the economy.
Now, moving on to the economy, I mean, 72% of Americans, according to one poll I've seen, 51% of them being Republican, so a fairly balanced sample, think that it is somewhat likely that President Trump's economic policies will lead to a recession. Is a recession on the cards, do you think?
Yeah, in fact, I think the GDP numbers just came out today, and the GDP shrank in the last quarter. 2 quarters in a row would be considered a recession. So we're certainly on the brink of that. I think it's a fair concern. The Trump team has sort of gone from, oh, there's no worry about a recession. That was their position a couple of weeks ago, to there might be one, but just be patient. Again, he tweeted out this morning, encouraging people to be patient on the economy to allow his plans to kick in. That's not only the tariff plan, Tom, and the trade deals that supposedly will come from that. None of them have yet. But also the debate that we'll be having starting right now in Washington, D.C. about the tax policies moving forward. Trump is counting heavily on his economic agenda for the tax reduction extensions before the end of the year. So he is encouraging patience. That's a little bit of a different message from the Trump team. Again, from the last couple of weeks, it was always nothing to worry about, nothing to see here, to, well, maybe there is something to see here, but it's going to be very short term. And in the long term, things are going to be much better. So you do get a sense that the attitude, even within the White House, has changed slightly.
Yeah, I mean, can the US afford tax cuts? I mean, when you look at the size of the federal budget deficit, I mean, can the US coffers deal with those 2017 tax cuts becoming permanent? What do you think?
Yeah, you can if you reduce spending. Look, there's 2 ways to close a deficit, to pay off the debt. There's 2 ways to do that. Either you increase government revenues or you decrease government spending. Tax cuts generally in the short term tend to lower revenues. Now, this wouldn't be a real tax cut. It would simply be the extension of the tax rates as they are now. I know that's a little bit confusing, but the tax cuts for 2017 are due to expire, which means that if Congress does nothing, taxes will go up. So the extension is really just leaving the tax rates where they are on a longer basis. But yes, that will continue to drive a debt unless you reduce spending. And that's going to be the fight here in Washington, D.C. This summer. Is it easier to raise taxes or is it easier to cut spending? And that is going to be quite the battle.
Fair to say that when it comes to economic policy, fiscal policy, trade policy, tariffs have been the most divisive, perhaps the most controversial issue, even in the ranks of Republicans?
I think it's absolutely fair. Half a generation ago, the Republicans were the party of free trade and Democrats were the party of high tariffs and protective economic policies. And Donald Trump has turned that on its ear. So, that is at the heart of the debate right now is how effective are these tariffs? What's the purpose of these tariffs? I think that's a question, Tom, that the White House is still struggling with a little bit. Were the tariffs there for the sake of rebuilding the American manufacturing base, which would imply that the tariffs would stay permanently? Or were the tariffs there as leverage for negotiating better trade deals with our partners overseas? I think that latter perspective is sort of ascendant right now in the White House, but it's not entirely clear. And that confusion, are the tariffs going to be there forever, or could they go away if we get a free trade deal with, say, Japan or Korea, Australia, the UK? That lack of clarity out of the White House has contributed to the uncertainty, which has contributed to the market gyrations that we've seen, the pullback on investment and spending that we've seen, and as a direct result of that, the reduction in GDP that we just saw today in the last quarter.
Let's talk about the cost-cutting efforts that you alluded to just a moment ago. Those efforts being led, of course, by Elon Musk, who we understand is going to be stepping away somewhat from his Doge role. A little bit chaotic in some sense, in terms of deciphering and decrypting where we are with the cost-cutting effort. For example, experts in food safety and nuclear weaponry got fired. Now then they were put back in their jobs because they were fired mistakenly. But in terms of the deliverables and the savings, we're not quite at the $2 trillion cut in the federal budget, are we?
Oh, listen, we could talk about this for an hour. Keep in mind, I was the last person responsible for government efficiency, and I wasn't able to pull it off simply because there was no interest in Washington or interest in the broader country in being more efficient in the way the government operated. I think that's the one thing that Elon Musk has changed at his Doge group, which is to sort of make this a popular topic. He sort of made it interesting to people. People are now following government efficiency and they care about it. And that has been positive. I don't think you're going to see the savings that Elon Musk talked about. I've said this for several months. Again, having done this myself before, there was never any way for him to be able to save $2 trillion or even $1 trillion. That's not how our system works. If you come from the outside, you might think, oh my goodness, this is going to be easy. I've said from the very beginning, Tom, by the time he's finished here, Elon Musk will realize that it's easier to get to Mars than it is to reduce spending in Washington, D.C. And I think he's experiencing that now firsthand. They have done some tremendous work. Yes, it's been chaotic, to use that term, but keep in mind, Washington has never focused on efficiency before, never reduced spending before. So chaos, it comes from, simply not knowing how to do it. So they're sort of learning on the job, and I have a high tolerance for that. That doesn't bother me. Are there going to be mistakes made? Yes, they are. But again, they're doing something that the government has not tried to do, at least in my lifetime. I'm not sure how successful it's going to be in the long term. Keep in mind, under the American system, Congress appropriates, spends the money. The executive branch sort of makes sure the money goes where Congress wants it to go. But it's very, very difficult for any White House, even with Doge and Elon Musk, to reduce spending unilaterally. That has to be done in Congress. That is part of the tax battle we talked about just a few minutes ago. Will the Congress be able to reduce spending? Because Doge won't be able to do it all by itself, as I think they're learning firsthand.
And if Elon Musk sort of steps into the shadows, as he said he wouldn't, in fact, he had to, because he only had a mandate of 130 days, I believe, to be in that particular advisory role. What sort of an influence do you think he's had? And will that influence be missed by this administration?
That's a great question, because he brought brand recognition. He brought sort of his individual fame to this effort. And I'll be very curious to see if the next person who's in charge, by the way, who is my successor, a gentleman whose name nobody knows, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, who will now be left to try and do this because Doge is part of his Office of Management and Budget. And whether or not there's a sort of a honeymoon period where Elon is no longer there on a day-to-day basis, but he still sort of has that charisma and his personal reputation attached to it that they can leverage for additional savings, remains to be seen. I think it will be difficult to maintain the level of interest in government efficiency when Elon Musk is gone, but we'll know relatively quickly, because I think you're right. I don't think Elon will be around very much longer, at least on a day-to-day basis.
Was it a good move having him there to begin with?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We desperately needed this, and now people care. I tried to make people care about overlapping government regulatory schemes and waste and fraud and abuse, and it's really hard to do. People care more about the money that the government takes from them than they do in what the government spends. So they care about taxes. They don't really care that much about government spending. It's one of the ways that you get $36 trillion in debt. Elon Musk changed that. Whether or not that was for a short period of time or whether or not people will be focused on this permanently, I think is going to be one of the great legacies or one of the potential legacies of the Trump administration if it works out well.
Just turning all right to foreign policy. I mean, two key issues that President Trump inherited, well, there were several issues he inherited, but two big ones, Gaza and Ukraine. Those two conflicts rumble on. Why has there been so little progress?
Well, the Gaza one, I don't think anybody ever said they were going to solve Gaza. I know that Trump floated that trial balloon of, taking over Gaza, having America take over Gaza and make it into sort of an international resort and so forth. I never thought that was a serious proposal. I know how Donald Trump thinks, and he heard that as one idea in a meeting, decided to float it at a press conference and see how it went over. And as a trial balloon, it went over like a lead balloon. So you haven't heard much about that at all. No one's going to solve Gaza in a short period of time. One thing that I think I was talking with some folks from the Pentagon last week, and they said that, what doesn't get nearly enough attention is how long it's going to take to clear the area of just all the unexploded ordnance. It could take 5 years to do that. So you can imagine the timelines we're talking about, and trying to get Gaza to anything close to stability is going to be difficult. I think everybody knew that going in. I think Ukraine is really where the Trump team is flummoxed. He really did believe he could fix it with a phone call within 24 hours, and that's not happened. I think they really don't know what to do there. They expected Putin to want to do a deal. They expected to be able to make Zelensky want to do a deal. They expected the Europeans to maybe encourage Zelensky to do a deal, and that's clearly not working out. Zelensky really threw a spanner in the works the other day when he said that any deal that would require Ukraine to give up claims to Crimea would be a non-starter. That's never going to happen. And if that's the Ukrainian position, then we really will be at loggerheads, because there's no circumstances that I've seen under which Crimea goes back to being part of Ukraine. I don't even think the Europeans believe that's going to happen. But if the Ukrainians are insisting on it, you could very quickly get to a situation where everybody knows that we might be a long way away from a ceasefire or a lasting peace in Ukraine. And I know that, amongst other things, in dealing with the issue, is frustrating the Trump team to no end.
Yeah, and one of the things that's quite striking is that a lot of the traditional allies of the United States we've been speaking to here at Al Arabiya News have expressed some concern about the Kremlin narrative, the pro-Russia narrative that is being given as an explanation of events there in Ukraine. And that's got a lot of people scratching their heads. I mean, I want to ask you this question. What's in it for America? Why is President Trump attaching so much importance to mending fences with the Kremlin?
For two reasons. First of all, he's always believed that you get you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. And you see him again and again try to be prodded by the media to say nasty things about Putin in public, nasty things about President Xi in China in public, nasty things about Kim Jong-un in North Korea in public, and he simply won't do that. There's no benefit to him. He doesn't perceive any benefit to doing that. He'd much rather have private conversations than beat up on people for the benefit of the media. That's one answer. I think the bigger question, you ask it in the right way, is what's the benefit to mending fences with Russia? And this is a fascinating question. I cannot but help get the feeling, in talking to people who work in the administration, talking to members of Congress, that there is real concern in this country about whether or not continental Europe, I take the Brits out of it, that if France and Germany especially, whether or not they are viable and trustworthy long-term partners for the United States. Keep in mind, there's polling data that you can see and available to you. We're aware of it here in this country that the next generation of Europeans care more about global warming than they do about nuclear war or geopolitics. How do you deal with that? 30 years on, when the Greta Thunbergs of the world are running governments, are the Germans, are the French, are the Dutch going to be viable partners for the United States, or are we better off trying to figure out a way in a tripolar world of the U.S., Russia, and China, of being closer to Russia and trying to peel them away from their Chinese their partners? I think that's a fascinating discussion that bears a lot of thought in the coming years.
Okay, we're going to wrap up. I just want to ask you before we go, if you're the headmaster, and you have to give Mr. President Trump his report card for his first 100 days. A, being excellent, B, satisfactory, C, must do better. What are you giving him for immigration?
Immigration's an A+.
Economy?
C.
Foreign policy?
Incomplete.
And government reforms?
B+, A-. And that's the one I'm very familiar with that. So I think they've done a yeoman's effort on that one.
All right. Sounds like he's averaging a B or a B+. Thank you very much indeed. Mick Mulvaney, former Chief of Staff to President Donald Trump. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, let's get more now on President Donald Trump's first 100 days in office in his second term. We can speak to Johanna Maska, the former White House Press Advance Director under President Barack Obama. Johanna, great to have you with us. We heard President Donald Trump in Detroit yesterday, characterizing the first 100 days of his second term as being an enormous success. How would you characterize them?
Well, I'm afraid that we don't all agree here in America, which isn't unusual. that happens a lot. But, the crowd was significant. He has, for his base, accomplished a lot. But particularly the immigration video that he played last night at his rally. He played an immigration video that showed Americans detaining, arresting, and deporting people who have been here. And whether they're criminals or not, a lot of Americans will have a lot of fear and frustration that is how this president is portraying the America that we know to be a good America that brings about more peace and more human rights around the world. Of course, Donald Trump believes he's doing that, but, it was quite interesting and fairly depressing, honestly. I wrote a friend and I was like, this is just depressing to watch a president of the United States parade human beings in the way he did.
But President Trump's support base would argue that that's precisely what he was voted in for in this second term. And, the polls suggest people like what he's doing. One poll, a Fox News poll, I should add, says 55% approve, 40% do not approve of the border security efforts being made by Mr. Trump. So he is doing, he would say, what he was asked to do.
Border security, you are 100% right. People are happy that the border is more secure. Now, what we do with the people who are already living in the United States. I mean, remember, George Bush tried to solve for immigration. We haven't reformed our immigration process in the entirety of my adult life. There are people here on asylum cases that have been waiting 8-9 years. Their kids have gone through school, and we have not heard those cases. Now, what we do about that population is very different. And absolutely. If you've got criminals, if you've got gang members, Americans are going to want to see action there. But there is a problem because the cases that we're starting to hear are a mother with a 1-year-old who's still nursing, who President Trump is deporting. So his polling on that particular issue is backsliding, even amongst his fiercest supporters. And remember, it wasn't just immigration. They wanted tariffs because they want manufacturing back to the United States. I mean, I grew up in Galesburg, Illinois. President Obama talked about manufacturing was decimated there. We lost Maytag. That sentiment of wanting those jobs back in America, 100%, they want that. But do they want to see America look like a third world country where we are literally parading our criminals in the streets? No. That's a big distinguishing factor, and I think that's where people believe that Trump has gone too far.
Okay, but would you say that you agree with the outcome? It's just the methodology that you have an issue with?
Not the outcome of deporting people who have been here 20 years. The outcome of a safe and secure border. Remember, President Obama actually had a safe and secure border. Now, when I came out to California, I remember people telling me President Obama was deporter-in-chief. He was deporting significant numbers of people. We were not showing videos at rallies of people being rounded up and deporting. That is a difference. This president is a showman. He always has been. Now, the question is, he can show all of these things. And the border, I will give him that. He has secured, it is a more secure border. But the economy relies on some of these millions of human beings. In California, it's 5% of our population is undocumented. Our economy relies on those people. And so you're already seeing Americans tire of some of the economic things that he's passed, including tariffs, because they are showing significant price increases to the consumer here that already feels the effect of inflation. So you're seeing, because the economy will only further be drained if we lose 5% of our population in California, for example, our farm workers, the prices of those crops are going to go up. And Americans don't have the sentiment for that.
How would you assess the level of consumer confidence in the United States right now?
Well, the polls are showing that it is diminishing. And I'll say, when I go to restaurants, it's just, you can see people are not going to restaurants with the frequency that they were. I mean, salons are seeing a decrease. Those are troubling signs. Any president wants to make sure, number one, they have a strong economy. And it is clear that President Trump has always had this position that he believes we need to tariff the world to bring manufacturing back. Now, how long can he actually stomach the effects of that, the effects of consumer confidence, the effects of the increase of, everyday things like pet food. Some of our pet food is manufactured around the world. These increases are hitting American consumers, and that gives them less confidence to do the things like going out to restaurants, going to movies, going to, enjoy small businesses, which he keeps talking about he's going to turn back on in Middle America.
Okay, someone in the Trump administration might answer that by saying, look, we need to fix this issue of the United States being ripped off by other countries. We need to address our trade imbalances. This is going to be some short-term pain for everybody. And as long as everything is sort of back to normal by the midterms, which come around remarkably fast, which are next year, everything will be okay. How do you answer that?
Well, and that's the truth, is the election cycle doesn't always give you time. I remember we were involved in Obamacare, and President Obama said, he didn't care about the political hits he was going to take. He wanted to solve for every 30 seconds we had an American going bankrupt over not having health insurance. And that solution cost him the midterms pretty substantially. With tariffs, I am not the kind of Democrat who says the tariffs can't work. You can't explain away that President Biden kept President Trump's tariffs on China. And I do think that fair trade, reciprocal trade that he's talking about is something that Americans would like to see. The problem is, how quickly can these plants actually reshore what are critical minerals that we're missing? Who are their fair trade partners who we can rely on? What does that look like? That's not something that you easily work out before the midterms. Trade deals take multiple years. I remember President Obama trying and using a lot of political capital to try to bring about TPP. He wanted to get that region in Asia on a fair and, the same trading platform so that essentially you could hold China's bad practices to account. That took years, and then it didn't get congressional action and fell apart. And now the U.S., of course, got out. That was, you had both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton against that. And so, you see that to actually get a sustainable long-term trade deal, it takes a lot of time. Will President Trump be able to do that? He certainly has the bluster of being negotiator in chief, but the time is ticking. And you see, so the week that he announced all of these major tariffs, Whirlpool in Iowa announced a layoff of 600 workers, a huge part of their Amana workforce. Now, right now, they've paused those layoffs because they don't know what's going to happen. But you also see, some of these companies are trying to buy from places like Canada, and they're not sure what Donald Trump is going to do. If he doesn't give them certainty and soon, that is going to have an effect on the workforce. And that is something, having seen how Obamacare was railed against by the Republicans in the lead up to our midterms, I could see Democrats really making a stand on that and likely winning back both the House and the Senate, and that will make it almost impossible for Donald Trump to go without any objection of Congress and do everything that he wants to do.
Okay, so it sounds like you're concerned about the state of the economy and the direction things are heading in. Let's talk a bit about foreign policy. Those two major conflicts that we've talked a lot about on this channel, Gaza and Ukraine, haven't been fixed quite as quickly as we were promised they would be on the campaign trail. Why do you think that is?
Well, these kinds of things that have lasted many generations are not easily solved by one leader as much as Donald Trump wants to pretend he has a magic wand. Particularly the issue of Gaza, that is an issue in Michigan that drove a lot of voters to vote against Kamala Harris because they didn't like how the Biden administration was handling the conflict. I don't think that the way that President Trump has handled it by offering to basically build Trump Tower there is satisfying that voter base either. Look, I think as much as the voters vote on our engagement in the world, I would say that voters are, number one, concerned about their economic security. When the president says he's going to end the war in Ukraine on day one, he's going to move the goalposts. So now he's saying, well, Putin doesn't want to end the conflict. Of course he doesn't want to end it. He invaded a neighbor. That should have been a given. But, Donald Trump gets away with this stuff. And what will happen is he'll move the goalpost and he'll say that the U.S. isn't going to be involved in that conflict. And the conflict was not widely popular in America. In terms of American boots on the ground, there's absolutely no support. There is support in Congress, but if you go to, Galesburg, Illinois, my hometown, and you start talking to people about the war in Ukraine, they're going to talk to you about the problems in Galesburg, Illinois.
Yeah, but, you've got to hand it to President Trump that he has worked pretty hard these last 101 days, getting people around tables, getting the conversation going. We've seen sort of electric shock therapy being given to the Europeans who've been gathering at multiple opportunities to discuss this. Isn't that what this is all about, is getting the conversation going and keeping it going? And that's what President Trump's been doing.
He's actually very effective at marketing. He's very effective at using the power of the presidency. On actually governing and bringing about deals, his first term was not so successful. I said I was going to judge this term like I judged the last, not on the first 100 days, but on the last 100 days. The last 100 days when all of his his team was in place and they did not control a global pandemic, that was pretty terrible. Turning on PPP, which saw massive fraud and abuse, more money than was spent in the war in Ukraine, those kinds of things were pretty terrible. Now, I am one who's always going to be open-minded. I have a lot of friends who have worked closely with President Trump and still do. I see and I root for the President of America's success. I see him working very hard. But the question is he listening sometimes to the advisors who are telling him, you can say you want to do things very quickly. Bernie Sanders says he wants to turn on Medicaid for all tomorrow. But sometimes that shock to the system is so severe, it will actually have a backlash effect on what you want to do. And I'm afraid that Donald Trump may find himself in that situation. And again, I think Democrats need to speak better to what they want to do to bring manufacturing, especially critical manufacturing, back to the United States, because that's incredibly crucial for our economy. But I would say right now, consumers are already grading Donald Trump, and the grade is not an A for his first 100 days, despite the action.
OK, I'm going to be picking up on the grading in just a moment. But obviously, we haven't heard a huge amount from the Democratic Party. We're going to hear from Kamala Harris today for the first time, really, in 101 days. Who do you think is going to be up against President Trump, if indeed he runs for a third term in 2028, which he's sort of toyed with the idea of, although one expert we spoke to a little earlier said he's just trying to goad and taunt the Democratic Party. But who do you think is going to be running for your party, for the Democratic Party in 2028?
I hope that our candidate is a fresh face, a fresh voice, someone much younger than our candidates have been. I was part of Barack Obama's campaign defeating Hillary Clinton at the earliest days in Iowa, and I know what it's like to go up against a more establishment candidate, and that is very difficult. And we will likely see a lot of people running for president. I mean, Gavin Newsom already is. Every day he sits out here in California, doing town halls and his new podcast. He is going to run for president, no doubt about it. Ro Khanna, who's in California, I think actually stands a better chance because Ro Khanna, who's a congressman, he's got more of the populist sentiment. He was raised in the Midwest. He was in our Commerce Department for President Obama. He's someone who you can see already because he's doing bus tours that he's certainly interested. Wes Moore is another name. He's the governor of Maryland. He's someone who has always had those kinds of ambitions and is a very outside the box candidate. Now, Maryland is another state like California where they had a surplus and they turned it to a deficit. I don't want to see that. Gretchen Whitmer is someone who is actually in the state of Michigan. She's been governor of Michigan, has actually pretty forcefully led a robust Democratic coalition that has grown in that state. You'll likely see Andy Beshear, who is the governor of Kentucky. He's likely going to jump in, and he, again, lower profile, but someone who has crossed party lines and really gotten things done with Republicans. So I could go on and on.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see so many people in this race that what we really need is a state like Iowa in the early stage that's affordable for these candidates to compete. And right now, my frustration with the Democratic Party is we have actually removed Iowa as first in the nation. And I think that was a major mistake.
Okay, well, if President Trump runs for a third term, then President Barack Obama is entitled to come back and serve his third term, isn't he? Let's move back to President Trump more specifically, because we haven't got much time left. I just want to ask you what you make of the Department of Government Efficiency and the cost savings. I mean, wasn't that kind of cost saving long overdue?
So we had sequestration during the Obama administration. There have been many efforts to decrease government spending. And it is always complicated because you don't know what you're going to cut. And as has been seen with the Trump administration, a lot of the things that they've cut very quickly have actually had to be turned back on. There are costs to that. Whether they're actually saving money is a real question. I can tell you that with sequestration, we had to save money, and we did. So yes, I am a fiscal conservative. I want to make sure that every one of our tax dollars is going to the rightful place, and we should be looking at every single tax dollar. What Elon Musk and his, minions using AI are doing is a very different thing than actually going through line by line and looking at the effectiveness of a program.
Okay, so just to sort of wrap up your assessment of President Trump, as promised, I'd like to get the report card out and ask you to pretend to be the school headmistress, Principal Masker. What grade are you giving? A being the best, B being satisfactory, C must do better. What grade are we giving the president for immigration?
Oh, goodness. I would give him a D, not because of border security. If the question was border security, that would be different. But on immigration, he has not actually come up with a plan that's going to solve our backlog of asylum cases, our backlog of long-term immigration, the problems that we've got that are systemic. He could still do that, but he has not.
I was expecting a better grade than D. What about the economy?
Well, again, I'm afraid that on the economy, it's probably a C. There are people who think that in what he's doing, you are going to see more American manufacturing goods sold. If that comes true, then it should move to an A. But right now, prices are going up for American consumers. Businesses have absolutely no certainty because of how he's playing this out. And so we're kind of in a wait and see moment of whether this is going to be failing or if he's going to rise to an A.
Foreign policy?
Well, his Secretary of Defense accidentally added a reporter to a Signal chat in which he gave the details around a Houthi attack. So I'd probably have to say on that one, we're kind of sitting at a D or a see. I mean, you've got him certainly asserting a stronger position. I am not against him actually holding China accountable on the Panama Canal. I think that's long overdue and important for us to go against what China was doing in getting all of these ports. So I like those kinds of things, but I can't possibly give a B or an A grade to an administration that accidentally added a reporter to a signal chat. Had we done that, every day Fox News would have hit us over the head.
All right, just lastly, government reform. What grade are we giving him?
Well, he has reformed government. Will it actually benefit the American people? That's a very different question. So I guess when it comes to, if it's just a matter of did he reform government, he has. It's like probably a B, but I don't know that the American people are actually going to like cuts to our Department of Education. And you're already seeing that with town halls with Democrats, including Bernie Sanders and AOC, even in Idaho, flooded with tens of thousands of people.
OK, well, you've definitely been the strictest school principal that we've spoken to on this programme today. Really appreciate it. A real pleasure. Johanna Maska, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Great to join you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We're back with the Dressing Room podcast with Al Arabiya News. Lads, it's been a strong week, I suppose. What have you been up to?
I've had a busy week. Bridgie, what about? We had a great day, didn't we, Wednesday?
Yeah.
I heard about this. I felt a bit left out here.
I know. It was
It wasn't nice. Do you know what? I'm going to tell you something.
I have to explain it?
Because I'm trying to get. I want to give the girls a mention.
All right, yeah.
And I've got their name on the phone, so I'm going to make sure.
Do you know what?
And all that lot, yeah.
Bridgie, I felt left out. Yeah, because when I phoned you, you says, "Oh, I'm just gonna go and meet Coley." Like, I'm thinking, hold on a minute, where's my invite? And then you saying, "Oh, we're gonna be doing a little bit of work with Chelsea."
That was that.
Yeah.
What? So me and Bridgie went playing out, and we didn't invite you.
You didn't invite me. I felt so bad,
mate.
So what was you lot actually doing?
That was his gig, not mine. So blame him.
What was you doing?
I go where I'm told, mate.
Basically, we went along to Chelsea training ground and done a bit of work that he usually does for TNT Sports. We got to meet the amputee team for Chelsea. We did a little drill against each other. We reminisced on the time Chelsea won the Premier League 20 years ago.
Any dark humour?
There was dark humour coming from the amputee
The girls
team.
were
Mate.
That's what I was saying, because I know.
I obviously spoke to Carlton before, and he went, "They'll probably be moving better than me, basically." And I was
That's what I said.
And I was like, "Yeah, they probably will be." To be fair,
To be fair,
but
go on,
I
go on.
think it's one of them things. We met 3 girls just before we met them all, like outside randomly. Oh, mate, the banter between the 3 girls was brilliant.
What were they saying?
And we met Shelby, who was probably the liveliest out of all of them.
Really?
It was just battering off banter, like obviously.
Yeah.
And it just made us feel more relaxed. They had a great attitude about life.
Yeah.
It was oh mate, it was just heartwarming, just the way they spoke. They're obviously gone through so much in their life, but they get together and they'll have banter about everything. It was just brilliant. Like the goalkeeper plays with one arm. And they go, we always have a bit of banter.
Hold on a minute.
Give us the thumbs up, and everyone do thumbs up.
Hold on a minute.
And it was.
How do you keep a straight face with that? Listen, listen, mate. I call it how it is, innit?
Yeah.
A goalkeeper with one arm. Yeah.
Mate.
That is that's. Listen, I gotta be politically correct here, but that is something else, isn't it?
Mate. It was heartwarming when it was Shelby.
Yeah.
Shelby was brilliant. She
was brilliant. They were all great though.
Marnie and Lizzie. So we met them before, and when we went out there and we trained with them, like it was just heartwarming, Coley. Because you know what I would say to these girls and lads there, they were all brilliant. Like. They've obviously had a real tough time in life.
Of course,
It was like I was chatting to a couple of the guys, and he had cancer as a 10-year-old boy, and he had to get his leg. He was a footballer at QPR, and he had to get his leg taken off. And I was like, like the energy this guy had and what he brought to football was brilliant. So we went there, and we had a great day. And I think the way that these guys approach life, I think every school in the country, when you're moaning about things in your life, things ain't working.
Everyone's
day to
guilty
day.
of it. Everyone's
Day
guilty
to
of
day,
it.
Day to day, and they have proper, like sometimes they were telling me that they're getting out of bed and they can't, they get in all these pains and all these things, and they're worried about the cancer coming back. And the way that they approach life, it left me and him with like proper admiration for him, didn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. She was joking from the first minute we met her. She was like, "Oh, we go to the shops, and because I've lost my right leg, he's lost his left leg. We go to the shops together. It's like, just buy one pair of shoes and we just share them." But like, she was brilliant.
Oh, sorry. Wait. See that? That is my type of banter. I love it, and I love that people with those, obviously, like if you're an amputee and you can have a laugh and a giggle about it. It's not just that it softens the blow. It's just their outlook on life. But us, because we're privileged. I'll say we're privileged. So for them, and then when we see them, we think, they're gloomy, they're like properly doom and gloom, whatever it is. But at the same time, they don't look at life in the way we think they look at life. They look at life actually a bit more positive than us.
I think don't get me wrong, they will have
they'll have their days.
They'll have their ups their ups and their downs. But what was great to see is they all get together. And you can see it when they're there that they lift their spirits up. And Matt, I love being there. Like, I'll go back there again, definitely at some stage. Like,
good.
I want to improve my ability of playing on crutches because
it wasn't great.
He was actually really good at striking the ball.
What do you mean?
Was really good.
Was you on crutches?
We played the game on crutches.
Oh yes, so he played.
I didn't know this. So
I went in goal first.
Okay,
and then obviously just with one hand. He was on pitch, and then we swapped. And I was a little bit disappointed in my performance. Could have been better. So I'd love to go.
We're
back
going to go.
Mate, it was the spirit. For me, it felt like going and having a kickabout. I loved it. Mate. I really enjoyed it.
They were brilliant. Give them a big shout out. We're gonna send some
as well. I have to mention some of the skill. Was an absolute joke. Like rolling the foot, like his crutches, rolling his foot over it, step overs. Like honestly, what they do is unbelievable.
We take take her
Is
out.
it? Can we catch this on YouTube or?
Yeah, you got anyone out there watch it, and also we're gonna donate something to help them because they're going to the World Cup as well soon, European Championships.
Yeah,
and we're gonna help. So we had a really good day, and then we had a little bit of a reminisce. And then I had a busy. I did co-coms for the first time. Chelsea versus Everton.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard you. I heard you. No, that's what. I noticed that voice. Who's that?
Yeah.
The missus goes, "Is that Joe Cole?" I was like, "Yeah, it is, isn't it?"
Yeah.
He's poor.
No, do you know what, right?
I'm joking.
No, brilliant. I love it, right? So anyway, I've walked into the Winnebago and all the big bosses were there, and because it's a Chelsea game, and everyone's there, and everyone's going, I wasn't nervous. I don't get nervous with things, right? Yeah. But then everyone's going, co-com today. Good luck, mate. Good luck. Yeah, gonna be
that
tough.
makes you nervous.
I'm like, I weren't nervous now. And then some geezers come up to me and gone, I just want to let you know we've got you press this button, press that button. I'm like, whoa, I didn't know about buttons. I was going, no. I said, what do you mean buttons? He said, yeah, if you press this one, it raises the effects up. This one's like for the director. This one is. I'm like, mate, listen, I could bring down the whole grid here. I said, I need to keep it
Give
simple.
me buttons.
So anyway, I went up there, done it with Darren Fletcher,
He's
brilliant
good.
geezer,
proper professional.
And he just went, listen, just relax. There's your Percy Pigs. And it's a
What?
cup of tea.
What do you mean?
No, your snacks. Like,
okay. Okay.
So it's just watching football with your mate and saying what you see. So anyway, like all your group chats with good mates, I'm thinking like I'm a little bit nervous. So they're sending me like Twitter like none of people like just hammering me on Twitter like I'm watching it kind of like, who are these people that feel the time of day to go?
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Anyway,
they try and diss you because they're just jealous, man. At the end of the day, they want to be doing what you're doing.
Listen, I loved it, mate. I thought it was one of the it's one of the best experiences I've done outside of football. Do you know that? I loved it because you're in the game. You're in the game.
I was surprised to hear you on there because we have talked about this before, and you've done something similar to it, but it wasn't like live TV.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was a little bit different. But this one was like a big moment for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was good, mate. It was, and also,
is it? What do you call this? Is this growth in the punditry industry?
I don't know if it's
Is it
growth.
or...
I don't know if it's growth or they're just slinging me out the studio. Which could be both. But no, Coley, I loved it, mate. It was really good.
Rio does it.
Yeah, Rio does a little bit. Yeah. But he got a lot of stick, didn't he? Did you notice that him and Sav went at Man United game the other night? But when your emotions are in the game and they were celebrating Man United's late winner, like I think it's good when your emotions in the game. That's or do you think you need to stay?
I think probably as a pundit, I think you might need to stay. You could have a little bias.
Do you know what?
I think as a pundit, but I think as a co-coms or commentator, you have to be down the middle.
Yeah, but this is from you, the man. This is from you, the man. Conference League final.
Yeah.
When West Ham won it, you just went missing for half an hour.
That's why I don't.
Celebrating.
That's why I
left
don't.
It all to
that's
me.
why I don't do TV anymore. Because they can see how unprofessional I was. I couldn't be like impartial. It's very, very difficult.
Mate,
when your heart's in something,
just be there.
No, but I'm just real. I'm just real.
You was real that night.
I'm just real. Yeah. And listen, I got a free ticket over to where was we?
We had a good night.
I can't even remember where we were.
Prague?
We were in Prague.
Yeah,
we were in Prague, and I was like looking at it, and I was thinking, I don't know if I'll be able to stay professional here. I could probably stay semi, but not full on.
Yeah.
So obviously, when the last minute goal goes in, what's going to happen? It's not like we was dominating the game all the way through, and then like I knew that I had to be professional all the way through, and then could dissect the game.
Yeah.
It was one of those ones where it was a last minute goal. Like, obviously, I'm going to just go, wow, like, what's going on here? So I hope people and these networks can see the professionalism in me in prior situations. But
I'm sure, mate, listen, it was a beautiful experience. It was.
But I think it's good to hear the cheering, though.
Yeah.
I think it's good to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It is good.
I thought you were good, by the way.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, I thought you were good.
Thanks, mate.
I thought you were brilliant.
Thank you. That's nice. Friends.
But what were your key moments in that?
The only thing I think is obviously with it being Chelsea, and I was at the club on Wednesday, so we met Enzo Pedro Neto before the game, so you a little bit. You got to try and stay unbiased, and there was a spell in the game when Everton were in the ascendancy, and so you got to be 50-50 down and say it as you see it. I thought Jared Branthwaite was excellent in the game as well.
Very good.
Thought he'd done very, very well. But Chelsea were the better side. They won 1-0. It should have been more, but I still think it's a long way for them to go. But Bridget, what have you been up to this week apart from that?
Mate, not a lot.
No,
Mrs. has been away. I missed a few birthday parties just because Mrs. was away and Mum wasn't very well, so I had to have the kids. Yeah. So literally, mate, not a lot.
No,
not a lot at all. Only that thing with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I went to races on Friday for one of the birthday parties, which was the 21st.
Yeah.
Started to think, I'm 44. Why am I getting invited to 21st birthday party?
You bring the party, mate.
Bring the party. That's what you like.
And my dad was invited.
And your dad as well.
Yeah. Other than that, mate, it's a real quiet weekend. Like not a lot going on at all.
I had an eventful weekend. I went, done the co-coms for the first time. Come home, and I went to the boxing. Now I went with some.
How was that?
And it was experience, right? It was because obviously with it being Tottenham, I was deliberating, do I go, do I get a taxi? But I thought, I've got to get up the next morning to go to Cardiff with my boy to play football. So I thought, I'd drive, I won't have anything to drink. So I drove, parked up, and I'm about 1.5 miles from the stadium because you can't park close to it. So as I'm walking down, I've got my hat on, my glasses, and it's a wild experience because everyone's so charged for it. Everyone's boozed. As I'm walking down I'm thinking, nobody's going to notice me. And then these fellas come out the pub and someone's clocked me. I don't know how he's done it. He looked at me like that. He went
double take.
He went, Joe Cole. And then they're walking behind me and then they're like going, oh, look at Joe Cole trying to
what?
With his glasses on and his hat, trying to be in disguise. Look at him. Come on. And I'm like, all right, mate. You know, you're like, there's no win here.
Yeah.
I can't go.
What we're doing here?
I'm like, all right, mate. Yeah, lovely. And I'm walking, and they're saying other things.
And
there's a little bit more. Then behind me, I'm like, just leave me alone, guys. I feel like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm thinking and they're chirping. Then I start getting quicker. Then they start getting
It's on
quicker.
a half chunk.
I'm thinking, just like, because everyone's, you've got to be on your toes around these places. This is Tottenham for me. So anyway, I met my mates, got in the stadium. I've gone in. I thought, right, quiet.
Yeah.
Straight away, fella over there, he's a Chelsea fan, and he's clocked me, and he starts singing at me, and everyone's like, I'm like, anyway, everyone was cool. Everyone around me was lovely. Watched the fight. It was brilliant.
Yeah, what a fight that was.
It was brilliant, right? Absolutely. And we should shout out Conor Benn and Chris Eubank, Bridgie, because when you watch fighters do what they did in the ring,
man.
do you know what?
Oh yeah.
It was incredible. It was probably one of the best fights I've ever seen. Technically weren't great.
Yeah, but it was just the heart and passion about it.
As just a fan, rather than going into it too much about the actual boxing itself, because I'm definitely not an expert.
Yeah.
But to watch as just like a fan of it and having I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah.
Like,
what did you make? What did you make of when Senior turned up? Because the stadium erupted.
Oh, do you know what? I don't like to look into it too much. Everyone's like, oh, they haven't been talking, haven't been this, and have they done it on purpose that he turns up on the thing?
Yeah.
And for me, it was just Ben Arthur. It was kind of Ben Arthur saying, I'm just glad he was there.
Yeah, that was nice, wasn't
and
it?
It was seeing him and Nigel having the handshake and the hug and everything. It was just good to see, wasn't it? It was good, and I don't know. For me, from the fight, just the way I see boxing was, all the weight drain and the weight difference and everything.
That was
for
interesting.
Me, the thing that stood out for me personally, because it's probably the way I trained and everything I do, was Conor Benn. It was just the fact that he came out just
relentless.
Let's go. And it was the whole fight he did it. Don't get me wrong, the last few rounds I thought he was on the ropes a little bit, and you heard him speak after, I could have got off him a bit quicker. But mate, he's trained like he's ready to go to war for 12 rounds.
He used to train. 15 rounds.
I take my risk. I take me out to him. Me, not that I know boxing that well.
Yeah.
When looking at it, and I've only watched it once, by the way. Eubank towards the end, leaning on him a lot, throwing a lot of quick punches near the end, like using the weight on him.
That's what won him.
Yeah.
But yeah, for me, it was just I just thought it was just a great day.
Yeah, it was a great like
for boxing.
Do you know what? Right, the whole stadium, the nostalgia in the stadium. When Tina Turner come on, he come down to
Simply the best,
and you see his old man there. Yeah. Like his old man's mate. Any marketing people out there, he's a marketing genius. He
is. He knows exactly what he's doing. He
knows exactly. Like the whole place was raving, and my night didn't. So I watched the fight. My night got worse. Right. So great fight. So I've gone right. I'm getting out. I'm ducking out early because it's hard to get out. And I thought I'll have a jog. I had trainers on, so I've had a jog.
A jog to where?
To my car, because I've got to get up at 6 a.m. to go Cardiff. Whoa. So I'm thinking, because if you get stuck, I could be there for an hour. So I'm jogging, right? Everyone's come out charged because it's a great fight. I thought, I've got my hat on. It's dark now, glasses. No one's going to notice me. But then I start jogging. Someone notices me again. Then they start jogging. With me. So all of a sudden, and he's like, and then someone's.
What's this Rocky Balboa?
Someone was singing the Rocky Balboa. Someone was shouting the Rocky Balboa thing. I'm running down. I'm thinking, and my breathing's now like, I can't stop. I'm thinking, I need to shake these off.
Yeah. What kind of nonsense is this?
I'm like, I can't stop now.
What is this?
My legs are burning. I can't stop.
Why are you going through this?
I don't know, Colin. Anyway, I got to my motor, sweating.
Why?
Sweating. I don't know.
You've just got 12 rounds.
I think you need to realise whenever we're going to go out, you're going to get recognised.
You are. Just get over
we've
it,
got
man.
We've got another group night coming up.
Yeah.
And it's, I text
why
my
the
mates,
bucket hat.
do you reckon
You should
Joe
have
will
your
get...
bucket hat.
Will Joe be all right? Is he going to get pestered? Well, mate, wherever we go, you're going to get recognised, that's it.
I don't mind being pestered.
You just got one of them faces.
It was just Tottenham, I just thought, we have a little bit of banter with them here and there. But, so that was my
What a stadium,
night. That
though,
was my
isn't it?
Saturday.
What a stadium.
What a stadium.
It's a brilliant stadium.
Yeah. So there was a lot of...
Well, you lot's week went really well. I just had a quiet one, really. I was just doing work for West Ham. I dedicated the week to West Ham doing my ambassadorial work.
Okay. Where have they sent you?
Oh, no. So we had some partners, obviously, of the club. And the partner group uses me to do certain things, so I've done it.
You like that, didn't you, Carl?
I like mingling.
Enjoy it.
I was a gaffer for one game for core play.
Yeah.
And... yeah, I enjoyed that, and then I've done some work with the women's team as well.
Okay.
So yeah, it was good.
You are like the Swiss Army knife of West Ham, aren't you?
I do a load.
You just do everything. Women's team, corporate.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Nights. They sent you to Australia last week.
Whatever you want, mate. Swiss Army. I like that. The Swiss Army knife. Yeah.
Karen Brady, get him a new contract. Come
on. Do you know what I am? Yeah. You know when you season your food, you put all purpose in it. all purpose, all spice, anything you want, I've got you in it.
Valuable
man of many tricks.
Yeah. just
not master at none.
the oil that keeps West Ham moving.
You know what I mean? Yeah, WD-40, bruv.
Power behind the throne.
Yeah, man. Let everyone know. I don't mind. Anyway, man. Yeah, let's talk about Liverpool, though. Come on.
Wow. What do we think?
Wow. Just like in style. With a plum.
Mate, they just dispatched Spurs, didn't they?
I knew it was coming, but I didn't know it was going to be that bad.
Yeah, I know. I did.
What, against Spurs?
Yeah,
kind of, because you kind of knew.
Their brain, their mind, Ange, everyone, the whole club's focused to Bodo Glimt. They can't.
That sounds like a rock band to me.
Mate, some heavy metal Norwegian rock band. It'd be the most Spurs thing ever if they get turned over by them winning the semi-final. But let's concentrate on Liverpool for a second.
Yeah.
So you watched the game.
Yeah.
What did you make of the celebrations? The game and then the celebrations afterwards? 'Cause they've been brilliant all season. Liverpool.
Okay, so for me, I watched the game.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to watch the celebrations.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch that. Who wants to watch another team celebrating?
Yeah.
And you're like, your team's nowhere near it.
I did the opposite of Carlton. I watched the celebration, then watched the highlights of the game.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you said you got a bit emotional watching it.
Yeah, but you know what?
I know.
I don't. And I probably haven't watched.
You're falling back in love with football, Bridge, aren't you? You are, aren't you?
You're back in it,
mate. Their celebrations, come on.
Yes, no,
like the way their fans were singing the Walk Alone.
Yeah.
Like, and then them lining up in front of them and all singing it together. It gave me goosebumps a little bit.
Why?
Mate, I ain't a Liverpool fan. This.
What do you mean a heart? What's the heart got to do with it?
Mate,
What's Liverpool done to you?
Nothing. Exactly, nothing. It means nothing to me.
Hearing the Liverpool fans sing it, I think it's a special moment.
Oh, that is lovely.
Yeah, it's an iconic.
When you're not playing against them, by the way.
No, don't get me wrong. I did at one point
nightmares.
think, oh my God, Tottenham are still there. Ange must be thinking, oh my God.
Oh, no, yeah.
But it was like seeing them lined up, singing it, and then the fans just belting it out. Oh, that was a special moment for everyone that was involved.
All the Scousers.
It was quite funny trying to see some of the players sing the song and probably didn't know half the words.
Yeah.
But no, mate, that's probably watching it. I thought that's one of the best I've seen celebrating.
That's what football's about. Forget all the stuff we talk about. You know, you're winning something, you're a fan, you go to your team when you're enjoying it. What a day they had.
Congratulations to them.
I think it's great for Tottenham in a way because everyone kind of forgets about the drumming they got a little bit. Just the celebration.
Yeah, that was a bad drumming though.
Man. Mate, yeah.
If we talk in celebrations, there was some there was a little bit of there was some genius in the celebrations.
Yeah.
We with the flares. You heard about the story with the flares?
About Everton getting involved.
Oh, mate, I love
selling Liverpool
flares.
It's
genius.
He's trying to think of a better word than genius. He's always trying to think of a better word.
No, I think it's bang out of order.
What?
I think it's bang out of order. Why are they getting involved? Like, just leave it alone, innit? Let them have their day. Yeah, you get them on the rebound, innit?
Well, you sound like me, you do.
No, but let them have their day, innit? Why are you getting involved with the flares? Like, if that's the only thing you're bringing to the party, then do one, innit? Like, why are you selling these Liverpool fans blue flares?
What's the story? The backstory goes: this fella bought the flares.
Yeah.
Like he managed to get himself in the middle of the deal.
How?
He's done that.
A deal on flares.
Like he must have
relabeled them as red flares.
Red flares.
You know how much?
And then gone to his mates. He's at the pub going, look at these. It's brilliant. It's
bang out of order.
It's good.
But that's their little get up, innit? That's their little get up.
Yeah. But the 20th, it's good. They've been unbelievable. They've been unbelievable.
Liverpool are probably one of the biggest. They are the biggest team in English football now. They've just matched Manchester United's record.
It's coming after Klopp.
20th league title.
He's done.
20th league title. Imagine winning 20 league titles, man.
Mate, 20 league titles, and that's level with Manchester United. Arne Slot's the first Dutchman to win, which I found quite extraordinary because we've had some. There's been some good Dutch managers. Demolished Spurs. Do you know what I thought was a nice thing? Arne Slot started off the Jurgen Klopp song to the crowd as well. So I think that shows a lot of humility and class from him because he's gone, right, I've done it. He knows he's going to get his flowers, but he's like, he knows that he's been left a very, very good team as well.
Yeah, definitely.
That was classy. Mate,
listen, we'll talk about how bad the league was this season.
Yeah.
But you still got to go out there and deliver. And they done what they're supposed to do. The rest didn't.
Yeah.
So kudos to Liverpool because they've come out and actually set the standard and kept the standard. And that's what you're supposed to do, right? And Arne Slot is a massive part of that to keep that group galvanised and say this is a new era, but we'll still win the league. So it's actually just it's taken them to another level, I think.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard for Manchester City just to say, come on, let's go again, and we're going to go and take the league back. It's not going to be that easy to take it back.
Can I just ask you a question here, Bridgie? Right, just the Premier League era, right? Because you know what we're like in England. Like the Premier League's dominant. In '92, it come about, and people like we're talking about ancient history. I'm talking about recent history, like the last 25 years, right? So, have a listen to these statistics on the top 5 club. Liverpool have 18 First Division titles, 2 Premier League titles, 8 FA Cups, 6 European Cups. Man United 7 First Division titles, 13 Premier Leagues, 2 FA Cups, 3 Champions Leagues. So that's the comparison there. Like the only other teams that get close to them clubs, Man City, Chelsea, and Arsenal. And Arsenal haven't won the Champions League, so they're not in the conversation. Chelsea's all very recent. They don't really match up. Manchester City's. I'm surprised by this 9 Premier League titles. I didn't realise they'd put that many on the board. That's been incredible. 6 FA Cup, 1 European title. So I think it's between Liverpool and Man United. And I think, my opinion, Liverpool are just nicked in front now. Do we all agree that Liverpool now, equaling that, are the most successful? Or do we think is there an asterisk on it because a lot of their league titles
you're
30 years
over
plus
history,
ago?
you're comparing Man United and Liverpool, aren't you? Yeah.
They're the only teams, realistically.
So I'm Liverpool all day. Not really a Man United fan.
Really? Well, what's Man United done to you?
Not a lot. Not a lot, really.
They don't do nothing for you either.
It just used to annoy me a little bit.
Is it?
Yeah. I don't hate them. Do you know what I mean? I was buzzing when they won the other day and Harry Maguire
See, when you was
scored.
at school,
but like, if out of the two teams, if you gave me a choice of who would you rather go and play for,
I'd be Liverpool.
All day, and
Really?
even the celebrations, the fans, and I don't know if it's the walk-alongs, or just the feeling I get.
You're
I'm
a
Liverpool all day
Liverpool
long.
fan.
No, he's a Man
No, I'm not.
Man
I actually
City,
supported
wasn't he?
Liverpool as a kid. Like,
That's
a little
why.
bit.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Only a little bit. I was.
Whatever.
Basically, as a kid, I realised I was a glory hunter.
Yeah, that's
my dad
what-
was like, "You're going to support Saints." And yeah, all right, yeah.
So this is what I was just.
But no, but like, out of the two, come on, who are you choosing? You know, like.
Well, I played
as
for
the
Liverpool,
history
so
of
I've got-
Liverpool, you play. Yeah, you choose it. Me, you choose, and I play for City, so I ain't
So
choosing
you're saying
United
you was
over.
a glory hunter at school? Yeah, this is what I was coming to.
No, mate, it was a real young.
No, I was a
kid.
glory
I
hunter
was
at
like-
school.
Yeah.
And when I was
But when I mean school, I mean like primary school, not like secondary.
Oh,
I was
secondary
like-
school, I
I
supported
my
Man
dad.
United.
I think my dad like dragged me out of it quite quick. I was going to say kicked me out of it, but like that might have caused some issues. But yeah, no, it's yeah, mate. Liverpool as a club and the history of it, I choose them over United myself.
I think they've gone above United now.
Definitely, 100%.
And,
Why?
Mate, he's done such a good job as well.
The last 10 years, mate. I think what they've done better, they've done 7 Champions Leagues. Right.
So Man United have had 7 Champions Leagues.
No, they ain't. Man United have only won it 3 times.
European titles. So
Yeah.
Liverpool's got 7 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Is it Champions League or European titles?
You're confusing me, Coley. We need to move on.
Because there used to be Champions. It wasn't Champions League all the time.
It's too many names are changing. Listen, we all know it's only about the Conference League at the moment.
The manager needs special. The manager needs a special shout, mate. I think there's something about him that just feels good.
Arne Slot.
Yeah. Do you know what? Right?
There's just something
I think
about
there's
him
something
that
about
just
Amarim that
feels
feels good as well. I think there's something about Amarim in the end.
No, Coley.
No,
not
not
having
having
it.
that.
No,
Not
Arne
compared
Slot.
to. Not compared to him. I just feel like, look, Liverpool have got some great players, but I just feel like he's given all the players so much confidence.
Do you know what?
So much.
We spoke to him early on in the season, and he was very impressive. We're lucky the job we do interviewing the managers, and you pick up off their energy as they come to you before a game. And he always seems very cool, calm, and collected, Arne Slot. So he was impressive from the start. I still didn't think it would be as good as this, but we're going to have to give him. We'll have to give him his flowers, and we all knew it was going to happen. And congratulations to Liverpool.
Let's talk about what's his name's goal though.
Go on,
McAllister's.
Mate, what a player he is, by the way. What a player he is.
I didn't think he was going to be that good when he left Brighton. I thought he would be okay and he'll just slot in, but is he keeping Chiesa at the team?
Mate, do you know? No, he's sort of playing in that sort
Well,
of...
Chiesa ain't even had a sniff, has he?
Chiesa can't really get himself looking, but remember Chiesa 3 years ago was the best player in Italy. But
young player.
Cruciates, Coley, lots of injuries. Yeah, that's why he is where he's at.
The thing is, they've got so many standout players. They've probably got the best goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Probably best defender.
Maybe the
best striker, maybe the best midfielder.
Yeah.
And
they're stacked.
But then all the other players around have done so well, mate.
Yeah, for sure.
Done so well.
We've got to give them their props. But should we move on to Man United?
Should we move on to Spurs? Eric Crumble.
Oh, mate, we can't talk about Spurs again. They had 25 minutes last
Eric
episode.
Crumble, mate.
Eric Crumble.
Listen, let me just tell you something. Look, I'm not taking a dig at Spurs, but they just didn't turn up yesterday. And the thing about it, that makes me believe that they're going for this European title.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because you can't go to Liverpool and take any kind of credit out of that.
Yeah.
Like, where's the confidence now? That's why I said you can't just leave and leave a game like that and say, do you know what? This game don't mean nothing. You have to have momentum. You have to have momentum.
Here's a question for you then. Semi-finals, Europa League. You're playing Bodo Glimt, right? By the way, but from what I understand is their season runs on a different.
Different timing.
Different timing. So you're getting them, and I think they're quite early on in their season now.
So
right?
they're
not up
fresh.
to speed, right?
They might be fresh.
They might be fresh, but I tend to think that this is as good a chance as Spurs are going to get to a European final. Are you saying that you don't think they can beat Bodo Glimt?
No, I think they can. Obviously, it's a Premier League team.
True.
I just called Bodo Glimt a rock band. You know what I mean? Like I'm not taking the mick. I've never heard of them. You know what I mean? Before now, so I'm thinking they should be wiping the floor with them. You know,
but it's painful. 6-1 defeat going into
that's what I'm
the biggest
saying.
game of the season is
it's not good enough. It's not good enough.
How'd you pick the lads up on a Monday morning? That's an interesting. I don't think he's been very good at that, Ange, as well. I think when they've had a bad result, they've tended to go and, it's not like Liverpool have a bad result, they can spin it round.
They have
the
to.
slot.
Yeah, because standards have to. Listen, I don't care what you say.
Yeah.
Your standards always has to be high.
Yeah.
If you're playing Bodo Glimt, you're playing Liverpool, you've got to do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And don't drop off. Try and get close, stay close to that that level as much as possible. But they just dropped off.
Yeah.
Like, you can't do that and then just think I'm going to depend on my European League form. No, that's not how it goes. You've got to have consistency. Otherwise, you're just unprofessional.
They're all in, aren't they? They've gone all in for this competition. So we'll see how it rolls.
Let's see how it rolls.
I'd love to see a Man United Spurs final in Bilbao. We said it last week. The amount of anxiety on that game will be unbelievable.
Yeah.
I want to move on to Man United quickly. Really happy to see Rasmus Højlund ending 6-game Premier League goal drought with a 96-minute equaliser against 10-man Bournemouth. So they're showing a little bit of bottle, Man United. I mean, they're hanging in there. At least they didn't have a Spurs performance. I mean, what did you make of that, Bridgie? I know you was very upset in particular with the sending off.
No,
you wasn't.
It was the yellow card.
The yellow card. That's okay. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Dorgu. It was just like... Yeah. Oh, no. Do you know what? Do you know what done made is? It never got brought up.
Yeah.
So, he's basically... All he's done is poked the ball away, planted his foot, and then the geezer's come along and smacked his shin.
Yeah.
Mate, I'm just like... It blew my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like... No one talks about it. I was like, it's just so, blatantly wrong from the ref.
Why didn't the commentators pick up on it?
Mate, I don't know, honestly. I really don't know.
Is that frustrating? Really, I know what you're like as well.
Yeah. Little things do heading like that. I'm like, they can get... And it's when it leads to a goal or something else, they talk about it. I was like, oh, my God. It is literally
it's embarrassing.
It's more assault the other way.
Yeah.
He's literally gone up, go here, I'll have that.
If you go and boot someone in the street, you're getting the...
And look, mate, the sending off is another, the right decision, yellow card, and then they go and give a red card. It's, mate, I don't know. I'm getting fed up of VAR all the time, just getting things wrong, watching it in slow-mo, and then you see an image which looks like it's a 2-foot attack. You watch it in slow-mo. So you got to watch things in full motion. He's obviously slipped. I just feel like it gets so much wrong.
Yeah. Do you know what's another thing? Going back to COCOMs, what I did, there's a VAR button, right? For people out there who don't know. So when you're COCOMs, if something happens in the game, you can listen to them chatting to each other in the studio. So I didn't get a chance to use it, but hopefully next time I do it. No, there was no VR.
Oh, there wasn't the button there.
You'll
but
hear,
usually there is.
Usually there is. So what happens is when there's the reason, it's quite clever actually. Something would happen, you'd be COCOMs, gone to VAR, and then you can turn them buttons I was telling you about that was worrying me. You can turn
next to the Percy Pigs.
So you can turn it up and listen to what they're saying. So that's going to be really interesting next time I do that, because I'm really intrigued about, and I'll come on the show and I'll say what it. Am I allowed to? I don't even know if I'm allowed to. How the conversation is going, but because it just takes too long, and
it's ruining the game. But we've talked about it loads of times. That's everyone's view. But when you're getting things like that wrong, it just blows my mind.
But the VAR, there's a semi-automated now, right?
Semi-automated VAR.
So why is it still taking long?
Mate.
There was I think it was Nunez's goal yesterday. and it took a little bit too long.
It doesn't seem that long when we do European football. Like, what is it we doing wrong?
I always say it's not the technology, it's the people using the technology. They ain't got Scooby.
Yeah,
they're still learners.
Mate, I'm telling you, that's like 100% like me with them buttons on the Counterpoints, mate.
I was like, which button do I press?
Mate, I was thinking that people are going to think there's a cyber attack. I was clicking buttons and breaking.
Coming back to United though, I think it was Gary Neville and Jamie Redknapp heard a conversation they were having, and it was like, look at the players they let go.
Go on.
Well, if you look now, how McTominay's doing, some of the players, how well they're doing. Yeah. The guy, lad at Forest, Alanga, the way they're doing.
Well, he missed the sitter yesterday.
I know he did, but like how well they've been doing.
Yeah.
And you look and you think, as much as they keep saying he needs his players, you also like when I was hearing Gary Neville and Jamie talking, they had different views. It was like, you do need to be able to coach these players. You have got to be able to coach them.
You do.
But what if they're not coachable and they don't want to listen to you?
I think I think most players are coachable, and it's how you deal with it. You can't just. It's like there's one moment that stands out. It's probably two in my life. Was Glenn Hoddle. I've gone to someone else. I've obviously talk about him all the time. What he did at Southampton. But there's one of Gus Poyet at Brighton, and it was the way he had us playing. And the way he did training, they had players that had been with him like two divisions below.
Right.
But he was coaching players to play a certain way, think a certain way.
Yeah.
I'm like, you can't just get rid of players and just go, you've got to go and get a load in.
I think.
But when you see players that they've let go, and you think, they're doing all right, they've got to be coachable.
Yeah, of course. Every player's coachable, but the problem is, where are you coaching these boys? Where? The environment.
On the training pitch, mate.
The environment, the environment.
Toxic.
If it's toxic.
If there's toxic people, we all know there can be toxic
not people.
Not
just people. Not just people. Like, the same settings all the time, and nothing's changing. You're seeing things, backroom staff getting sacked. This, that. Like, it's not a place, not fertile soil to grow.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
There's like, and I think that's their problem. They got to clean a lot of things there, which is of old.
Yeah.
Bring some fresh new ideas in, but make it geared up for normal people first.
Yeah.
And then the players will understand, okay, that person's job on the line, I've struck up a relationship with him. I've got to do better.
You think the whole environment, the culture at Man United is still toxic from the outside?
It looks
based on the fact that the players that are leaving, like Alanga, Rashford,
and they're all growing.
And they're all growing. So there's something.
You say that, what, they getting rid of the toxic?
Well, they're clearly. I don't think McTominay
couldn't have been toxic.
Exactly. So why are you getting rid of him?
Yeah.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. Because
the people making the decisions at the club. That's the problem at Man
There's
United.
something toxic in the air over there, mate, or in the water, and we're going to get to the bottom of it.
On this podcast, we will find you.
They got some questions. There's some questions that need to be answered. So thank you for joining us on the Dressing Room podcast with Al Arabiya News. We'll be back shortly with part 2.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Advisor of President Zelensky's Chief of Staff, Serhiy Leshchenko, thanks so much for joining me. First of all, I would like to start by setting the tone. What is the mood like in Ukraine and in the capital, Kyiv, where you are?
You know, this war started by Russia. This was never our choice, and Ukraine resists our land from Russian aggression. And Ukraine is open for peace. Ukraine agreed for ceasefire on landmark since 45 and even more days ago. And this agreement was achieved between the American and the Ukrainian delegation in Saudi Arabia. And Ukraine is open to have this ceasefire on the land, but Russia doesn't want. So we have daily air raid alert here in Kyiv and elsewhere in Ukraine. We have bombing of civilians. We have bombing of multi-story apartment buildings. Today was bombing of Kyiv again. And last week, 9 people were killed in Kyiv during one bombing. Before it was killing of civilians in Kryvyi Rih and Sumy. And many more examples that Russia violates the proposal which Ukraine and US made together to have the ceasefire.
President Zelensky has said that Putin's latest ceasefire announcement is another attempt at manipulation. What exactly does he mean by this?
A Russian proposal is to have ceasefire for 3 days, when in Moscow they're gonna celebrate their own holidays, and they're gonna invite some international guests, and they want to celebrate it in peace. But Ukraine has no choice, has no right, has no opportunity to celebrate during the 3 and almost half year because of Russian aggression. And we understand that it's just a trick. Russia is trying to fix 2 issues. The first issue, Russia wants to answer something on the American request because America is calling for a long-term ceasefire, at least for 30 days, with the opportunity to prolong it. So they're trying to answer on this by this 3-day ceasefire instead of 30 days, not to show the total lack of will, but it's really a trick. And second, they want to celebrate with no alerts in Moscow. They don't want to have problem with their guests, and that is why they propose this. But of course, Ukraine will make our own decision because we think it's just a decision of Putin to play the game instead of implementation of the proposal.
There have actually been 20 failed attempts at ceasefires. Both Ukraine and Russia have accused each other of violating the terms. Why is Ukraine not holding its side of the deal and setting an example?
When we had this Easter ceasefire announced for Christian holidays, Ukraine answered that if Russia violates, we're going to defend our territory and do totally what they're doing. That is why when they declared this Easter ceasefire and then immediately violated, Ukraine used the same tools to influence on Russia because we're not going to see how they just destroy our land. So if they violate what they propose, we answer on this.
Trump claims Zelensky could be ready to give up Crimea to Russia. Is this the right time for Zelensky to concede territory to stop the bloodshed?
I don't understand the pretext of this question. Ukraine is an independent nation. We have our legitimate leadership, and Ukraine defending our territory because we never provoked this war. We are just trying to stop Russia occupy our land. And Ukraine always declared openness for negotiation and for ceasefire. And the ball is on the Russian part of the territory, or Russian part of the football field. They have to decide what they want, because all what they want, they just want to kill Ukrainians. If they're ready to stop the war, they can make it within 25 minutes. During our interviews, they can do it. It's just to make one call and stop it. And if Russia is not ready, of course, Ukraine defending the territory which Russia is trying to occupy, and Ukraine is open for ceasefire on the land, as it was decided in Saudi Arabia 1.5 months ago.
Donald Trump and Zelensky's relationship has been in the spotlight, from the confrontation in the Oval Office to the picture in the Vatican Basilica. Was that picture a moment of hope for Ukraine, and did it mark a change in Trump's mindset towards Russia?
I'm not in the role to comment American perspectives on this. I just want to say that Ukraine is open and Ukraine is ready to stop this war immediately when Russia stops it. And in this case, all meetings Ukraine has on top level are very important. We're very thankful for American leadership in this negotiation process. We had a number of meetings with American leadership, and our team is led by our president, our presidential chief of staff, Andriy Yermak, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense. They are often in Saudi Arabia, and Ukraine is always declaring that this war can be stopped by Russia because Russia started this war. So all negotiation Ukraine is holding is to have a peace on Ukrainian land, and we appreciate the role of all mediators in this.
Serhiy, I appreciate that you say that Ukraine wants peace and that's your main focus, but what is Ukraine prepared to give up to get a long-standing ceasefire agreement? You've said to me Crimea's not on the table. That's something that's not going to go away from Ukrainian hands. And also NATO, it doesn't look like you'll be able to join NATO. So what is Ukraine prepared to take to the table to try and stop this war?
We are in very, very small progress. We don't have even the on-land ceasefire. When we have on-land ceasefire, we're ready for further negotiation, because we just don't want to be used by Russia when they dictate what they want, and Ukraine has to deal with this, has to accept or deny. We're ready for process, and this process has to start with ceasefire on the land. And only after this, as it was decided in Saudi Arabia with the American delegation 1.5 months ago, this process can go on. So that is why it's not the time to talk about this, because it's not the moment. It's not the moment when Russia demonstrates the will to stop the war. If Russia wants to stop the war, they have to finish the process of to stop this on-land aggression, and after this, negotiation can go on. It's very easy.
Serhiy, it's Donald Trump's 100th day in office. This is a key milestone. He said he could end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. What has been the major sticking points here for Donald Trump in getting a deal over the line?
Again, this is not my role to commend American president elected by American citizens. It's up to Americans to decide and to comment. I can just repeat that Ukraine is very much appreciate what has been done by our partners from US, from Europe, to stop this war, because Ukraine is victim of this war. Ukraine never provoked this war, and Ukraine wants just to live our own life without aggression on our land and without killing of Ukrainian people.
Let's move on, because reports suggest the US and Ukraine are close to signing a framework to a minerals deal, which we've been hearing about a lot, as soon as this week. How significant is this minerals deal for Ukraine?
For Ukraine, it's very important to have partners with good expertise, with good technologies, to have our mineral sources be used for the interest of the whole world, of course, because it's minerals which are very important in modern world. And we welcome American investors to make the business with Ukraine. We believe that presence of American money on Ukrainian land will help Ukraine to defend the territory, because it will violate not only Ukrainian law and Ukrainian territorial integrity, but also American presence of financial interest on Ukrainian territory if Russia continues the war. That is why we always welcome to have partners, reliable partners, to have business together and to have financial interest together.
Do you have any idea when that minerals deal might actually be signed?
It's a process, it started a few months ago. We have our own Ukrainian expertise to have the document which will not violate Ukrainian law and which will not cross the European integration of Ukraine. Ukraine is a candidate to European Union, and all our legislation goes through this expertise to be in the frame of European Union legislation.
In an interview with The Atlantic that's been published today, Trump has said he's saving Ukraine. What does he need to do over the next few weeks to help Ukraine as a country?
I can just repeat what I said before. I'm not in the role to comment American president, American administration, but only to say thank you for American people, American leadership, American presidents supporting Ukraine in this bloody war started by Russia against us.
Sohi, I just want to ask you, right now in Ukraine, what is the feeling on the ground, and what do citizens living there want to see achieved when it comes to negotiations and a possible ceasefire deal?
Ukrainian citizens want to stop this war because this war is destroying our territory, our cities, our infrastructure, and killing Ukrainian citizens. That is why Ukrainians are very eager to stop this war. But Ukraine wants to live our own sovereign life without anyone who can dictate what to do. And the current status quo in Ukraine, that Ukraine has to defend our territory and to have a peace as soon as possible.
Advisor of President Zelensky's Chief of Staff, Serhiy Leshchenko, thank you so much for joining me. It was a pleasure to have your insights.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise,
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.